for the new era. To the knowledge of the academic audience, a glance at the profile of Professor Abraham Kosh. He is a renowned academician with IIM Ahmedabad for more than 33 years. He was an independent member of the board of directors of public limited companies such as Malayala Manorama, the Federal Bank, Sira Sanitary Wares, Autoline Industries, and Deepak Cements and Chemicals. He was also a member of advisory committees constituted by government organizations and industry associations. Professor Kosh's areas of expertise and research interests included new brand development strategies, product and brand management processes, customer relationship orientations, and social marketing. He was the co-author of Growth and Transformations of Small Firms in India and the co-editor of Managing Alternatives and Marketing of Information Products and Services. He had co-authored a book on marketing management with Philip Kotler. Here we have a great academician who's going to share his wisdom with us. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, sir. Very
Okay.
much.
Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I think good to see a group of students, particularly in the midst of a pandemic, gathering of this magnitude is inspiring, which means that people have learned to live with the problem, and also people have learned to prevent this problem from accentuating. That's a good sign. It's also a good starting point for all of us. It's a good sign for a movement forward. Essentially, because such a devastating problem for the society. Society has learned how to cope with that problem.
Recording in progress.
Okay. You started recording it, is it? All right. I thought that there are... What is this? Go back to... One second, I'll get back to you in a minute because the battery is running low. Let me connect it. Can somebody tell me whether I am audible
Yes,
or
yes,
visible?
sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Sorry about the technical problem. There is some issue with power here. So I have to make alternative arrangement. That's why. As I was telling that it's good to see a very large crowd while all of us have learned to live with the problem of the pandemic. It's also a good lesson for us to move forward. In future, this actually shows that there's going to be a lot more of uncertainties, a lot more of challenges. Particularly this challenge is an environmental challenge. So therefore, these kinds of challenges are going to be there in future. All of you are youngsters. You're going to face far more of these kinds of challenges in future. Today it is a pandemic. Tomorrow there will be something else. In fact, if you look at last 10 years, the kind of pandemic and the kind of challenges the world has seen is much more than the kind of challenge the world has seen in the previous 20 years. So which means that the frequency of these challenges are going to be there. In Kerala, for example, must have, some of you must have gone through the flood of this, some time back. All these kinds of challenges. In fact, if you look at many of these challenges are man-made. These are not naturally occurring, but the nature has been, sort of instigated to respond. Flood was an instigation by nature in terms of, the kind of abuse people have actually inflicted on the nature. Pandemic, as per some of the report, is essentially a man-made kind of an experiment. So much so the previous president of the United States called it Wuhan virus. I don't know what is the truth of that, but, Chinese have responded it is not true. But there are indications that it was a lab-made virus, either escaped or probably deliberately. There is all conspiracy theory going around. I don't know what it is. Now, given this kind of a thing, you people, you youngsters are going to face far more of these kinds of challenges as we go ahead. And this challenge can be in terms of your own social life. It can be in terms of your own professional life. So therefore, you need to understand how to cope with these mechanisms. In other words, mentally, you should be prepared that the world is not going to be smooth, world is not going to be very benign, world is going to be much more challenging. Our generation went through a phase where we suffered a lot more of control than what was necessary by government. In the misplaced notion of socialism, everything was controlled. And therefore, it never gave the freedom for industry to expand. It never, in fact, some of you might be surprised to know that the licensing regime that was prevalent when Mrs. Indira Gandhi was the Prime Minister of India was so draconian that any company that was efficient was punished. You are given a license to manufacture 1,000 bicycles. If you exceed even by 10, you are penalized for that. In other words, efficiency was discouraged and productivity of asset was discouraged. It was in that kind of a regime that we grew during your age. So we have seen those kinds of things. And later on, the great liberalization, which actually unleashed the power of the private enterprise, that actually has taken the country in a different growth path. Even these kinds of things, I thought that I'll cover briefly two aspects. Now, the theme of this conference essentially is that how do you, for me, I want to tell you how do you people need to prepare yourself as youngsters and budding professionals to cope with these kinds of challenges in future. That is one. And before that, we need to look at what are the kind of challenges which you can expect as we go along. Two or three things I think I need to mention. First, given my background and given my subject affinity, most important thing I see is the changes in consumer behavior. Consumer behavior has undergone a significant transformation. Now, what are the significant changes in the consumer behavior, particularly of the digital era? What kind of changes that has taken place in the consumer behavior? Number one, consumers are far more informed today than they were in the past. In fact, if you look at my younger days, when I was a college student, most of the companies actually made money by information asymmetry. Consumers didn't know about things. Therefore, you exploit that lack of information and make money out of that. For example, product availability, brand availability, even the basic information where the product is available was not known to the consumer. And therefore, consumers had difficulty in acquiring product, buying product. And in fact, actively, I read a very interesting book by late Sharu Ragnekar. He used to write very humorous books on management. He is no more, an old man. He passed away a few years ago. He actually wrote, how do you judge the power of the deity in a temple or in a church? How do you judge the power of the deity? In Malayalam, നമ്മൾ പ്രാർത്ഥിക്കുന്ന ദൈവത്തിന്റെ ശക്തി എങ്ങനെയാണെന്ന് നമ്മൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കി. And what he wrote is that it actually is indicated by the size of the queue and the intensity of the crowd. Crowdന്റെ സൈസും ക്യൂവിന്റെ നീളവും അനുസരിച്ചിട്ടാണ് ഈ power of the deity മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്. So the same way, there used to be a time when the power of a company used to be set in terms of how many years of waiting time we had for our product. There was a time when you want to buy a scooter, the waiting time used to be 7 years. You book a scooter, pay some good money, and wait for 7 years to get allotted. Everything was allotted. It was in a queue. You people cannot imagine that kind of a situation. It was not a shortage economy. It was an economy where arbitrage or people made money through shortages. They deliberately made the shortages. It used to be called the permit license Raj era. Everything you had to have a permit, everything you had to have a license, and of course, when the government wields that power, there is a lot of opportunity for corruption. And corruption used to be a mega scale. It is not chillera corruption alla. Nammaloru naalana policekarnu kodukkunna corruption alla. We are not talking about that kind of a retail corruption. We are talking about a wholesale corruption that happened at that point in time. The whole thing came to some kind of a transformation when Dr. Manmohan Singh was the finance minister. He introduced the liberalization policy. He unleashed the power of the private enterprise. And then the country moved in a different direction. Now, if you look at the era where consumers had to wait for product, consumers didn't have a choice. Consumers were forced to suffer from buying things. In fact, there was an era, can you believe that there was an era where even your clothes, the clothes which you wear used to be rationed. Which means that it was such a draconian kind of an era at one point in time. From there, now you want to buy all of you are wearing good, nice dress. You want to buy, just go to a shop and buy. If you have money, you buy. If you don't have money, you use credit card. So finally, you have to pay the credit card, but nevertheless, you get, in a sense, a temporary loan for which you pay a good. You know what is a credit card interest rate? Anybody? Any of these youngsters, did you bother about the credit card interest rate? Sometimes it works as much as 36%. Huh? So therefore, don't accumulate money in credit card. You are actually paying 36% interest, where even a loan today is available for some 16%. So you are actually paying more than double that interest if you want to buy anything on credit card. So therefore, credit card gives you the liquidity, temporary liquidity, solve the liquidity problem of the consumer. So if you look at from a consumer behavior point of view, there has been a tremendous transformation. Today, consumers, because of a whole lot of factors, are far more well informed. So information asymmetry has actually gone out of the window. Today, there is abundance of information. You want to compare before buying, you actually can get a whole lot of information about the product. There are sites which actually compare products. There are sites which actually compare brands. If you look at some of these sites, there are also people who actually will come and say bad things about products. Forget about those kinds of mentally derailed, mentally troubled people who keep writing, bad reviews about products without any scientific basis. Therefore, just ignore those kinds of things. But nevertheless, you get a lot more of information about products, a lot more of information about brands in the digital era. The second aspect which I thought was important is the earlier era, information was pushed onto the consumer. Advertisement, a very blatant advertisement, or a very sleek salesmanship of a salesperson who exploit information asymmetry. So therefore, information was pushed on to the consumer. Today, consumer pull the information. You want to know something? All of you youngsters, I'm 100% sure that you actually read some reviews before you make a purchase. You actually go and make a comparison before you purchase. In other words, you pull information rather than information being pushed onto you. In other words, the power of advertisement, the earlier power of advertisement has actually, in a sense, diminished. Advertisement today only will prompt a person to search for more information rather than blindly believing what the advertisements are. I'm talking about discerning people like you who are educated, discerning. So for you people, you are not influenced by some sleek model talking about a product. You actually seeing the advertisement, you decide to actually explore more about that product. So that is the transformation which I have seen. Third aspect, significant aspect, peer group influence on purchase decision has significantly increased over the time. Today, you will actually read the review. You will ask people who have, in other words, you will not just simply get influenced by some sleek advertisement alone. You will actually be influenced by information. In fact, information can be in terms of very, emotional aspect. How is this brand? Some of you must have asked, how is this brand? So haven't you heard the answer? Oh, it's a cool brand. Yo, that hand sign. Yo, it's a cool brand. Now, haven't you seen? Don't tell me that you have not used it. In fact, the other day I was seeing some youngsters pointing out something, and I was very surprised. The person was pointing to some paragraph to be read to another person. A youngster was showing to some guest, and he was not showing his finger in pointing out. He actually used this. So I was thinking that, this has become more of an indicator sign rather than this. In our time, it used to be, you point out things like this. Today, it is actually, pointing out things in a different way. Now, the point which I want to say is that peer group influence has significantly altered the way consumers. In other words, you have more informed consumers, you have more influenced by the peer group, you go more by the reviews which is available, and therefore the information asymmetry which used to give arbitrage to the marketeers has vanished. Consumers don't get influenced by information asymmetry. Do you know what is information asymmetry? How many of you know what is information asymmetry? Can somebody raise the hand? I can see you people. Can somebody raise the hand? What is information asymmetry? Reaction. I think I'm asking a group of youngsters, you people. I can see you people. You know what is information asymmetry? നിങ്ങളെക്കാട്ടി കൂടുതൽ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ, വിവരം ഒരു പ്രോഡക്റ്റിനെ പറ്റിയുള്ള അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു സാധനത്തെ പറ്റിയോ ആർക്കെങ്കിലും ബ്രാൻഡിനെ പറ്റി ആർക്കെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അതൊരു അസിമെട്രിയാണ്. നിങ്ങളെക്കാട്ടിൽ കൂടുതൽ വിവരം മറ്റുള്ളവർക്ക്. ആ ഒരു നിങ്ങൾക്കില്ലാത്ത ഒരു അറിവിനെ എക്സ്പ്ലോയിറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നതാണ് സാധാരണഗതിയിൽ പലപ്പോഴും ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ അസിമെട്രി ആർബിട്രേഷ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. അതിൽ നിന്നൊരു കച്ചവടം നടത്തുക. നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയുന്നതിനെക്കാട്ടിൽ കൂടുതൽ അറിയാവുന്നവര് പറഞ്ഞ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ അസിമെട്രി. ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ, സംടൈംസ് ഈ പ്രോഡക്റ്റിന്റെ ഡിസ്ക്ലോഷേഴ്സ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞൊരു സാധനം അറിയാം. എന്താണെന്നറിയോ പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് ഡിസ്ക്ലോഷർ? നമ്മുടെ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ അത് പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് ഡിസ്ക്ലോഷേഴ്സ് ഒരു മാൻഡേറ്ററി സ്ട്രിഞ്ചന്റ് ഇതായിട്ടില്ല. അതേസമയം ഇപ്പം ഇഫ് യു ഗോ ആൻഡ് ബൈ എ പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് ഇൻ US, you actually get a lot of information on the package itself. ഇത് നമ്മളൊരു സാധനം വാങ്ങിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇതിൽ 100 ഗ്രാം ഉപയോഗിച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അതിൽ എത്ര കലറി ഉണ്ടെന്നും അതിന് എത്ര ഫാറ്റ് ഉണ്ടെന്നും അതിന് എത്ര കൊളസ്ട്രോൾ ഉണ്ടാവുമെന്നും എല്ലാം അതിനകത്ത് എഴുതിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. സോ ദാറ്റ് ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ഈസ് അവൈലബിൾ ടു ദ കൺസ്യൂമർ. ഹിയർ ഫാറ്റ് ഫ്രീ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ വി ഡോണ്ട് ഈവൻ നോ വാട്ട് ഈസ് ദാറ്റ് ഫാറ്റ് ഫ്രീ. I understood the other day, നമ്മൾ പലപ്പോഴും പറയത്തില്ലേ വെർജിൻ കോക്കനട്ട് ഓയിൽ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഭയങ്കര കൂടിയാണെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. Somebody who deals with coconut oil as a business told me that actually is bleached and filtered impure coconut oil rather than natural coconut oil. നമ്മൾ പക്ഷേയൊക്കെ വിചാരിക്കുന്നത് വെർജിൻ കോക്കനട്ട് ഓയിൽ എഴുതി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇച്ചിരി കൂടിയ സാധനമാണ് അല്ലേ? അത് ഫിൽട്ടർ ചെയ്തിട്ട് അതിനകത്തുണ്ടായിരുന്ന ഈ നാച്ചുറൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള പല കാര്യങ്ങളും മാറ്റി അതിനൊരു ബ്ലീച്ചൊക്കെ കൊടുത്തിട്ട് നിറമൊക്കെ മാറ്റിയ സാധനമാണ് വെർജിൻ കോക്കനട്ട് ഓയിൽ. സോ നല്ല തനിമയുള്ള നാടൻ വെളിച്ചെണ്ണ വാങ്ങിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരു മണം ഉണ്ടാവും അല്ലേ? അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു കൺസിസ്റ്റൻസി വ്യത്യാസം ഉണ്ടാകും. നിങ്ങൾ കണ്ടിട്ടില്ല എന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങളൊരു നല്ല നാടൻ വെളിച്ചെണ്ണ വാങ്ങിച്ചിട്ടൊന്ന് മണപ്പിച്ചു നോക്കണം. The kind of smell you get is a very different kind of a smell than what you get in parachute. Parachute എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് അത് പാരഫിനും കൂടെ ഒക്കെ ചേർത്ത് ഡൈല്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്ത് അഡൾട്ടറേറ്റ് ചെയ്ത സാധനമാണ് പാരച്യൂട്ട് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട്. അതേ ഒരു ബേസ് സ്റ്റോക്ക് വാങ്ങിച്ചിട്ട് ആ ബേസ് സ്റ്റോക്കിൽ ഇതെല്ലാം ആഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ടാണ്. സോ the point which I want to say is that you get consumers who are much more informed today than what you used to have. Information availability provides power to the consumers to choose. കൺസ്യൂമറിന് തിരഞ്ഞെടുക്കാനായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ശക്തി, the power to choose, is given essentially because of. Are you people following what I am saying? Or am I going above your head? Say something. I think since.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Somebody need to give me a feedback. Otherwise, I don't want to talk and, people respond like zombies. All right? So therefore, earlier information was controlled by consumers. എന്ത് ആൾക്കാർ മനസ്സിലാക്കണം എന്നുള്ളത് that was decided by the company through their own advertisement, their own briefing of salespeople, their own briefing of the retailers. Today, consumers actually create that environment of information. You go and read about reviews about the product and brands, consumer experience about product and brand. That actually gives you far greater information than what you always used to get. In other words, in a digital era, the consumers are getting much more empowered. In fact, what is the implication? What actually is these things? More information is available. Consumers have access to greater information. Consumers have peer reviews of products and brands. So because of all these things, ഇതുകൊണ്ട് എന്താണ് പ്രയോജനം കൺസ്യൂമർ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരു വാക്ക് കൺസ്യൂമർ സോവറിനിറ്റി അതിൻ്റെ അർത്ഥം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരു കൺസ്യൂമറിൻ്റെ സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യം, ഇൻഡിപെൻഡൻ്റ് ആയിട്ട് സ്വന്തമായിട്ട് തീരുമാനമെടുക്കാനായിട്ടുള്ള കഴിവിനാണ് സോവറിനിറ്റി എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. നമ്മൾ ഇന്ത്യ ഈസ് എ സോവറിൻ നേഷൻ എന്ന് പറയത്തില്ല. നമ്മൾ സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യമുണ്ട്. കൺസ്യൂമറിന് തീരുമാനം എടുക്കാനായിട്ടുള്ള സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യം കിട്ടുന്ന ഒരു എൻവയൺമെൻ്റ് ആണിത്. സോ ദെയർഫോർ, ഇൻ അതർ വേർഡ്സ്, consumers have far greater freedom to choose than what they used to have in the earlier era. So this is a big transformation which has happened. And most of it was possible essentially because of two big factors. Number one, the reduction in governmental control and therefore discouragement of inefficiency. Discouragement of efficiency. കൺട്രോൾ ഇറയിലെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇൻഎഫിഷ്യൻ്റ് ആയിട്ട് കമ്പനികൾ റിവാർഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. So do you know there was a time when even a common man's vehicle called cycle used to be rationed? Can you imagine a country where a common man's vehicle like a cycle used to be rationed? You are not allowed to produce more cycle even if there is more demand. And this wasn't a mistaken notion of preserving resources for more productive use. അത് ഒരു കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ഒരു സോഷ്യലിസ്റ്റ് ഇറയിൽ നിന്ന് വന്നാണ്. ഒരു കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ഒരു റോങ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള തെറ്റായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു എക്കണോമിക് പോളിസി നയത്തിൻ്റെ പ്രതിഫലനമായിരുന്നു. In fact, at that point in time, Indian planning was influenced by the Soviet Union, erstwhile Soviet Union, where planned economy was actually considered to be a great thing. And therefore, government will decide എത്രമാത്രം സൈക്കിൾ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ഉണ്ടാക്കണമെന്ന് അവർ ഗവൺമെൻറ് തീരുമാനിക്കും. അത് എത്രമാത്രം സൈക്കിൾ ആരൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടാക്കണമെന്നുള്ളതും ഗവൺമെൻറ് തീരുമാനിക്കും. അതിൽ കൂടുതൽ പ്രൊഡ്യൂസ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അവരെ ശിക്ഷിക്കും. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഇൻഎഫിഷ്യൻസി വാസ് എൻകറേജ് rather than efficiency. അതെല്ലാം മാറ്റം വന്നിരിക്കും, കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് മാറ്റം വന്നു. കൺസ്യൂമേഴ്സ് ആർ ഫാർ ഗ്രേറ്റർ ഫ്രീഡം, കൺസ്യൂമേഴ്സ് ആർ ഫാർ more informed. Therefore, consumer sovereignty, കൺസ്യൂമറിൻ്റെ സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യം, അതാണ് ഈ ഒരു സമയത്ത് നമ്മൾ സെലിബ്രേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. കൺസ്യൂമറിൻ്റെ ചോയ്സ് പിയർ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഇൻഫർമേഷനിൽ കൂടെ ആകുമ്പോൾ അതിന് ഇംപ്ലിക്കേഷൻസ്, കമ്പനീസിന് ഇംപ്ലിക്കേഷൻസ്. One of the important implication is that how do you provide a superior experience to the consumer by the brand marketing company? Brand market ചെയ്യുന്ന കമ്പനികൾ എങ്ങനെയാണ് കൺസ്യൂമറിനൊരു കൂടുതൽ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ്, സുപ്പീരിയർ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് കൊടുക്കുന്നത്? അതിൻ്റെ അർത്ഥം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് പല രീതിയിലുണ്ട്. നമ്മൾ പ്രോഡക്റ്റിൻ്റെ പെർഫോമൻസ് മാത്രമല്ല, നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ ഒരു ഒരു പാക്കറ്റ് ഓയിൽ വാങ്ങിച്ചു, ഹെയർ ഓയിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഹെയർ ക്രീമോ വല്ലതും വാങ്ങിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് അതിനകത്തൊരു സാധനമാണ്. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് വൺ. ബട്ട് പാക്കേജിങ് ഈസ് ഈക്വലി ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻറ്റ്. അവൈലബിലിറ്റി ഓഫ് ദ പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് ഈസ് മോർ ഈക്വലി ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻറ്റ്. ആൻഡ് ദ കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷൻ റിഗാർഡിങ് പ്രോഡക്റ്റ്. നമ്മളിപ്പം വാങ്ങിച്ച തലയിൽ പുരട്ടുന്ന ആ എണ്ണയോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ തലയിൽ പുരട്ടുന്ന ഹെയർ ക്രീമോ നമ്മുടെ തലമുടി ഇങ്ങനെ സമൃദ്ധമായിട്ട് വളരും എന്നുള്ളൊരു ഫീലിംഗ് ഉണ്ടാകുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ എൻ്റെ തലമുടി സമൃദ്ധമായി എന്ന് നമുക്ക് തന്നെ ഒരു ഫീലിംഗ് ഉണ്ടാവും, അല്ലേ? ഇറ്റ് റീഇൻഫോഴ്സസ്. മെനി അഡ്വർടൈസ്മെൻ്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് നമ്മൾ തന്നെ നമ്മുടെ തീരുമാനം ശരിയാണെന്ന് നമുക്ക് തന്നെ തോന്നൽ വരാം, അല്ലേ? നമ്മൾ അത് ഒരു ഉദാഹരണം കാണണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു കൺസ്യൂമർ ഡ്യൂറബിൾ, ഒരു വാഷിംഗ് മെഷീനോ ഒരു റെഫ്രിജറേറ്ററോ അല്ലാന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഒരു മൈക്രോവേവനോ ഏതെങ്കിലും വാങ്ങിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് അതിൻ്റെ കൂടെ കമ്പനിക്കാർ തരുന്നൊരു ബ്രോഷറുണ്ട്. ആ ബ്രോഷർ വാങ്ങിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ആദ്യത്തെ സെൻറ്റൻസ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ആദ്യത്തെ പാരഗ്രാഫിൽ പറയുന്നത് കൺഗ്രാറ്റുലേഷൻസ്, യു ആർ എ പ്രൗഡ് ഓണർ ഓഫ് സോ ആൻഡ് സോ ബ്രാൻഡ്. അതായത് നമ്മുടെ തീരുമാനം ശരിയാണെന്ന് നമുക്ക് തന്നെ തോന്നൽ വേണം. വളരെ ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റിംഗ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള സൈക്കോളജിയാണ്. ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റിംഗ് സൈക്കോളജി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ റിസർച്ച് സ്റ്റഡീസ് ഉണ്ട്. പലപ്പോഴും നമ്മൾ ഒരു സാധനം വാങ്ങിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടാണ് ആൾക്കാർ ആ പ്രോഡക്റ്റിനെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ആ ബ്രാൻഡിനെ പറ്റിയുള്ള പരസ്യങ്ങൾ കൂടുതൽ വായിക്കുന്നതെന്ന് പല ഗവേഷണത്തിൽ ഇത് മനസ്സിലായിട്ടുണ്ട്. നമ്മളൊരു പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് വാങ്ങിക്കുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ് നമ്മൾ പരസ്യമൊക്കെ കാണും. പക്ഷേ പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് വാങ്ങിച്ചതിന് ശേഷമാണ് ഈ പരസ്യം നമ്മൾ കുറച്ചുകൂടെ കെയർഫുള്ളായിട്ട് വായിക്കുന്നത്. എന്തുകൊണ്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമുക്ക് തന്നെ നമ്മൾ വാങ്ങിച്ചത് ശരിയാണോ തെറ്റാണോ എന്നുള്ളൊരു സംശയം ഇടയ്ക്കുണ്ടാകും. അപ്പോഴത്തേക്കും അത് പണ്ട് ഈ ഒരു വളരെ ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റിംഗ് ആയിട്ടൊരു പെപ്സിയുടെ ഒരു അഡ്വർടൈസ്മെന്റ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, വളരെ വർഷങ്ങൾക്ക് മുമ്പ്. അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ഫേമസ് ആയിട്ടുള്ളൊരു ജിങ്കിൾ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഓക്കെ, ജിങ്കിൾ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ പാട്ട് പോലെ. എനിക്ക് അറിഞ്ഞൂടെ, നിങ്ങളാരും കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. അന്നൊരു ഇറ്റ് വാസ് എ വെരി സിഗ്നിഫിക്കൻ്റ്ലി യൂത്തിൻ്റെ ഇടയ്ക്ക് ഒരു സിഗ്നിഫിക്കൻറ്റ് ടേം ആയിരുന്നു. അതെന്തായിരുന്നു അറിയാം? യഹി ഹെ റൈറ്റ് ചോയ്സ് ബേബി. പെപ്സി കുടിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് യഹി എ റൈറ്റ് ചോയ്സ് ബേബി, ഇതാണ് ശരിയായ തീരുമാനം. ബേബി എന്നുള്ളത് എന്താണ് മലയാളം എന്ന് എനിക്കറിയില്ല, കുട്ടി എന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റുമോ എന്നറിയില്ല. സോ ദിസ് യൂസ് ടു ബി, ഇൻ അതർ വേർഡ്സ്, യു ആർ ആക്ച്വലി റീഇൻഫോഴ്സിങ് യുവർ പർച്ചേസ്. നമ്മൾ വാങ്ങിച്ചത് ശരിയാണെന്നുള്ളൊരു തോന്നൽ. അത് സം ഓഫ് യു, ഈവൻ യുവർ ഫാക്കൽറ്റി മൈറ്റ് ബി ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റഡ്. എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് കൺസ്യൂമറിനത് ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ളത്? ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ, സാധനം വാങ്ങിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് കൂടുതൽ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ആ പ്രോഡക്റ്റിനെ പറ്റി നമ്മൾ അന്വേഷിക്കുന്നതിന് കാരണം വല്ലതും ഉണ്ടോ അല്ലേ? കൺസ്യൂമർ വാങ്ങിക്കുന്നതിന് മുമ്പല്ലേ ആ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ വേണ്ടത്. വാങ്ങിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ എന്തിനാണെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അതിൻ്റെ തിയററ്റിക്കൽ എക്സ്പ്ലനേഷൻ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ദർ ഇസ് എ വെരി വെരി ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റിംഗ് എക്സ്പ്ലനേഷൻ കോൾഡ് കൊഗ്നിറ്റീവ് ഡിസണൻസ്, തിയറി ഓഫ് കൊഗ്നിറ്റീവ് ഡിസണൻസ് എന്ന് പറയാം. നമുക്ക് നമ്മളെപ്പറ്റി തന്നെ ഒരു ധാരണയുണ്ട്. ഞാനൊരു മിടുക്കനാണ്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ ഒരു മിടുക്കിയാണ് എന്നുള്ളൊരു ധാരണയാണ്. എനിക്ക് നല്ലതുപോലെ സാധനങ്ങൾ വാങ്ങിക്കാൻ കഴിവുണ്ടെന്ന് നമുക്കൊരു ധാരണയുണ്ട്. നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ ഒരു സാധനം വാങ്ങിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഞാൻ നല്ല സാധനമാണോ വാങ്ങിച്ചത് ഇല്ലയോ എന്ന് എനിക്ക് തന്നെ അറിയണം. എന്നെങ്കിലേ ഉള്ളൂ എൻ്റെ ധാരണയെ എനിക്ക് സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ വാങ്ങിച്ച പ്രോഡക്റ്റിനെ പറ്റി അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ബ്രാൻഡിനെ പറ്റി കൂടുതൽ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ഞാൻ നോക്കും. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ പറയുന്നത് ഹി ഹാ റൈറ്റ് ചോയ്സ് ബേബി, നമ്മൾ നല്ലൊരു തീരുമാനമാണ് എടുത്തത് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്, അല്ലേ? അത് കണ്ടിട്ടില്ലേ നിങ്ങൾ? പലപ്പോഴും കൺസ്യൂമർ ബിഹേവിയർ മനസ്സിലാക്കേണ്ടത് കൺസ്യൂമർ എങ്ങനെയാണ് പെരുമാറുന്നതെന്നുള്ളതിനെ മനസ്സിലാക്കിയിട്ടാണ്. അല്ലാതെ ബുക്ക് വായിച്ചിട്ടല്ല കൺസ്യൂമർ ബിഹേവിയർ മനസ്സിലാക്കി. ബുക്ക് വായിക്കുമ്പോൾ കൺസ്യൂമർ ബിഹേവിയർ അനലൈസ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ടുള്ള ഫ്രെയിം വർക്ക് കിട്ടും. പക്ഷെ അത് അനലൈസ് ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ തന്നെ നോക്കിയേ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. ഇപ്പം ഒരു ഉദാഹരണത്തിന്, നിങ്ങളൊരു കടയിൽ പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അവിടെ എന്തെങ്കിലും സാധനം വാങ്ങിക്കാൻ വന്നവരെ എങ്ങനെയാണ് അത് ചൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് നിങ്ങൾ ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടോ? നിങ്ങളൊരു ചെരുപ്പ് കടയിൽ പോകുന്നു, ഷോപ്പ് സെൽസ് ഫുട്വെയർ. അവിടെ വേറെ ആൾക്കാർ വന്നിട്ട് ചെരുപ്പ് വാങ്ങിക്കുന്നത് എങ്ങനെയാണെന്ന് നോക്കിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. നിങ്ങളൊരു തുണിക്കടയിൽ പോയിട്ട് തുണിക്കടയിൽ ആൾക്കാർ എങ്ങനെയാണ് വാങ്ങിക്കുന്നതെന്ന് നോക്കിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. നമ്മൾ ആദ്യം ചെന്ന് പറയുന്നത് എന്താണ്? തുണി വേണം. എന്തിനുള്ള തുണി? ഒരു ഷർട്ടിനുള്ള തുണി, അല്ലാന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ വേറെ എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒരു ലേഡീസ് ഡ്രസ്സിനുള്ള തുണി എന്ന് പറയും. അത് കഴിയുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് ആദ്യമേ ആ കടക്കാരൻ കുറച്ച് കോസ്റ്റ്ലി ആയിട്ടുള്ള എടുത്തു. നമ്മളതിൽ തിരുമ്മി നോക്കും. കൈകൊണ്ട് തിരുമത്തില്ലേ? തിരുമതി എന്തിനാന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ ഒരു ബിഹേവിയറാണ്, അല്ലാതെ അതുകൊണ്ട് വലുതായിട്ട് അറിയാനൊന്നും പോകത്തില്ല. ഒന്ന് തിരുമി നോക്കി കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് എത്ര വില, ഇതിന് എത്ര രൂപ, ഓ ഇതിനെക്കാട്ടി കുറഞ്ഞുണ്ടോ അല്ലേ? വിത്തിൻ 2 minutes that salesman will gauge your price sensitivity. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് once you decide the price ബാൻഡിനകത്തുള്ള ഒരു പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് കണ്ടു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത് എന്താണ്? അതിൻ്റെ ഡിസൈൻ നോക്കും, അതിൻ്റെ ബ്രാൻഡ് നോക്കും, അങ്ങനെ പല ആസ്പെക്ട് നോക്കിയാണ് തീരുമാനങ്ങൾ എടുക്കുന്നത്, അല്ലേ? So there is a process through which consumer go through the decisions. അപ്പം അത് എങ്ങനെയാണ് കൺസ്യൂമർ വാങ്ങിക്കുന്നത്? അത് ഓരോ പ്രോഡക്റ്റും തിരിഞ്ഞ് പല രീതിയിലായിരിക്കും. ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ, ഇപ്പം വീട്ടിൽ നിങ്ങൾ പിള്ളേരുടെയൊക്കെ പേരൻസിന് ഒരു മൈക്രോവേവ് ഓവൻ വീട്ടിൽ വാങ്ങിക്കണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു റെഫ്രിജറേറ്റർ വാങ്ങിക്കണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു വാഷിംഗ് മെഷീൻ വാങ്ങിക്കണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, അതുപോലെ സ്വല്പം കോസ്റ്റ്ലി ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഡ്യൂറബിൾസ് വാങ്ങിക്കണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, വാട്ട് ഈസ് എ വേ ദേ ഗോ ത്രൂ? പലരും ചെയ്യുന്നത് നിങ്ങളെപ്പോലെ ചെറുപ്പക്കാർ ചോദിക്കും, ഏതാണ് നല്ല വാഷിംഗ് മെഷീൻ എന്ന് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കും. അപ്പം നമ്മളിങ്ങനെ കയ്യൊക്കെ ചുരുട്ടിക്കൊണ്ട് ഇറങ്ങും, അല്ലേ? 10 പേരെടുത്ത് ചോദിക്കും, റിവ്യൂ നോക്കും, അല്ലേ? നിങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങളല്ലേ? ആണോ അല്ലയോ എന്ന് പറയാ. ഐ നീഡ് ടു അണ്ടർസ്റ്റാൻഡ്. നിങ്ങൾ മാസ്ക് ധരിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, നിങ്ങളുടെ റെസ്പോൺസ് ഒന്നും എനിക്ക് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല. ഐ ആം നോട്ട് ഏബിൾ ടു റീഡ് യു പീപ്പിൾ. സോ ബ്ലൈൻഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ടോക്കായിട്ട് മാറണ്ട. അതുകൊണ്ട് അപ്പം അങ്ങനെ വരുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കും you actually need to understand what is the process through which consumers buy any product. ചില പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് ഡ്യൂറബിൾസിനാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ before you come to a decision, you collect a lot of information about the brand and the product availability. പ്രോഡക്റ്റിനെ പറ്റി, ബ്രാൻഡിനെ പറ്റി നമ്മൾ ഒരുപാട് ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ കളക്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ട് നമ്മൾ സ്പെസിഫിക് ആയിട്ടൊരു ബ്രാൻഡ് ചോയ്സ് കടയിൽ പോകുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ് തീരുമാനിച്ചിട്ടാണ് കടയിൽ പോകുന്നത്. അതേസമയം നമ്മളൊരു ഷർട്ട് വാങ്ങിക്കണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, റെഡിമെയ്ഡ് ഷർട്ട് വാങ്ങിക്കണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, ഏത് ബ്രാൻഡാണെന്നുള്ളതിനെ പറ്റി ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ട് ദൃഢനിശ്ചയം ചെയ്തിട്ടൊന്നുമല്ല പോകുന്നത്. വി ഗോ ടു ദ ഷോപ്പ്, ലുക്ക് അറൗണ്ട്, ആൻഡ് വൺസ് യു ഫൈൻഡ്, ദെൻ യു ടേക്ക് എ കോൾ, അല്ലേ? അപ്പം അങ്ങനെ വരുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് ഡിസിഷൻ അബൌട്ട് വിച്ച് ബ്രാൻഡ് ടു ബൈ വാസ് ടേക്കൺ അറ്റ് ദ പോയിന്റ് ഓഫ് ബൈ. Whereas in certain cases, your decision is taken much before you search out for the brand. So, ഇതിനൊക്കെ വേരിയേഷൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. ഇത് ഐ എം ടോക്കിംഗ് അബൌട്ട് കൺസ്യൂമർ പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ്. So, this whole thing, if you look at, there are a completely different class of product called industrial product, which is supposed to be far more rational in buying than consumer product. അതിനകത്തുള്ള buying process is very different because there are systems and processes to go. It depends on the company. For example, if it is a public limited or public sector company, a government company, then the whole decision would be based on certain procedures. So procedure takes a precedence over the quality of decision. If you have followed a procedure, even if your decision was not the best decision, it is fine. Right? അതേസമയം കൺസ്യൂമറിൻ്റെ ആണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, consumer go through the process of collecting information. Have you heard a name called Herbert Simon? Nobel Prize കിട്ടിയ, എക്കണോമിക്സിൽ Nobel Prize കിട്ടിയ ഒരു ആളാണ് Herbert Simon. He has done significant work in the area of consumer behavior. And in fact, his thesis, and when I was a doctoral student, I read his whole thesis and it was fascinating for me. Herbert Simon said a very important thing. These things influence. അദ്ദേഹം പറഞ്ഞത്, there is a lot of information available about products and brands. Consumers actively search for information when the purchase is a high-risk buy. But consumers' ability to gather information about all the products are limited because human brain has limitations. So therefore, consumers don't take the best decision. Consumers take the next best decision. ഏറ്റവും നല്ല തീരുമാനമായിരിക്കില്ല കൺസ്യൂമർ എടുക്കുന്നത്, ഏറ്റവും തീരുമാനത്തിൻ്റെ അടുത്തുള്ള തീരുമാനമായിരിക്കും എടുക്കുന്നത്. In fact, he used a word, it is not a satisfying decision that consumers take, it is satisficing decisions. He used a term, satisficing. തീരുമാനമെടുക്കുന്നതിന് ആ ഒരു അസിമെട്രി ഉണ്ടാകും. Now, the point which I wanted to say is that നിങ്ങളെപ്പോലുള്ളവർ ഇതിനകത്തുനിന്ന് ഇംപ്ലിക്കേഷനായിട്ട് എടുക്കേണ്ടതെന്ന്, you need to actually develop your capability of observing. You need to develop your capability of reading the consumer. അവരോട് ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ ചോദിക്കാതെ അവരുടെ മനസ്സും അവരുടെ പെരുമാറ്റത്തിൽ കൂടെ വായിച്ചറിയാനായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു കഴിവുണ്ടായിരിക്കണം. നിങ്ങളൊരു നല്ല മാനേജറാണെങ്കിൽ ആ കഴിവില്ല എന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്കൊരിക്കലും നല്ല മാനേജറാകാനൊക്കില്ല. ഒരു ബുക്കിൽ പറയുന്ന തിയറിറ്റിക്കലായിട്ട് കൺസ്യൂമർ ഇങ്ങനെ ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ദാറ്റ് ഗിവ്സ് യു ഓൺലി ദ ഫ്രെയിം വർക്ക് ഓഫ് ദ കൺസ്യൂമർ ഡിസിഷൻ. ഇറ്റ് ഡസൻ ഗീവ് ആക്ച്വലി ഹൗ ദ കൺസ്യൂമർ. കാരണം നമ്മളൊരു തിയറിറ്റിക്കൽ ഫ്രെയിം വർക്ക് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് എൻ ആബ്സ്ട്രാക്ഷൻ ഓഫ് സെവറൽ റിയാലിറ്റീസ്. പല റിയാലിറ്റിയെ നമ്മൾ നോക്കിയിട്ട് അതിൻ്റെ ആബ്സ്ട്രാക്ഷനാണ് നമ്മളൊരു കൺസ്യൂമർ ബിഹേവിയർ മോഡലായിട്ട് പറയുന്നത്. അതുകൊണ്ട് കൺസ്യൂമർ ബിഹേവിയർ മോഡൽ ആബ്സ്ട്രാക്ഷനിൽ നിന്നും ആക്ച്വൽ ബിഹേവിയറിൻ്റെ ഒരുപാട് വ്യത്യാസങ്ങളാണ്. നിങ്ങളെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം ആ ആബ്സ്ട്രാക്ട് മോഡൽ മനസ്സിലാക്കിയാൽ മാത്രമേ കൺസ്യൂമർ ബിഹേവിയറിലെ ഡിഫറൻസ് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ സാധിക്കുള്ളൂ, അല്ലേ? സോ ഡെവലപ്പ് യുവർ കേപ്പബിലിറ്റി ടു റീഡ് ദ കൺസ്യൂമർ, എബിലിറ്റി ടു observe the consumer, ability to interpret the consumer, and finally as managers, you need to develop the ability to draw implications for decisions. ഇതുകൊണ്ട് എന്ത് തീരുമാനങ്ങളൊക്കെയാണെന്ന് എനിക്ക് ബെറ്റർ ആയിട്ട് എടുക്കാൻ പറ്റും എന്നുള്ളതിനെ പറ്റിയാണ്. ചുമ്മാ ഈ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ കിട്ടിയിട്ട് കാര്യമൊന്നുമില്ല. ആ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ, എനി ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ഹാസ് ഇംപ്ലിക്കേഷൻ ഫോർ ഡിസിഷൻ. So long as managers are decision makers, you need to have information to take better decisions, more informed decisions, അല്ലേ? അപ്പം നമ്മൾ ഇതൊക്കെ വായിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ വാട്ട് ഈസ് ദ ഇംപ്ലിക്കേഷൻ ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ, ഒരു ഷോപ്പിൽ പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കൺസ്യൂമേഴ്സ് എന്തൊക്കെയായിരിക്കും ചോദിക്കുന്ന ഒരു തുണി എടുക്കുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ്. അത് മനസ്സിലാക്കി കഴിഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മൾ ആ തുണിയെ പറ്റി അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ആ ബ്രാൻഡ് ഓഫ് ക്ലോത്തിനെ പറ്റി പറയുമ്പോൾ ആ കാര്യങ്ങൾ നമുക്ക് പറയാൻ പറ്റും കൺസ്യൂമറിൻ്റെ അടുത്തല്ലേ. ഈ പ്രോഡക്റ്റിനകത്ത് കോട്ടൺ കണ്ടന്റ് കൂടുതലാണ്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇത് പ്യുവർ കോട്ടൺ ആണ്, ഇത് ഫൈൻ ഈജിപ്ഷ്യൻ കോട്ടൺ ആണ്. ഈജിപ്ഷ്യൻ കോട്ടൺ ഒരു തമാശയാണ്, അല്ലേ? നിങ്ങൾ കേട്ടിട്ടില്ലേ ഈജിപ്ഷ്യൻ കോട്ടൺ, മെയ്ഡ് ഫ്രം ഫൈൻ ഈജിപ്ഷ്യൻ കോട്ടൺ? കേട്ടിട്ടില്ലേ? നിങ്ങൾ കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടോ ഇല്ലയോ? യെസ് ഓർ നോ? ടെൽ മീ.
No sir.
There's a word called Egyptian cotton. It's supposed to be the gold standard in cotton. So once I went to Egypt, then I talked to people, Egyptians there, about cotton. So they were totally stunned. They said, we don't have any specific cotton like that. The reason എന്തുകൊണ്ടാ വന്നറിയാം? വാക്ക് വരാൻ കാര്യം, ഈ പണ്ടത്തെ കാലത്ത് തുണികള് ഈജിപ്തില് പോപ്പുലറാണ്, നെയ്യുമായിരുന്നു. ഈ ഇഫ് യു ഹാവ് സീൻ ഫിലിംസ് ഓഫ് ജീസസ് ക്രൈസ്റ്റ്, ഏതെങ്കിലും ഫിലിം കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അതിനകത്ത് ക്രൈസ്റ്റ് ധരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു റഫ് കോട്ടൺ ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, അതൊക്കെ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മുടെയൊക്കെ ഇന്ത്യയിലെ കതർ വേഷം എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുന്നത് ലോക്കലായിട്ട് ഉണ്ടാക്കിക്കൊണ്ടിരുന്ന തുണികളാണ്, മില്ലുണ്ടാകുന്നതിന് മുമ്പായിട്ട്. അങ്ങനെയുള്ള തുണികളൊക്കെ അവിടെ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അങ്ങനെയാണ് ആ പേര് വന്നത് ഈജിപ്ഷ്യൻ കോട്ടൺ. അതായത് ദർ ഇസ് നോ വെറൈറ്റി. കോട്ടൺ ഈസ് നോട്ട് ഗ്രോൺ ഇൻ ഈജിപ്റ്റ് ഇൻ ദാറ്റ് സെൻസ്. എനിവേ, ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞതെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, ഈ നമ്മൾ ഒരു പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് വാങ്ങിക്കുമ്പോൾ കൺസ്യൂമേഴ്സ് എന്താണ് അതിനെപ്പറ്റി നോക്കുന്നതെന്ന്, വാട്ട് ഈസ് ദാറ്റ് trigger which actually makes the consumer to choose a particular brand, അത് മനസ്സിലാക്കണം. അത് മനസ്സിലാക്കാനായിട്ടുള്ള കഴിവാണ് നിങ്ങളെ ഒരു നല്ല മാനേജറാക്കി മാറ്റുന്നത്. അല്ലാന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ യു ആർ ഓൺലി ഇംപ്ലിമെൻറ്റേഴ്സ് ഓഫ് ഡിസിഷൻസ്. അതായത് ശരിക്കും പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരു ലോവർ ലെവൽ ഡിസിഷൻ മേക്കിങ്ങിന് റോളില്ലാത്ത ഒരു വ്യക്തിയായിട്ട് മാറാതെ നല്ലൊരു തീരുമാനം എടുക്കുന്ന ഒരു വ്യക്തിയായിട്ട് മാറണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഇതുപോലുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഒബ്സർവ് ചെയ്യുക, ഇതുപോലുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുക, ഇതുപോലുള്ള മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങളുടെ ഇംപ്ലിക്കേഷൻസ്, വാട്ട് ഡസ് ഇറ്റ് ഇംപ്ലൈ ഫോർ മൈ ഡിസിഷൻ, അതിനെപ്പറ്റി നിങ്ങൾ ആലോചിക്കുക. The last point is that you need not only the data sensing capability, also the data interpretation capability, and you need to develop ability to draw implications for decisions. So data sensing, data interpretation, and drawing implications for decision. ഇതൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ പറയുന്നത് നമ്മുടെ സ്കിൽസാണ്. സ്കില്ലെന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ആരും പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന കാര്യമല്ല. സ്കില്ല് നമ്മൾ തന്നെ ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യേണ്ട കാര്യമാണ്. ഇപ്പം നിങ്ങൾ എത്ര ഭംഗിയായിട്ട് സൈക്കിൾ ചവിട്ടുമെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അത് ആരെങ്കിലും ക്ലാസ് എടുത്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് സൈക്കിളിൽ ഓട്ടിയിട്ടല്ല നിങ്ങൾ സ്കില്ലുണ്ടാകുന്നത്. സൈക്കിൾ ചവിട്ടി പരിചയം കൊണ്ടാണ് നിങ്ങൾ ആ സ്കില്ല് ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്, അല്ലേ? ആ സ്കില്ലെന്ന് പറയുന്നത് നമ്മൾ സ്വന്തമായിട്ട് വികസിപ്പിച്ചെടുക്കേണ്ടതാണ്. അപ്പൊ ഈ ഡേറ്റ സെൻസിങ് കേപ്പബിലിറ്റി, ഡേറ്റ interpretation capability, ability to draw implications for decisions from the data are skills which you need to sharpen yourself. അത് പലപ്പോഴും കണ്ടു കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് നമ്മൾ തീരുമാനമെടുക്കുക. ഇപ്പൊ ഞാനൊരു ഉദാഹരണമായിട്ടൊരു നിങ്ങൾക്കെല്ലാം ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു മെന്റൽ എക്സസൈസ് തരാം. നിങ്ങൾ ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു വെജിറ്റബിൾ കടയിൽ, ഈ പച്ചക്കറി വിൽക്കുന്ന ഒരു കടയിൽ പോയിട്ട് അവരുടെ ആദ്യം ഒന്ന് പെർമിഷനൊക്കെ എടുക്കണം. ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ നിന്നോട്ട് ആൾക്കാർ വാങ്ങിക്കുന്നത് ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചോട്ടെ എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവർ വിചാരിക്കും നിങ്ങൾ എന്തെന്നാ ഈ സ്പൈ ആയിട്ട് വന്നതെന്നൊക്കെ വിചാരിക്കും. അത് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഐഡിയ ഒക്കെ കാണിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് നോക്കിയിട്ട് അവിടെ വരുന്നവരോട് ഒരു ചോദ്യം ചോദിക്കരുത്, നിങ്ങൾ ഒരു നോട്ടും എഴുതരുത്. ജസ്റ്റ് ഹാങ് അറൗണ്ട്, ഒബ്സർവ് ഹൗ പീപ്പിൾ ആർ ബൈങ്. എങ്ങനെയാണ് അവർ വാങ്ങിക്കുന്നത്, എങ്ങനെയാണ് അവർ വെജിറ്റബിളിന്റെ ക്വാളിറ്റി തീരുമാനിക്കുന്നത്, ആ തീരുമാനം എത്ര ക്വാണ്ടിറ്റി വേണോ എന്നുള്ള തീരുമാനം അന്നേരമാണ് എടുക്കുന്നത്. അത് പ്രൈസ് അറിഞ്ഞിട്ടാണ് എടുക്കുന്നത് അതോ പ്രൈസിന് മുമ്പ് തന്നെയാണ് എടുക്കുന്നത്. ഇമാതിരിയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ നിങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അവിടുന്ന് തുടങ്ങും നിങ്ങളുടെ ഈ ഒബ്സർവേഷൻ ജേർണി. എബിലിറ്റി ടു ലേൺ ആൻഡ് ഒബ്സർവ് കൺസ്യൂമർ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ഫ്രം ദർ. സോ അത് ഞാൻ പിന്നെ പലപ്പോഴും നിങ്ങൾ പലരും നിങ്ങളുടെ അമ്മമാരുടെ കൂടെ കടകളിലൊക്കെ പോയിട്ടുണ്ടല്ലേ? പലരും പോയിട്ടുണ്ടോ? ഇല്ലാന്ന് പറയരുത്. നിങ്ങൾ അന്ന് തന്നെ നിങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടായപ്പം തന്നെ ഈ സൈസും ഈ ഒരു ആറ്റിറ്റ്യൂഡും ആയിട്ടൊന്നും അല്ല വന്നു. നിങ്ങൾ കുട്ടികളെ അല്ലേ, കുട്ടികളായിട്ട് അമ്മമാരുടെ കൂടെ പോയിട്ടുണ്ട് പല കടകളിലും. ആണോ അല്ലയോ? യെസ് ഓർ നോ? Yeah. I thought that these are all people who are specially born who have never seen a shop. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ബ്രീഡ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. നിങ്ങൾ ടെൽ യു അബൌട്ട് ദാറ്റ് ലേറ്റർ. അവിടെ പോകുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലാക്കേണ്ടത് എങ്ങനെയാണ് ആൾക്കാർ സാധനങ്ങൾ വാങ്ങിക്കുന്നത്. ഹൗ ഡിഡ് ഷീ ചൂസ്, ഹൗ ഡിഡ് ഷീ ചെക്ക് ദ ക്വാളിറ്റി ഓഫ് വെജിറ്റബിൾസ്, അല്ലേ? ഈ ടൊമാറ്റോ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സാധനം ഈ പുഷ്കാട്ടിൽ കൊണ്ടു കിടക്കുന്ന, ഞാൻ അഹമ്മദാബാദിൽ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. പുഷ്കാട്ടിൽ കൊടുക്കുന്ന ടൊമാറ്റോ വാങ്ങിക്കാൻ ചില സ്ത്രീകൾ ഇങ്ങനെ വരും. നല്ല നീളവും വീതിയൊക്കെ ഉള്ള സ്ത്രീകൾ ഇങ്ങനെ they will breeze in like tufan, ഒരു കൊടുങ്കാറ്റ് പോലെ ഇങ്ങനെ വരും. എന്നിട്ട് ആ പാവ പിടിച്ച പിന്നെ പുഷ്കാട്ട് വെണ്ടറിന്റെ ടൊമാറ്റോ എടുത്ത് ഞെക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങും. ഞാൻ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. അയാൾ പറയുന്നത് ഞെക്കരുതെന്ന് പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. കാരണം ഞെക്കിയിട്ട് അതിന്റെ ഫ്രഷ്നെസ് നോക്കുന്നതാണ്. അത് കൊണ്ടുപോയിട്ട് അന്നേരം തന്നെ കറിക്കാത്തിരുന്ന സാധനമാണ്. എല്ലാം ഒരുപോലെ തന്നെ ഇരിക്കുന്നത്. എങ്കിൽ തന്നെ ഒന്ന് ഞെക്കിയിട്ടില്ലെങ്കിൽ അതിന്റെ ക്വാളിറ്റി മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല. ഗുജറാത്തിലൊക്കെ വളരെ ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റിംഗ് ആയിട്ട് ആൾക്കാരെ ഗോതമ്പ് വാങ്ങിച്ചിട്ട് ഗോതമ്പ് പൊടിച്ചിട്ടാണ് ചപ്പാത്തി അതുപോലുള്ള സാധനങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ ഗോതമ്പായിട്ട് വാങ്ങിക്കും. നമ്മൾ വീട്ടിൽ അരി മേടിച്ച് പൊടിക്കുന്ന പോലെ അവർ ഗോതമ്പ് മേടിച്ച് പൊടിക്കും, അല്ലേ? അപ്പൊ അവിടെ ഞാൻ നോക്കിയിട്ടുണ്ട് അവരെങ്ങനെയാണ് ഗോതമ്പ് മേടിക്കുന്നതിന് മുമ്പായിട്ട് ഒന്നോ രണ്ടോ വെറൈറ്റി ഗോതമ്പുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അവര് ഒരു ഗോതമ്പിന്റെ ഒരു മണി എടുത്ത് കടിക്കും. ഇങ്ങനെ മുമ്പിലത്തെ പല്ലി വെച്ച് കടിക്കും. ഇങ്ങനെ കടിച്ചിട്ട് ഇങ്ങനെ അതിനെ നോക്കും. അത് വളരെ സയന്റിഫിക് ആയിട്ടുള്ളൊരു മെത്തേഡാണ്. കാരണം അവർ നോക്കുന്നത് ആ ഗോതമ്പിന്റെ ഗ്ലൂട്ടൻ കണ്ടന്റാണ്. അതിൽ നിന്ന് നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലാക്കും അതിന് ഗ്ലൂട്ടൻ കണ്ടന്റ് ശരിയാണോ ഇല്ലയോ എന്ന്. നല്ല ഗ്ലൂട്ടൻ കണ്ടന്റ് ഉള്ളത് ചില സാധനങ്ങൾക്ക് ഉപയോഗിക്കാൻ പറ്റും, ചപ്പാത്തിക്കൊക്കെ ഉപയോഗിക്കാൻ പറ്റും. ചിലതാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ബ്രെഡ് ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ പറ്റും. അപ്പൊ അങ്ങനെ പല വ്യത്യാസങ്ങളുണ്ട്. ഈ ഹൗസ് വൈഫ് നമ്മൾ ഇവിടെ ഉള്ളവർ ഗോതമ്പൊന്നും വാങ്ങിക്കില്ല എന്ന് എനിക്കറിയാം. നിങ്ങളൊക്കെ അരി ആഹാരം കഴിക്കുന്നവരാണ്, ഗോതമ്പ് കഴിച്ചിട്ടുള്ളതാണ്. അവിടെയൊക്കെ ഗോതമ്പ് എടുത്തിട്ട് അവരിങ്ങനെ കടിച്ച് നല്ലപോലെ കടിച്ച് നോക്കുക. ഇറ്റ്സ് എ മെത്തേഡ് ഓഫ് ചെക്കിംഗ് ദ ക്വാളിറ്റി. യു നീഡ് ടു ഒബ്സർവ് ഹൗ ഡു പീപ്പിൾ ചെക്ക് ദ ക്വാളിറ്റി ഓഫ് വെജിറ്റബിൾസ്. എങ്ങനെയാണ് ലീഫി വെജിറ്റബിളിന്റെ ക്വാളിറ്റി നോക്കുന്നത്, എങ്ങനെയാണ് ലീഫി അല്ലാത്ത ടൊമാറ്റോ പോലുള്ള വെജിറ്റബിളിന്റെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ബിണ്ടി, നമ്മുടെ ഈ വെണ്ടയ്ക്ക എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സാധനത്തിന്റെ വെജിറ്റബിളിന്റെ ക്വാളിറ്റി എങ്ങനെയാണ് അവർ ചെക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നത്, ഫ്രഷ്നെസ് എങ്ങനെയാണ് ചെക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നത് എന്നുള്ളത് നോക്കാം. സ്റ്റാർട്ട് observing and learning from the consumer. അത് നിങ്ങൾ ചെറിയ ചെറിയ സാധനങ്ങൾ വാങ്ങിക്കുന്നതിൽ നിങ്ങൾ ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യേണ്ട കേപ്പബിലിറ്റീസാണ്. നിങ്ങൾ ബുക്ക് പഠിച്ചിട്ട് പരീക്ഷ പാസ്സാകാൻ വേണ്ടി വളരെ ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റിംഗ് ആയിട്ട് I saw talking to somebody. Let me give you one warning. കമ്പനിക്കാരിൽ പലരും ഇന്റർവ്യൂ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ yesterday I saw a short video of somebody who is saying that he interviewed some people for youngsters for recruitment, and he said that I was shocked. They know nothing. കാരണം സാധാരണ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചോദിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പോലും അറിയാൻ പറ്റില്ല. കാരണം പരീക്ഷയ്ക്ക് പാസ്സാകാൻ വേണ്ടി മാത്രം പഠിച്ച് പരീക്ഷ പാസ്സായി ഒരു കടലാസ് ഡിഗ്രിയുമായിട്ട് വരുന്നവരാണ്. അവരെ കൊണ്ട് ഒരു കാര്യത്തിനും കൊള്ളില്ല എന്നുള്ളതാണ് അദ്ദേഹം പറഞ്ഞതിന്റെ ഉദ്ദേശം. Don't be like that. Clearing the examination is important, but it will only give you an entry into an interview room. അവിടെ വെച്ച് നടക്കുന്നത് നിങ്ങളുടെ കഴിവാണ്, നിങ്ങളുടെ പലപ്പോഴും ഞാൻ നോക്കി IIM അഹമ്മദാബാദിലെ സ്റ്റുഡൻറ്റിൻ്റെ റിക്രൂട്ട്മെൻറ്റിന് അവിടുത്തെ അഡ്മിഷൻസ് ഇൻ്റർവ്യൂവിന് പല വർഷങ്ങളോളം ഞാൻ പോയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അഡ്മിഷൻസ് ഇൻ്റർവ്യൂ ഒരുപാട് പേരെ ഇൻ്റർവ്യൂ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ പല ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ ചോദിക്കും. ഉദാഹരണത്തിന് അവരോട് ഒരു ചോദ്യം ചോദിക്കുന്നത് നിങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഹോബി എന്താണെന്ന് ചോദിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ ഹോബി ഒരാൾ പറയുകയാണ് എനിക്ക് വായിക്കുന്ന ഇഷ്ടമാണ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഞങ്ങൾ ചോദിക്കുന്നത് എന്ത് വായിക്കുന്നതാണ് ഇഷ്ടം? നോവൽ വായിക്കുന്നതാണ് ഇഷ്ടം. അപ്പൊ ഏത് ടൈപ്പ് നോവലാണ് വായിക്കുന്ന ഇഷ്ടം? ഏതെങ്കിലും ഓഥറിനെ ഇഷ്ടമാണോ? ആ ഓഥറിന്റെ എത്ര ബുക്കുകൾ വായിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്? See, if suddenly within few minutes you will be able to gauge the depth of interest of that person. ആ ആളിന്റെ താല്പര്യത്തിന്റെ എത്ര കാഠിന്യം ഉണ്ടെന്നുള്ളത് നമ്മൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കിയിരിക്കും. നിങ്ങളുടെ ഓരോരുത്തരുടെ ലൈഫിൽ ഒരു കാര്യത്തിന് നല്ല കഴിവുണ്ടായിരിക്കണം. ഒരു പ്രാവശ്യം ഒരു ഇന്റർവ്യൂവിന് തമാശയായിട്ട് പറഞ്ഞത് സീരിയസ് ആയിട്ട് എടുക്കണ്ട, ആരാണ് ചോദിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഒരു കാൻഡിഡേറ്റിനെ കളയാക്കിച്ചോണ്ട് പെൺപിള്ളേരെ നോക്കാറുണ്ടോ എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു. അപ്പം അവൻ വളരെ നാണിച്ചു പറഞ്ഞു നോക്കാറുണ്ടെന്ന്. അപ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് എത്രമാത്രം നോക്കുമെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു. എന്നിട്ട് ആ പ്രൊഫസർ പറഞ്ഞത്, ഈ വായി നോക്കുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നന്നായിട്ട് നോക്കണം, അല്ലാതെ ചുമ്മാ ഇങ്ങനെ കണ്ണടച്ചിട്ട് നോക്കാനല്ല. നമ്മൾ എന്ത് ചെയ്യുന്നോ ആ കാര്യം ഇന്റൻസ് ആയിട്ട് ചെയ്യണം. ഡെപ്ത് ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കണം. വായിക്കുന്ന കാര്യമാണെങ്കിൽ, പടം വരയ്ക്കുന്ന, സിനിമ കാണുന്ന കാര്യത്തിൽ ഒരു പ്രായത്തിൽ എനിക്ക് സിനിമയോട് വലിയ താല്പര്യമുണ്ട്. ഒരു പ്രായത്തിൽ, നിങ്ങളുടെയൊക്കെ ഏജിൽ, നിങ്ങളെക്കാട്ടി ഞാൻ ആക്ച്വലി ഒരു 17-18 ഇയേഴ്സിലൊക്കെ സിനിമയോട് താല്പര്യമുണ്ട്. അന്ന് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരുന്നതെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പല ഫിലിം ഫെസ്റ്റിവലിനും പോയി സിനിമകൾ കണ്ടുവരും. സത്യജിത്രയുടെ ഫിലിമും പിന്നെ ഋതിക് ഘട്ടക്കിന്റെ ഫിലിമും ഒക്കെ കണ്ട് എൻജോയ് ചെയ്യുമായിരുന്നു. അന്ന് സിനിമയെ പറ്റി ഒരു ധാരണ, അന്നത്തെ കാലത്ത് സത്യജിത്രയും ഋതിക് ഘട്ടക്കും ഒക്കെ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ അബ്സ്ട്രാക്ട് ഫിലിമിന്റെ ഒക്കെ ആൾക്കാരാണ് ഋതിക് ഘട്ടക്ക്. അതൊക്കെ കണ്ടു കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് അരവിന്ദന്റെ സിനിമ മലയാളത്തിൽ വന്നു. ഇതൊക്കെ കണ്ടിട്ട് ആബ്സ്ട്രാക്ട് ഫിലിം കണ്ട് സന്തോഷിക്കാനായിട്ടൊരു കഴിവ് ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്തു. സോ ദാറ്റ് യു ഗെറ്റ് ടു നോ ദീസ് തിങ്സ്. പിന്നെ ആരും പറയാതെ തന്നെ നോവലൊക്കെ വായിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങി. ഞാൻ മലയാളം മീഡിയത്തിലാണ് 10ാം ക്ലാസ് വരെ പഠിച്ചത്. ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് പഠിക്കുന്ന 5ാം ക്ലാസ്സിലാണ്. I have written books in English much later. It is not because I was born with a silver spoon. It is because I worked hard. എനിക്ക് ഇംഗ്ലീഷിൽ സംസാരിക്കാനായിട്ട് പ്രീ ഡിഗ്രിക്ക് പഠിക്കുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കും വലിയ വിവരമൊന്നുമില്ല. I knew that I had a limitation and I worked on that limitation. And a culmination of one of that capability was few years ago, I had an occasion to give a talk in Surat to a student audience of more than 1,000 students in presence of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Dalai Lama'യുടെ പ്രസൻസിൽ 1000 സ്റ്റുഡൻസിനെ അഭിസംബോധന ചെയ്യാനായിട്ടുള്ള അവസരം എനിക്കുണ്ടായി. അതൊക്കെ ലൈഫിലെ ഒരു വലിയൊരു സന്തോഷമുള്ള കാര്യമാണ്. ഇംഗ്ലീഷിൽ ശരിക്കും സംസാരിക്കാൻ അറിയാൻ പാടില്ലായിരുന്നു ഞാൻ. ആ ഒരു ലെവലിലോട്ട് വന്നത് അധ്വാനം ഒരുപാടുണ്ട് എൻ്റെ പുറകിൽ. നമ്മുടെ വീക്ക്നെസ് മനസ്സിലാക്കി നമ്മൾ ഓവർകം ചെയ്യാനായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പ്രവണതയാണ് അത് നമ്മൾ എത്തിച്ചത്. അല്ലാതെ നോട്ട് ബിക്കോസ് ഐ വാസ് ബോൺ ഇൻ എ സിൽവർ സ്പൂൺ. മലയാളം മീഡിയത്തിൽ 5ാം ക്ലാസ്സിലാണ് ഇംഗ്ലീഷിൻ്റെ ആൽഫബറ്റ്സ് ഞാൻ പഠിക്കുന്നത്, ABCD പഠിക്കുന്നത്. അന്ന് ഞാൻ ഇപ്പോഴും ഓർക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. എനിക്ക് ഏറ്റവും പ്രയാസമുള്ളൊരു വാക്കായിട്ട് ഞാൻ ഇപ്പോൾ ഓർക്കുന്നത് 5ാം ക്ലാസ്സിൽ പഠിക്കുമ്പോൾ വില്ലേജ് എന്നുള്ള വാക്കാണ്. LEGE ആണ് LAGE ആണോന്ന് എനിക്ക് അന്ന് ഭയങ്കര കൺഫ്യൂഷൻ. വില്ലേജ് എന്ന് നമ്മൾ എഴുതുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് ആ സ്പെല്ലിങ്ങിൽ EGE ആണോ AGE ആണോ എന്നൊരു കൺഫ്യൂഷൻ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു അന്ന്. അപ്പോൾ വില്ലേജൊക്കെ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞൊരു ഭയങ്കര ഒരു വാക്കായിട്ട് എനിക്കന്ന് തോന്നിയിട്ടുണ്ട് അന്ന് 5ാം ക്ലാസ്സിലൊക്കെ പഠിക്കുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക്. അവിടുന്നാണ് നമ്മൾ ഒരുപാട് പ്രതിസന്ധികളും ചലഞ്ചസും, പ്രതിസന്ധി എന്ന് പറയാൻ പാടില്ല, നമ്മുടെ ഒരു ചാലഞ്ചസ് ഓവർകം ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് നമ്മൾ ലൈഫിൽ പോകുന്നത്. അത് നമുക്ക് ആ ഡിസയർ ഉണ്ട്. നമ്മൾ വി ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്. Once you understood that you have limitation, you start reading. You start reading books. You start reading initially ചെറിയ ബുക്കുകൾ, പിന്നെ വലിയ ബുക്കുകൾ, പിന്നെ നമുക്ക് ബുക്ക് അതിനകത്തെ ചാപ്റ്റേഴ്സ് വായിച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഇത് ഒരു സമയത്ത് ബെർട്രാൻഡ് റസ്സൽ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞൊരു ഓതറിൻ്റെ ഒരു ബുക്കുണ്ട്, ഒരു ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് ഫിലോസഫി. അങ്ങനെ ബുക്ക് വായിച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അങ്ങനെ എഴുതിയിരിക്കുന്ന അങ്ങനെ പോലും മനസ്സിലാവുമെന്ന് എനിക്ക് തോന്നിയിട്ടില്ല. ഇന്നും വായിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇറ്റ് വാസ് സച്ച് എ ഡെൻസ് ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് and very complicated philosophy that only Bertrand Russell can interpret. He is supposed to be one of the greatest philosophical thinkers of that time. അതൊക്കെ വായിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഒന്നും മനസ്സിലായിട്ടില്ലെങ്കിലും വായിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അങ്ങനെ നമ്മൾ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടാണ്. So you start investing in observing people, in learning how they behave and interpreting that. And that is a capability you need to develop. And last point, ഇതെല്ലാം ചെയ്യണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ളൊരു കാര്യം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പേഷ്യൻസ് ഇൻ ഒബ്സർവിങ്. നമ്മളിപ്പം നിങ്ങൾ തന്നെ ഇരിക്കുന്നതിനകത്ത് പലരും കാല് കൊടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട് അല്ലേ? അതായത് എപ്പോഴാണ് ഇത് തീരുന്നത്? ഇടയ്ക്ക് വാച്ചൊക്കെ നോക്കും, ഇനി എത്ര നേരം കൂടെ ഉണ്ടാവില്ല. See, that is because you don't have the patience to listen. Your ability to learn is challenged. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് നമ്മളിത് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അത് പിന്നെ ഞാൻ പഠിച്ചത് ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ളത് നല്ലപോലെ ക്ലാസ് എടുക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാരിൽ നിന്ന് പഠിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്, ബോറായിട്ട് ക്ലാസ് എടുക്കുന്നവരിൽ നിന്നും പഠിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്, വളരെ ബോറായിട്ട് ക്ലാസ് എടുക്കുന്നവരിൽ നിന്നും ഞാൻ പഠിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. എങ്ങനെ ക്ലാസ് എടുക്കാൻ പാടില്ല, എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് അവരുടെ ക്ലാസ് ബോറാകുന്നത് എന്നുള്ളത് മനസ്സിലാക്കാനായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഡിസ്ക്രിമിനേറ്ററി പവർ എനിക്ക് ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്തത് ഇതിൽ നിന്നൊക്കെയാണ്. അല്ലാതെ നമ്മൾ സ്വിച്ച് ഓഫ് ചെയ്ത്, നമ്മുടെ മനസ്സ് സ്വിച്ച് ഓഫ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഈ വാച്ച് നോക്കിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നതില്ല. So there is a learning in everything. You need to have that attitude towards learning. ആ ആറ്റിറ്റ്യൂഡ് നമുക്കില്ല എന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമ്മളൊന്നും പഠിക്കാൻ പോകുന്നില്ല. നമ്മളൊന്നും പഠിച്ചില്ല എന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ ജീവിതത്തിൽ സാധാരണഗതിയിൽ വലിയ ഹൈറ്റ്സിലൊന്നും പോകാൻ പോകുന്നില്ല. വിൽ ആക്ച്വലി ബി 2 കാറ്റഗറിയാണ്. അതിനകത്ത് ഒരു കാറ്റഗറി, യു ഡോണ്ട് വോണ്ട് ടു ബിലോങ് ടു ദ സെക്കൻഡ് കാറ്റഗറി. One category is people who have achieved something in life, people who have made an impact. അവരുടെ ചുറ്റുപാടുള്ള സൊസൈറ്റിയിലെങ്കിലും അവരൊരു ഇമ്പാക്റ്റ് ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള ആൾക്കാരാണ്. ഒരു വേറെ ചെല്ലുണ്ട്, അവരെ പറയുന്നത് ഓൾസോ റാൻ എന്നാണ്. അവരും ഓടി, എവിടെ എത്തി അവർക്ക് തന്നെ അറിഞ്ഞൂടെ എവിടെ എത്തിയത്. അപ്പം യു ഡോണ്ട് വോണ്ട് ടു ബി an also ran in this whole game of life. You want to be somebody who actually impacts people around you and create some kind of a desire to do job better so that you scale better heights and you become good to the society. Innale I'll end up with one example. Yesterday I had a business owner. He's a good businessman, youngster. He got into the family business recent item. Very enthusiastic, and family has been in that particular business for 40 years. കയറി കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് അദ്ദേഹമായിട്ട് സംസാരിച്ചപ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് അവർ പറഞ്ഞത്, എന്നെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം I want to make money, but that is not the purpose. My purpose is how do I contribute to the society and help people around me better. അതിന് ഞാൻ ബിസിനസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് നല്ല ജോലി കൊടുക്കുക, നല്ല ശമ്പളം കൊടുക്കുക, കൺസ്യൂമേഴ്സിന് നല്ല പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് കൊടുക്കുക, കൺസ്യൂമേഴ്സിന് നല്ല എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് കൊടുക്കുക. ഇതൊക്കെയാണ് എൻ്റെ ലക്ഷ്യം. ഞാനിപ്പം വിചാരിക്കുകയും ചെയ്തു, ഉദാത്തമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു മനസ്സാണ്. ഇറ്റ്സ് എ ഗ്രേറ്റ് മൈൻഡ് അല്ലേ? അല്ലാതെ ഞാനൊരു 10 പൈസ കൂടുതൽ ലാഭം ഉണ്ടാക്കാനായിട്ട് ബിസിനസ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയുള്ള ഒരു വ്യഗ്രതയല്ല. So develop that capability to contribute to people around you. That is what is going to take you far. I'll stop here. Thank you very much. And it was nice meeting you, a young crowd in an era of pandemic.
Thank you, sir. It's time for the short Q&A session. Students can ask their queries now.
Okay, very good.
Good morning, sir. My name is Eminent. Sir, we know that branding of a product or service plays a key role in marketing. So when we consider our current pandemic scenario, is it necessary that we should need to consider any pandemic-related factors in branding so that our current marketing strategies can be evolved to a next level?
Pandemic, see, the situations like this, what is the most important thing from a consumer's perspective? What most important thing is confidence in the brand. Consumer, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. See, how do you ensure confidence of consumers in the brand? ഈ ഒരു സമയത്ത് പലതിനോടും നമുക്കൊരു സംശയം ഉണ്ടാകും. നമ്മൾ പുറത്തിറങ്ങിയാൽ നമുക്ക് അസുഖം വരുമോ, നമ്മൾ മാസ്ക് ഇട്ടില്ലെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് കുഴപ്പം വരുമോ, എവിടെയെങ്കിലും തൊട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കൈ കഴുകിയില്ലെങ്കിൽ കുഴപ്പം വരുമോ, ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ളൊരു ഭീതി നമ്മുടെ ഉള്ളിൽ. ഒരു വിധത്തിൽ പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ സർവൈവൽ ഇൻസ്റ്റിങ്ക്റ്റ് ആണ് അവിടെ കിക്ക് ഓഫ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. ആ ഒരു സമയത്ത് ബ്രാൻഡില്, ഈ ഒരു സമയത്ത് ബ്രാൻഡിന്റെ ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻസ് ഓഫ് ബ്രാൻഡ് ഇൻ ഡെവലപ്പിംഗ് കോൺഫിഡൻസ് ഇൻ കൺസ്യൂമർ becomes far, far important. In other words, നമ്മളുടെ ബ്രാൻഡിൽ വിശ്വസിക്കാൻ പറ്റും എന്ന് നമ്മൾ കൺസ്യൂമേഴ്സിനെ അറിയിച്ചിരിക്കണം. അത് നമ്മൾ പാൻഡമിക് റിലേറ്റഡ്ലി ഇതിൽ തൊട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അസുഖം വരില്ല എന്നൊന്നും പറയാനൊക്കില്ല. കാരണം യു ആർ നോട്ട് പ്രൊവൈഡിങ് വിത്ത് an antiseptic product. So therefore, first thing is develop that confidence in consumers. The second one is that trying to develop a distribution and sales system which minimizes contact with the consumer. Consumer, for example, ഇപ്പം നമ്മൾ പണ്ടൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ പലപ്പോഴും കടയിൽ പോയിട്ടാണ് ഒരു സാധനത്തിന്റെ കാര്യം പറയുന്നത്. ഇതെങ്ങനെയുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പൊ ഒരു ടെലിവിഷൻ സെറ്റ് വാങ്ങിക്കാൻ പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, ടെലിവിഷൻ സെറ്റ് വിൽക്കുന്ന കടയിൽ പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഈ സെറ്റ് എങ്ങനെയുണ്ട്, ഇതിന്റെ കളർ എങ്ങനെയുണ്ട്, ഇതിന്റെ ക്ലാരിറ്റി എങ്ങനെയുണ്ടെന്നൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ ചോദിക്കാറുണ്ട് അല്ലേ? So today, consumers actually pre-decide the brand through information which is available. In other words, that last point choice is only ഇതാണോ ബെറ്റർ, ഇത് തന്നെ ആണല്ലോ നല്ലത് എന്ന് മാത്രമേ നമ്മൾ നോക്കാറുള്ളൂ. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇതാണോ അതാണോ ബെറ്റർ എന്നുള്ളതിനെക്കാട്ടി ഇതാണോ നല്ലത് എന്നുള്ളത് ഞാൻ തീരുമാനിച്ചത് ശരിയാണോ ഇല്ലയോ എന്ന് നോക്കത്തേ ഉള്ളൂ. So therefore, consumers' information seeking behavior is different. Other confidence in the brand, the consumer confidence in the brand should increase, and you should എങ്ങനെയാണ് നമ്മൾ കോണ്ടാക്ട് മിനിമൈസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്? നമ്മൾ ചോദിക്കുന്നത് കോണ്ടാക്ട് എങ്ങനെ മിനിമൈസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്? മാജിക് വല്ലോണ്. ഓൺലി വൺ മാജിക്. പ്രൊവൈഡ് ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ത്രൂ ദ ഡിജിറ്റൽ മീഡിയ. ആൻഡ് ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ആർ ടു തിങ്സ്. രണ്ട് ഇൻഫർമേഷനാണുള്ളത്. വൺ വളരെ ക്ലിയർ ആയിട്ട് ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ വിച്ച് ഈസ് factual ആയിട്ടുള്ള information. The second is persuasive information. You can say that my screen size is this or my pixelage is this much. That is information. Persuasion is because of that you get a much better clarity. Because of that you get much better experience of viewing. അതാണ് consumer experience. ഇപ്പൊ രണ്ട് കാര്യങ്ങൾ important. Focus on the consumer experience, and the technical reason is only an explanation why that experience is delivered to the consumer. ഇത് വാങ്ങിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇന്ന ഗുണമുണ്ട്, അത് എങ്ങനെ ആ ഗുണം കിട്ടും, അത് ഇന്ന ഇൻഗ്രീഡിയൻസ്. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് ഹൗ യു ഷുഡ് വ്യൂ. അല്ലാതെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇന്ന ഇൻഗ്രീഡിയൻസ് ഉണ്ട് എന്ന് മാത്രം പറഞ്ഞ് നിർത്തിയിട്ട് കാര്യമൊന്നുമില്ല. So start focusing on the consumer experience. You get a superior experience. Because our salespeople are well trained. Our salespeople provide greater information. ഇതൊക്കെയാണ് ആ സ്ട്രാറ്റജിയുടെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് വരുന്നത്. മനസ്സിലായില്ലേ? So in a pandemic situation, നമുക്ക് ആന്റിസെപ്റ്റിക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നതിനെക്കാട്ടി കൂടുതൽ we actually need to develop far greater confidence in the brand so that the uncertainty of a pandemic situation is not translated into revulsion in brands. It is translated into confidence in brands. Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Sir, my name is Amrita. Sir, my question is, how has COVID-19 pandemic changed consumer behavior in terms of preference for private labels or premium brands?
No, I think, private label or premium, even though private label and premium brands, these are all classification by the manufacturer. It is not necessarily classification by the consumer. നമ്മൾ പലപ്പോഴും നോക്കുന്നത് ഈ പ്രീമിയം, എക്കോണമി, പോപ്പുലർ എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞ് ക്ലാസിഫിക്കേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്. ഇത് ആരാണ് ക്ലാസിഫൈ ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്? മാനുഫാക്ചറർ അല്ലേ? അല്ലെങ്കിൽ മാർക്കറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന പാർട്ടീസ്. കൺസ്യൂമർ എങ്ങനെയാണ് ക്ലാസിഫൈ ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്? വാട്ട് ക്ലാസിഫിക്കേഷൻ ഇസ് ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻറ്റ് ഈസ് വാട്ട് കൺസ്യൂമേഴ്സ് ക്ലാസിഫൈ അല്ലേ? സോ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് തിങ്ക്. See, premium എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് കൺസ്യൂമറിന്റെ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസിനെ ആശ്രയിച്ചിരിക്കും. So what you had in mind as premium is essentially the price point, alle? Am I right in assuming that it was price point that you thought in terms of premium? Yes or no, madam?
Yes, sir.
Samrita?
Yes, sir.
ശരി. പ്രൈസ് പോയിന്റ് അല്ല. കൺസ്യൂമറിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം പ്രീമിയം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് കൺസ്യൂമറിന്റെ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസിലാണ് അല്ലേ? അപ്പൊ അങ്ങനെ വരുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് പ്രീമിയം എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് പലപ്പോഴും നമ്മളുടെ കൺസ്യൂമർ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസിനാണ് ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻസ് കൊടുക്കുക. അല്ലാതെ പ്രീമിയം എന്നുള്ള മാനുഫാക്ചറേഴ്സ് ക്ലാസിഫിക്കേഷൻ യാതൊരു റെലവൻസും ഇല്ല. ഇൻ അതർ വേർഡ്സ്, all that I am appealing to you is start thinking from the perspective of consumer. Don't think from the perspective of a marketer or a manufacturer. Think from the perspective of consumer. എല്ലാ കാര്യങ്ങളും കൺസ്യൂമറിന്റെ സൈഡിൽ നിന്ന് ചിന്തിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങിക്കഴിയുമ്പോൾ പല ചോദ്യങ്ങൾക്ക് നമുക്ക് വേറിട്ട ഉത്തരം കിട്ടാൻ തുടങ്ങും. ഈ ക്ലാസിഫിക്കേഷൻ തന്നെ കൺസ്യൂമറിന്റെ സൈഡിൽ ചോദിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇതായിരിക്കില്ല ക്ലാസിഫിക്കേഷൻ. മനസ്സിലായില്ലേ? സംടൈംസ് യു വിൽ വണ്ടർ, കൺസ്യൂമർ ചോദിച്ചു ഇത് പ്രീമിയം ആണോ പോപ്പുലർ ആണോ? ഇത് പ്രീമിയം ആണ്. കാര്യം എന്താ? ഭയങ്കര വിലയാണ് അല്ലേ? അത് ഇറ്റ്സ് എ വെരി റോങ് ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ, because that word premium didn't exist in the lexicon of the consumer. You provided that word and then you are forcing that data out from the consumer. മനസ്സിലായില്ലേ? അപ്പം therefore it is better to listen to the consumer and understand how do consumers classify. The superior experience. You have purchased your ready-made garments, you yourself have purchased, and you look at, is it the best cloth, is it the one which you paid a high price, or the best clothes is one which you had a superior experience of buying? ഏതാണ് ബെറ്റർ ആയിട്ട് തോന്നുന്നത്? സംയുക്ത, what is your name? You said Samyukta, right?
Amrita.
Samrita. So which is a cloth which you like? The one which you paid a high price, or one which you had a better experience of buying?
Better experience.
That's it. Not necessarily. So that is a premium cloth for you, alle? So premium, popular എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുന്നത് നമ്മുടെ ക്ലാസിഫിക്കേഷൻ ആണ്, കൺസ്യൂമറിന്റെ ക്ലാസിഫിക്കേഷൻ ആണ്. So you need to start thinking from a consumer's perspective. ഈ ക്ലാസിഫിക്കേഷനൊക്കെ നമ്മുടെ ഈ മാനുഫാക്ചറേഴ്സും ബുക്കുകളും ഒക്കെ അടിച്ചു വിട്ടിട്ട് ഇതിനെയൊക്കെ ഒരുമാതിരി കുളമാക്കിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. So you need to liberate yourself from that prison and start thinking from a consumer's perspective, so that you become a far sharper decision maker than what the textbook actually is supposed to make you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Since we are running out of time, we are closing the Q&A session. It was a pleasure listening to a very educative session. I'm sure everyone here is thoroughly motivated by your talk. It was really thoughtful when you explained about how we prepare as youngsters to meet the uncertainties and challenges, and what are the kind of challenges you can expect when you go around about the consumer behavior, the transformation they have undergone, and also the digital era, the peer group influence on the purchase decision and its implications, and the story about the Egyptian cotton was interesting too. I'm sure everyone will agree with me. It was really an eye-opener. We are very grateful to hear from such a resourceful person like you. On behalf of all of us, I accord you our gratitude. Thank you all once again. Now,
Thank you. Thank
I
you very
invite
much.
Dr.
Thank you.
Thomas Verghese, Director BIMS, to speak a few words.
Respected sir,
Hmm.
I think the students of this campus and the teachers here are privileged today. ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ഏറ്റവും ഉയർന്ന മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ സ്ഥാപനമായ മലയാളത്തിൽ പറയുകയാണ് ഫ്രം ദ ഹാർട്ട് IIM അഹമ്മദാബാദിൻ്റെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ അധ്യാപകരിൽ ഒരാളായ എബ്രഹാം കോശി സാർ, ചങ്ങനാശ്ശേരി SP കോളേജിലെ MBA സ്റ്റുഡൻസുമായി ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു സംവാദനം നടത്തുവാനും, മലയാളത്തിൽ ശരിയാണെന്ന് അറിയില്ല, കൺസ്യൂമർ സൈക്കോളജി, ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയൽ സൈക്കോളജി, ദ നീഡ് ഫോർ ഒബ്സർവേഷൻ എന്നുള്ള കൺസെപ്റ്റുകൾക്ക് അപ്പുറത്തേക്ക് ഒരു മലയാളം മീഡിയത്തിൽ നിന്നും എങ്ങനെ ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻ, ലോകമറിയപ്പെടുന്ന ഒരു പ്രൊഫസറായി മാറാൻ ഹാർഡ് വർക്ക്, ഡെഡിക്കേഷൻ എന്ന 2 വാക്കുകളിൽ അടിസ്ഥാനമായ ഒരു ജീവിതം കൊണ്ട് ഉയരാൻ സാധിക്കുമെന്ന് അഭിമാനപൂർവ്വം പറയുകയും ചെയ്ത സാറിനോട് ഞാൻ ഹൃദയത്തിൻ്റെ മലയാള ഭാഷയിൽ, അഗെയിൻ രാഷ്ട്രീയ ഭാഷയിൽ പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഹൃദയത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഷയിൽ ഫ്രം ദ ഹാർട്ട് നന്ദി പറയുന്നു.
താങ്ക് യു. എനിക്ക് SP കോളേജുമായിട്ട് ചെറിയൊരു സെന്റിമെന്റൽ കണക്ഷൻ ഉണ്ട്. എന്താന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ എൻ്റെ വൈഫ് MSc ഫിസിക്സ് ചെയ്തത് SP കോളേജിൽ. സോ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു കണക്ഷൻ ഉണ്ട്. ഞങ്ങളുടെ കല്യാണം കഴിയുന്ന സമയത്ത് ആക്ച്വലി വാസ് കംപ്ലീറ്റിംഗ് her MSc in physics from SP college.
So alumnus by marriage. You are okay.
So
Thank you sir.
Thank you sir. Good luck to all of you.
And സാർ ഇവിടെ നേരിട്ട് വന്ന കുട്ടികളുമായി ഒരു ക്ലാസ്, ഇൻട്രാക്റ്റീവ് സെഷൻ, അല്ലാതെ ഒരു ക്ലാസ് എടുത്തിട്ട് പോകുന്നല്ല, ഒരു സെഷൻ. അപ്പോൾ ഒരു ഓപ്പൺ ഫോറം ഉണ്ടാവും, കുട്ടികൾ കുറച്ചുകൂടെ കോൺഫിഡൻ്റ് ആവും. കാരണം ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്നതെല്ലാം സാധാരണക്കാരുടെ മക്കളും സാധാരണക്കാരായ കുട്ടികളുമാണ്. അവർക്ക് ഉയരങ്ങളിൽ
ഞാനൊക്കെ സാധാരണക്കാരനായിരുന്നു. എല്ലാവരും സാധാരണക്കാരനാണ്. None of us are privileged. None of us were born with a silver spoon.
അവർ അസാധാരണക്കാരാകാനുള്ള മോട്ടിവേഷനും റോൾ മോഡലുമാണ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ മുമ്പിൽ ഇപ്പോൾ ഇരിക്കുന്നത്. താങ്ക് യു സർ.
Thank you. Good luck. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. You have a tea break now. Please help yourself. You come back within
Wonderful opportunity to speak with you today, and to Dr. George Verghese for inviting me to share my thoughts during this wonderful conference. My name is Hari Ayyappan. I lead the data technology and analytics practice for the Global Financial Advisory at Deloitte. I'm based in Mumbai, and before we jump into the topic, I'm keen to share my thoughts in terms of what the strategies we could adopt for post-COVID. But before that, I think it's worthwhile to mention, as business leaders and entrepreneurs, there is a black swan event, of course, as COVID, but, as a leader, we should always be comfortable in being uncomfortable, right? So we've had instances, or we go through multiple challenges, or just to use a metaphor, you probably would have heard of the VUCA world, right? Volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous situations in business. And every day we face it, right? Currency fluctuates if you're doing businesses cross-border, or the value integrated value chains are a challenge, and there is new skills, new set of skills that are being asked from our professionals. A lot of course, there's digitization that's going on, accelerated by events like the COVID. So there is a lot of things that we need to consider as business leaders, and we have the ability to be in the front and center of most of these challenges and guide during the next phase. Or as the fourth industrial revolution is happening, and it's bringing about a lot of changes in the way we do business. I'd like to share some of those strategies with you, and again, it's a summarized, filtered, boiled down version. There is much more, and hopefully one day I can come and speak with you all in person. But generally, the first thing I think we should be not to get frustrated by this complexity of the problems. It's to be better prepared and mitigate those risks, right? So one of the key responsibilities of a leader or manager is also to identify or proactively identify the risks to the business, right? So I think that is an important part. Maybe it's not in the top priority, but definitely an important part, right? And approach each challenge with incremental solutions. So take it bite by bit in terms of the challenges they're facing. It could be for example, I'm just giving an example of the reason why that in my I guess in my age, or a long time back, we had this photographic firm that if you know Kodak, they ran out of business because they didn't understand the customers, they didn't look at the complexity of the environment, and but now they're back, they're trying to get back into the digitalized era and so on. So it's understanding the risks, disruptions around you, and and take it one step at a time, right? And be ahead of the curve. I think the second I would say is if the purpose of why, as a business, why you exist. You call it the vision, or if you're starting a new business, for example, if why did Wright brothers create the aeroplanes when they had funding much lesser than a lot of other big players? It's the reason that they the purpose that they needed to build the powered man flights, and that I think drove them there much faster. So there are various examples of looking at ahead of the curve, and nowadays, if you sit now and think about what is even before COVID, there's a lot of talk about the environment, and ESG, the environmental, social, and the impact is huge, and this companies are being measured in ESG terms. The carbon emission and so on. So, I mean, that itself is a broad way where you can get opportunities out of, what you need to do in that space, right? I'm not saying everything needs to be new, but usually when you talk about disruption and innovation, it's a step change. It's something that, you don't make many candles, you make a light bulb, right? That's the way you need to look at solutions. And my favorite example is, if you have a lot of, earlier days, people used to log ice from lakes, and their way of innovation was to, they used to pull it by horses. The way of innovation was to get better horses, faster horses, whatever it is. But then came the refrigerator, right? And that enabled everyone to have ice at home. So, think, where you want, and then play to your strengths, right? It's not that everybody needs to look for, the next big thing, but you need to match your resources, and maybe even start a little smaller and test the waters. But, play to your strengths. People tell you, improve your weakness and all that, but I think you always need to play to your strengths. I landed up in analytics. I did my master's in the US, and I was always inclined to find solutions from data, right? And I think it was just when people are adopting the analytics, getting more familiar with the analytics space, then I had the early mover advantage there. So, and then, I think I continued on that and looked at different things, and that's emerging as well. Right now you have, if you take analytics and technology, it's a huge thing. And by the way, I'm a mechanical engineer, by trade, but I need to keep up a lot of, IoTs, smart manufacturing, and, blockchains, artificial intelligence. That's the reason why skills are getting different. You need more critical thinking. You need more problem-solving skills. You can't do the same thing again. You need to be oriented, especially as business leaders like you and entrepreneurs. You need to think about, how do you solve problems. That is where, I think your best effort could be used, right? And I talked about vision. Why do we exist? The other thing is, always, you put the cart before the horse. You need to think about the customers, the competitors. They are the ultimate. I mean, if you're in a service industry, or you need to really know what are the needs, and it can't be understated yet, because you need to really, that's the thing about design thinking and some of those aspects. Go into it and understand, build personas of your customer, and try to make sure that you are addressing the market need, and sustainable market need, so to speak, right? And then the other one is, I think my favorite one, because my team, I think the only asset, main asset, I would think, although we call it analytics and technology, are the people, right? People are the most important factor in a business, where you work with people, basically. So it's very important to understand it. After COVID, there are things there are people who need work from home, hybrid model. Their requirements have changed. Their thoughts are different. The millennials are having a different mindset than the other generations, and so on. So if I look at different aspects of if I was sitting in a coffee shop with you and talking about what are the key opportunities that you have, right? I mean, it's basically to think, you're in COVID, what did you feel like that you do the market research and you talk about customers? Wellness is a big thing. So there's a lot of opportunity in wellness, in the childcare, in terms of, there are a lot of AI toys that people learn from, kids learn from. Tourism in Kerala is very important, and it's definitely going to get back. And how do you modernize tourism? How do you make the experience better? So there's a lot of things in that aspect. I think one less talked about is the ability to fail, right, and fail quickly. So you need to make I think it's more of you business leaders need to make an ecosystem where failure is accepted, where you can fail without, and come back on your feet pretty quickly. I talked about innovation and disruption, but you can innovate in multiple, and innovation is not just getting ideas, right? It's the most part of innovation is mostly in the execution part. you could have 1,000 ideas, but unless you know how to execute and go through the process, I don't think everybody has a vision about what they want to do. But unless you get it, hit the tires where the tire hits the road, basically, is where that matters, right? The last and most focus area that most are on most of the corporates' mind is the CSR, the corporate social responsibility. There is you're giving back to the community in a building that at the end of the day we are all humans. We need to make sure that we are helping and including others in our in a business success and all those sort of things. So again, I know I talked about a lot of stuff, but those are just the thoughts I wrote down. Dr. George Verghese was very, very helpful in kind of telling me, just talk about your ideas, and that's. And I know there are a lot of distinguished guests. I really miss the opportunity to be in person and hear, hear those wonderful inputs as well. It's always good to learn. With that, I will take leave and wish you all the very best. And like I said, on an occasion, I'll definitely come and meet you all in person. I've given my contacts to Dr. George, and please feel free to reach out. Yeah, good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir, for the informative video. Even in this busy schedule, he arranged a video presentation for us. It was definitely thought-provoking. I wish more people would have heard educative sessions like this. Hope students can meet him in person. Thank you.
Sir, are we audible, sir?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Dr. Zong Ru Lee. Welcome to God's own country. Berchmans Institute of Management Studies accords you a warm welcome to the 24th edition of Berchmans International Conference 2022 on the theme Reframing Business Dynamics for the New Era. For a clear insight into the profile of the eminent speaker, allow me to introduce him. Dr. Zong Ru Lee, Professor, Department of Marketing in National Chung Seng University, Taiwan, is a doctoral degree holder from Texas A&M University. His research interests include SEM and decision making, agriculture, innovation, internet marketing and e-commerce, logistics, management science, technology and innovation as well. He has published 6 books and more than 225 articles in domestic and international journals. He is currently a visiting research professor with Department of Nutrition and Food Science, University of Maryland, USA. He acts as chairman, International Association for Agricultural Sustainability, IAS, International Agriculture Innovation Conference, IAIC, and is in the editorial board of several reputed journals. We are greatly privileged to have you here, sir, and we look forward to a great session. Thank you, and over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Recording in progress.
Yes, sir, very much.
Okay, so I do the share, who do it for me?
Sorry, sir.
Stephanie. Yep. Okay. So everyone can see the PowerPoint here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let me allow me to say to make this speech from this moment. It's really my honor to be the keynote speaker for this wonderful conference. The topic is new trends in management education. Actually, this is a big topic, and so many people are thinking how to make the management education better and stronger, okay, to influence the society. And I'm Dr. Lee Jong-Lu, and thank you for your introduction. I think you already say a lot about me, so I will skip some of my introductions. Basically, now I'm in American. The time here is 1:30 a.m., but it's my honor, even though it's very early in the USA. But when I see so many Indian students or audience sitting there, yeah, I'm quite impressed, okay? So let me next. And it's about my background. I got a PhD from Texas A&M 25 years ago. Now I serve as a professor in Taiwan. And I took some positions, especially for the International Association, IAAS. And our headquarters is in Singapore. So after this speech, if you are interested in the conference, my journal, or my association, please go on the website to see what we are doing before, okay? And of course, we hope that in the near future, you can join us to be part of our partners in research and the promotion. Next. And these are all my special research areas in terms of the supply chain, value chain, blockchain, and the agricultural investment, internet marketing, etc. So any one of you, if you are interested in these topics, welcome you to write emails to me. And I publish more than 250 journal papers and several books and book chapters and the conference papers. And mainly the language, of course, I will use would be Chinese and also English. Okay, I visited India 3 times before COVID-19. It was my pleasure trips because the food in India is so attractive to me. You use a lot of herb. That's what I learned. What I learned, how you cook and how you enjoy food. I really like it. Okay, and also your tea. India tea is famous in the whole world. Next. So today I will give these topics. This is the outline. I put it in 10 terms. Okay, hope that you can learn something from my speech. So let's do it one by one. First one, next. What is the focus and the trends in management? I think focus of management, we are not just focused on how to manage people, because that's always what we think in the past. How you evaluate how good you are, you will say, okay, how many people working under you? So which means you manage how many people, and how to make these people do things efficiently. But that's the old thinking. Okay. Now we should try to solve the problems in reality, especially the problems in company, the problems in industry, or in the society, and even to the environment. So once we talk about the environment, there are some new terms and the big terms we need to know. That's sustainability. Okay, sustainability usually covers 3 areas. One is society, the other one is economics, and the number 3 is the economics, society, and the social. So the related term used with sustainability will be ESG, which means environment, society, and the governance. This term is very so close to management area because it talks about governance. Okay, so when we talk about we should be nice to the environment, everyone will say yes, yes. But how the company make profit? So go through the governance to make your company can be sustainable, do business forever, and also have the profit. Okay, and the big terms in these years are not just ESG or sustainability. You can also hear about SDG. It's an idea from United Nations. They propose that in the whole world, we should focus on 17 goals. That's what they call sustainable development goals. For example, no hunger, okay? This world, everyone should have enough food and good food to satisfy your stomach such that you don't fear of the hunger. That's one of the examples. And also the carbon emission, that's also a very big issue now in the whole world. The company produces something, then he will generate the carbon emission. So how to erase the carbon emission is also a big topic now. Of course, you will think about that, okay, I should decrease the emission. But how about if you cannot? Then what you can do is you buy it, you buy the quota. So how to pay it, how to buy it, where you can buy it, that's also new issues. And the next one is climate change. I think everyone can feel that, right? Sometimes weather is so hot. Sometimes it has a heavy rain. It comes quick and also goes quick. So for agriculture, how to react to this climate change is a big issue. So there is a new term called resilient agriculture, which means that you need to see what is the weather change in the near future. For example, we will have a much bigger rain compared to the past, so the farmer will do the farming in different way. Or when weather forecast says that the rain will be little compared to the past, then also farmers should be able to do some other ways of farming in order to reflect this weather change. So it's a big change and a big issue for the climate change. So how to solve this issue? You can Google and see what is called resilience. Okay, and also you can always hear AI, machine learning, right? These will be always the future big topic, especially how to combine management, agriculture, and also this internet technology. If you can combine them together successfully, I think you will have a good future. Now, I found several new companies or new research to do this area of the combinations. Okay, for example, can I just read the message from the label of the packaging of the food? Then I can tell you what is this food taste. It will be sweet, or it will be sour or spicy. But you need to tell me how spicy or how sweet it is. So you need to use the technology in the area of the internet, and also you need to have very good management skill in order to manage the system perfectly and apply to the food science. So these are all new areas. And for management education, I think in future, you will talk more about these combinations in skills. Next. So let's back to reality. Because COVID-19, we always say that physical distancing, which means 6 feet distances. So I'm in the USA, and I find that people really concerned about this 6 feet distance. So people bring their lunchbox to school, and people eat the lunch in their office. They don't go to a cafeteria. So everything is changing. So let me give you two examples. One is called the cloud kitchens. Cloud kitchens is a new idea because you don't know where is the kitchen. So it's another term called the ghost restaurant, which means that you can order food through internet. But if I tell you or I ask you where is the restaurant located, the answer is no one knows. You just know their app, you just know their or order meal code, something like that. Okay, but actually, what they are doing is that this restaurant is located in a food court. I think in American, usually the mall has a food court. Food court is defined as that a group of restaurants and they sitting next to each other, and customers can buy meal from these shops and bring food to the chair and table in front of the shops, and then you can take your food and sit there and eat. But now, because COVID-19, no one wants to sit there. Everyone buy it and take it home. So the businessmen think that since you don't come out, why not I sell it to your home? But where I am, it doesn't matter. I just need to have a internet accessible. So when you give me order, I will cook it. In where? In the food court. But the new definition or new type of the food court is that there is no chair, there is no table, only the small restaurant. And the small restaurant is fully digitalized. You can see the complete computer screen in front of each shop. So they will just receive the order and cook it. And then they will take it and they will prepare it. And because every 10 minutes, the delivery company will come here and pick up all the meals from this area of the food court and distribute it to the customer's home. This is very new style of the restaurant, popular in New York. Okay, so if you are interested in this new concept, you can Google the ghost restaurant or cloud kitchen. The other one is example is a car rental company. Now in USA, no matter what you are doing, usually customers need to do it online first to do the reservation. So once you do the reservation, what does it happen? You need to key in all information about you, your name, your social security number, your home address, your credit card number, etc. So when you go to the shop, you will get a key and get a car as soon as possible because all the information is in the internet already. So now, COVID-19 makes everything change. So in management education, I think also need to do change. So next, how to do change? Let's talk about future. I think in future, almost all business will be virtual. Okay, they might have an office, but the office will be very small. And in the office, maybe you can find there are 6 tables, but only one worker sitting there because they take turns. They take turns to the office. For the other staff, what they are doing, they stay at home or at home. So I have a student, okay? He got a job in American electricity car company. So he worked at home. So what he do? He travel. He stay 1 month in LA, next month in San Francisco, and then stay there for 1 month. Then he moved to another city. So he just moved, and he enjoy beach. So he will rent an apartment near the beach and stay there for 1 month. But every day he's still working because through internet. His office does not know where he is. Just like if I did not tell you now I'm in USA, I don't think you know where I am. You will think that since my nationality is Taiwan, so I should stay in Taiwan. No, people will go here, there, and no one knows where really you are because everything will almost be, to be virtual. So what is very important is digitalization. Okay, digitalization will become a new will make the business do the transformation successfully and good for business, because once you digitalize your process, your business, what is good? The good thing is that you will have data, because everything is in the internet, so you can trace back, you can do the analysis, and then you can also do the forecast. So that's a beauty what the company should do. So for the young people, I always encourage them, you should know more about internet, okay? And try to learn how to write computer programs, for example, Python language, okay? The more you know, I think it will be easier for you to find another job in the near future. Let me give you a small example. If you work in a company that's called SME, small and medium-sized company, the boss will always say that we need to do something new. We need to fit the changing of the COVID-19. We need to do this and that. But actually, the boss has no idea. He just knows the direction. So who will do it? The manager. The manager will follow the boss' idea and then say, yes, we need to do digitalization. We need to do transformation. But how to do it, he don't know. So he will go down to the staff. And if the staff is not well educated, then this company will always do not change. They will not change. They just know they need to do change, but they have no idea. So in such case, I always tell them, encourage them, go back to university, okay? Learn new skill. Otherwise, you don't know what to do, right? For example, you need to analyze your business model. You need to emphasize your business process. What is good in your process? What's bad in your process? How to increase efficiency in your process, such that to satisfy your customers to fit the change of the COVID-19. Okay? Next. So I think a very important key concept here related to management college is domain knowledge. For everyone, no matter where you are, what you are interested, you should know some industries domain knowledge. For example, hotel. So what is the key concept or very important issues in the hotel? And what is the important issues in the restaurant, taxi, etc.? Because if you know more about the knowledge in a specific industry, then you can be able to provide new idea to see how you can make a change. So that's what I say, application of IP and the BP to commercial. Because you will think about the new way to do business in this industry. So let's see, taxi industry is already be changed because of Uber, right? And the restaurant will also be changed by Uber Eats. Hotel also be changed by the Airbnb. So these are all the alive cases around us. So in future, everything can be changed. There are 3 MIT students, so clever. They create a machine, which the machine can cook the meal automatically. You just prepare the material and put it together in the machine. Then the machine will follow the computer program instructions, and they will cook the meal for the customers. It takes only 3 minutes. But if you give the order to the cook, that's their report says that it will take 6 minutes. So you see, cook is so important in a restaurant. But in the near future, the robot, the machine will replace the cook, because COVID-19 makes people scared, right? We don't want to sit so together and sit so closer. So we want to keep a distance always there. So think about that. New business will come out, okay? So you need to have some basic idea about the key concepts. For example, what is the supply chain, value chain, blockchain, and the sandbox. And of course, based on your interest, you should learn something about AI, machine learning, and the deep learning, etc. Okay. So I think in future, the trend is that you need to have the domain knowledge for a specific industry, and then combine all these new technologies in your business. I think you will become a very successful businessman. So next, let me take a few minutes to talk about supply chain, value chain, blockchain, and sandbox. Next. Next. This is the concept of the supply chain. Okay. Basically, what you need to do is to integrate upstream and the downstream partners to make it as a whole process to satisfy what the customer needs. For example, if you run a business, you need to know where is the food material come from, and you need to know where the customers come from, and you need to identify customer needs in order to give a good orders, right orders to the suppliers, such that they give you right materials for you to put the perfect meal for your customers. So that's a concept of the supply chain. Next is value chain. Value chain is to increase the value in the supply chain. But usually it's not so easy, because it's easy to be disrupted by some other issues, just like here, technology adoption or consumer requirements. So if you are interested in this kind of new trend business, I think you need to know something, not just about supply chain. You also need to know the value chain. Next. So value chain looks like the next slide. Next. Yeah, the right side of this slide, it says that we can separate everything in the company into categories. One is called the primary activity. The other one is called the supportive activities. And you try to find the linkage or the cooperation between these two types of activities, then you can create something new for your company. Okay, so easy to get an idea from this value chain concept, but how to implement it? Of course, you need to do it digitally, right? So that's a reason AI, machine learning, you need to have. But how do you know what kind of activity should cooperate with what activity? That's the domain knowledge you need to have in your mind. Next, blockchain. Okay, blockchain is a new term, but I think after the war between Russia and Ukraine, I think that blockchain technology will become famous because its transparency, it's decentralized technology. Let me tell you, in agriculture, blockchain is so beautiful because nothing can be fault, can be cheating. Why? Because I will take a photo. During this photo, I will send 5 data to my cloud. It's the time, it's the place, and some other information. You can define it, but all other information are not so important. The most important information is time. Because if I can develop an equation to make the time transfer to be a series of digits, then no one knows the formula, then no one can cheat me. Because once you take a photo, the digits will be generated automatically. So if you give me another photo, the digits will be different. So in such case, we can see everything will become transparent. That's the beauty of the blockchain. Next. So this is the example. Actually, it was my case. I do this kind of research in my class, and I present it in 68 UN Civil Society Conference in 2019. I invited my friends from 4 countries, and then we presented in the UN conference. The idea is that I'm the teacher. What I have, the only thing I have is the students. So I talked to a local farmers association, and then we said that that's become a loop. Depends on the performance of each student in the class. I will give them different points. And the students, once they get the points, what they can do, they will buy products from farmers association with cheaper price. So the coin will transfer to the farmers association in order to get a discount. And the farmers association every month will transfer the coins that he has, or what we call the points that they have, sent to me. So it will become a system. And through this system, I can see what is the preferred food that the students want to buy. And then I can feedback this information to farmers association. Tell them that you don't need to produce this product so many or so much, but instead you should produce a product because the students like it more. So that's what we do by using blockchain technology. Okay, next. And next is the sandbox. Sandbox is a try-error skill. Let me ask you one simple question. If you are the Western people, you will see why so many innovations happen in Asia, not in USA or in Europe. Because in Asia, usually we don't tell law or the government requirements in the first stage. We always do first, make money first. And then once the government say no, or once the government say there is a law we need to follow, then you will know, okay, this is the limit. But for the Western people, they don't do it in this way. They will ask the law first. They will ask if I implement this APP in my industry, then what is the law says, yes, I can do it, or I cannot do it, or what is the limit. Once they make it clear what law says, then they will start to develop the software. So it always takes time. And that's the reason all the innovation ideas we will implement in Asia first. So now Western people think how to change this trend. So they found that sandbox is a good way because it's a try and error approach. Let me give you a small example next. Sandbox just like these two kids, okay? You can find it in a park. We put a stands in the park, then the kids will come. Each kid will use his imagination to build the castle, the car, the ships, or the house by their imagination by using these sets. After a couple hours later, his mom will come and tell the kid, come home to eat lunch or dinner, right? So these kids will go home. And next kid comes to here, what he will do? He will make the new object through this set. So you see, this sandbox is always there. Nothing changed. But it depends on your imagination. So we can make things different. So Western people use this idea, says that why not? Okay, if we want to do something new, something innovative, then write a proposal to the government, and we will see how important and how your idea it is. Then they will say, okay, erase some law requirements for a certain period of time, for example, 3 months. So during these 3 months, this company is allowed to do this test and forget what law says. But the government asks the company, you need to give the feedback to the government to make the government officers know this new innovation, what it will be to influence our lifestyle. In such case, government officers start to think what kind of law that they need to have. So that's how the sandbox is getting popular in the Western world. You can find more and more papers in this area. So just like in agriculture, you also can do the try and error, right? Approach. So you will do this, try, and that try. And in the end, if you feedback the information to your company, I think your company will know next step what they need to do. That's also the concept of the sandbox. So you can find the best solution and then do it, improve your business process to make your company sustainable. Next. So that's what I say, okay? So how to use a sandbox approach and blockchain platform to do international trade. I think everything, when we talk about business, the most important key is trust. No trust, no trade. No trade, no business. No business, no profit. And then nothing will happen. So talk about business, you need to build the trust. But how to build it? One of the ways is to use blockchain. And you also combine the sandbox approach to do the test to see how your blockchain application in reality. In such case, I think your partners, no matter he is in your upstream or downstream partner, they will like you. Okay. So next. So what people role in modern internet world, okay? Because there is an old saying, if there are 10 smart people do something together, they can make the one industry totally change. Taxi industry is one example. Hotel industry, also another example. So there are so many examples tell us only 10 smart people, this industry can be changed. So people will ask then, why we need to have so many people in the whole world? Okay, I think people still important because he need to do decision making. Let me give you an example. Now everything is digitalized. So I run the hamburger shop, for example, and I got an order from internet. One customer ordered 100 hamburgers, but only one cup of coffee. Okay, the order sent to my app. So what I should do? I should prepare the hamburger and coffee for this customer? No, I have to ask. This order should have some doubts, something wrong inside. How come he ordered so many hamburgers, but with so little coffee, right? So you need to spend time to communicate, double check with this customer. Maybe he forget the key data is wrong, either too many hamburgers or too little cups of coffee. That I think that's a function of the people. Okay, just like if you go to the modern supermarket, you can find that customers check the product price and pay the money by themselves. In the past, the supermarket need to hire the server, right, in the front desk and calculate how much money you have to pay. Now, machine do it, and customers do it themselves. So what the staff do? Staff is watching, so he can watch a 6 machine and to see is everything okay. If the process is not okay, then he will come and ask the customers, is there anything wrong and how he can help you to make sure the process goes smoothly. So the conclusion is that people is still important. People need to have a knowledge, that's what I call domain knowledge of his industry. He cannot just say, okay, machine do everything, and I just do what machines tell you. No, you also need to think, is this order reasonable or not? I think that's the idea of the management college should educate our young generation. Machine is important. It can help us to do something efficiency, but people also need to think, is it fit logic or not? Okay, next. So this is about all my speech, and in the end, I just give you some idea about what I do for these years. In the left, I set up an association called the International Association for Agricultural Sustainability in Singapore. And also, every year we host one conference called the IAIC, International Agricultural Innovation Conference. This year we will have this conference in France. But right now we don't know it's on site or online. It depends on the situation of COVID-19 in Europe. But if you have any paper, welcome you to submit to IIC conference. And also send me an email. Let me know that you are interested in this conference. Also, I have one journal. I'm the editor-in-chief. The journal is called the International Journal of Agricultural Innovation, Technology, and Globalization. The whole concept of this journal is related what I delivered in this speech. We need to have the domain knowledge of a specific area. We need to know what is a new technology. We need to know what is a new trend in the whole world, from UN, from World Bank, and such that to make your company fit the future trend. So if you have any paper or research manuscript related to innovation, technology, or globalization in terms of agriculture, welcome you submit your paper to my journal. And that's what I want to say. And very nice to meet you all online. This is an animal that I like very much. Okay, this animal is very small, only 30 centimeters high, but they always go anywhere in a group. And I think in future people need to like this small animal. We need to do something together, okay? Because one brand is not enough. We need to have 10 brands together and sing something new together to change the whole world, okay? I think this is the end of my speech. Thank you for your time, and also thank you for your invitation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's time for the short Q&A sessions now. Students can raise their questions.
Any question? If no question, let me say something about where I am, University of Maryland. Okay, this is a very high-end university. It's a top 100. Oh, there is one question, right?
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, how effective is blockchain technology in marketing?
How to apply blockchain in marketing? That's your question, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Good question. Let me give you a small example. If you are a rice farmer and you use a blockchain to grow it, now the question is that how to make customers know that your rice is using the blockchain technology. This is a real example. And I saw this case in the newspaper in Taiwan. This guy is so smart. He said, no matter how much money I have, customers don't know my rice is produced by using blockchain. So I need to find a very humble and important people, make him know my product is produced by using blockchain. And then the newspaper will announce it, will report it. So eventually everyone will know it. So what he do is he give a small package of his product to Paul, okay, P-O-L-E, because that's very high-end religion people. So he accepted it. So everyone in Taiwan knows this guy is crazy. He really used blockchain technology in rice production. So everyone knows. So this is a case. Once you use a new technology in your area, you need to find a new way to do the marketing. You cannot just put it in the supermarket because customers will question you. Okay, you use a new technology to do the production. So what will be the price? The price should be higher, right, or lower? That's always the question people will ask. But if you see, or even the poor, he also eat the rice with a blockchain technology, then I also want to, right? So the price is not an important issue because the rich people, they will spend their money, try to enjoy this kind of product. Is that okay? My answer to you?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
No, thank you. You are so good because I found that you are sitting far away, right? But you really listen carefully and think. Oh, you will have a good future, okay? Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Very happy to meet you, sir. Sir, my question is, sir, don't you feel that the developed economies are having a moral responsibility to consider factors like carbon emissions and climate change while doing business, as they are among the leading emitters of carbon? The question is related to the climatic factors which are we are more conscious about focusing. So how do that economies will manage this kind of problems?
Your question is that how we formulate an equation to react the carbon emission, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me tell you, for the carbon emission is a new topic. There are so many new research going on. Okay. If you look at the articles in Europe, in USA, or even in China, in Asia, you will find that the way this statement or the factors that they use are quite different. Because in Asia, we will focus more in manufacturing. But in Europe, they focus more in the environment. So the equation will be a little bit different. Just think about the stock market, how to focus the price of each stock price. So you will see that each stock market use different equations to do the test, to do the prediction, to do analysis. But eventually, people will get used to it. So that's the reason you will go to USA market, stock market to buy the stock, or you will go to Asia market to buy the Asian stock. It depends on what you feel. You feel comfortable, okay? So I think for the carbon emission in the future, you can find that there will be at least 3 different equations. Okay, one will be in Asia, one will be in USA, the other one will be in Europe. And I think India plays a very important role in this issue, because in your country you have so many people and your land is so big and wide. So there are so many new business that you can create, okay, in this new area. Is it okay, my answer?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. Are nations like China and India is ready for complete implementation of ESG-based business models, or are we yet to go for more in terms of economic growth? Because this trajectory of ESG could delay the growth.
Okay. Okay. My opinion is that if you talk about exporting, then you need to consider ESG, because foreign countries, they will ask you how is the impact of this product from your country to his country. Okay, so that's what ESG concern. But if you just do it locally to do the business at this moment, I think that's fine, because you don't need to consider ESG. But in future, I think all the industry, they will consider ESG. But I think within a few years, you can find there are so many indicators will come out to tell the companies, you can do this, you cannot do this, and how you do your governance, okay? How you manage your company sustainable. Do you care about your employee? Do you care about your customer? Do you care about your supplier? Something like that. So more and more indicators will come out in the coming year. And so one new business we are that is it possible to have a software and such that if a company he rent or buy your software services, then he can measure how good his company in the ESG area. If it's not good, so what he should improve. So we are waiting for this kind of software ready and show in the market that I think more and more companies will enjoy ESG concept. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
It was such a wonderful opportunity for all of us to listen to the words of an inspiring personality. I want you to know how much we are captivated by your words. We owe you special thanks for touching on the subjects on new trends in management education, back to the reality factors, the future and the future trends in management, the concept of physical distancing. The remarks you made on supply chain industry disruptors, the value chain creation, and the usage of sandbox approach and the blockchain platforms were really informative. I also thank you for guiding our students with your thoughts on it. Your speech not only attracted a great strength of listeners but also kept everyone attentive. On behalf of WIM's family, I extend my sincere gratitude to you, sir, once again. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay? Thank you. Okay, keep in touch online.
Thank you, sir.
Talking about what innovative service are we talking about? You need to raise your hand. Please introduce yourself and give the answer. Please don't shout out the answer. Yeah. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Nitu.
Yeah, and what is the answer?
Google Drive.
Not Google Drive. Yeah. Over here. Yeah. Please take the mic, introduce yourself and give the answer.
My name is Amrita, and is the answer Dropbox?
Dropbox is the right answer, and you get a prize for that. Yeah. This is a famous management thinker who wrote one of his most important works. Definitely every management student will definitely be familiar with him. Which management thinker wrote these two books? You need to raise your hand and then only the mic will come to you. Yeah, you can go there. Please introduce yourself and...
Recording stopped.
Hello, sir. My name is Alvina, and the answer is MacGregor.
Who is it?
MacGregor.
What is it? Give the full name.
Douglas MacGregor.
And what are the two theories? Okay, you will get the prize for that. Please. And theory X and theory Y, as you know, is the famous important theories that you have studied from McGregor. We'll just go to one last question.
God's own country, sir.
Thank you very much.
Berchmans
I only
Institute
wish I could be there face to face. I've never visited India, so I'd really, really disappointed I couldn't be there physically rather than virtually.
yes, yes, but it's equally good, sir.
Thank you very much.
Berchmans Institute of Management Studies accords you a warm welcome to the 24th edition of Berchmans International Conference 2022 on the theme Reframing Business Dynamics for the New Era. For a clear insight into the profile of the eminent speaker, allow me to introduce him. Hamad F. Behzad, entrepreneur, university lecturer, and a PhD researcher, is an alumnus from King's College London and is now an academician in British University of Bahrain and also serves as the director of Spark City Gulf. It is headquartered in Bahrain, primarily a solution provider and contractor of integrated systems related to road safety, traffic control, traffic signals, detection, enforcement, parking guidance, management, and waste management. He is also the director of Spark Championships, which is a Bahrain-based business that organizes sporting activities across 3 platforms: schools, universities, and companies. So it's a great pleasure to have you this afternoon to listen to your words of wisdom. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your introduction as well. And you've saved me a few words as well, introducing myself. So, as mentioned, I am an entrepreneur, university lecturer, and PhD researcher. But today, my reason or purpose of being here is I have a purpose, and I believe everybody should always remind themselves what their purpose is and why they are in a specific situation at a specific time, and to address certain key issues. I am not from KPMG, I'm not from Ernst & Young, I'm not from PwC. I don't want to come here today and just bombard you with statistics, data, because I'm sure, mashallah, as researchers, you will have access to maybe better sources and have more information than I do. I'm here to share food for thought. I'm here to share ideas that maybe situations around you are developing and you might not put that much notice to. I'm addressing you today as humans firstly, but as students, entrepreneurs, parents. So since I was told about this conference, I started thinking about the title. I was also traveling, so during my travels, I had always a title at the back of my head, Reframing Business Dynamics. And I thought if we're talking about, and again, maybe this is the academic in me, the academics always in every sentence, in every question, in every title, like to find the seed. Because in every question or in every sentence, there is one word that is the source of everything, the purpose. And the word that caught my attention in the title of this program or conference was the word reframing. And I thought to myself, reframing what? And then I began to break up the word, as academics do as well, and to frame. In other words, set parameters, limits. Obviously, in life we go through numerous cycles. There's a lot of repetition. And especially if you talk to people within finance or within banking, they will say, if you look over history, a lot of things, crises and other things will make a lot of sense. When I thought of the word reframing, I decided to go with a very important and vital time, which we have recently lived, which is COVID. So I applied this frame to the past 3 years, or 2 years, or whatever now, to see how have the dynamics, or our dynamics, changed throughout this period. During this period, I'm sure if you look at your own personal lives, you will notice a lot of changes. Change in behavior, change in attitude, change in thought, change in approach. It is crazy to see how, I don't want to call it small, but let's say a virus in the form of a flu or cold could change the world around us in such a way with lasting long-term consequences. I started to apply the change of dynamics to two very important areas which I'm involved in, which is education and business. And to understand business and its dynamics, we have to go back to education, because education is the source. Education is the source where we recruit from, which we start with. So I started to look at COVID, pre, during, and post. And what's happened, I think, all over the world, and I'm sure just like in the Middle East, in the GCC, and in India, us in the East, we like to make excuses. So everything going wrong right now is COVID. It's because of COVID, Corona. That's what's causing it. But the truth is, a lot of changes aren't only due to COVID. When we look at the situation pre-COVID, what do we have? We have declining oil prices. We have changes in behaviors, changes in dynamics. We have the openness. We have the social media. We have globalization at our fingertips. So the changes we are living today may seem they are COVID-based, but I would think or would say that COVID was rather the catalyst rather than the source to these changes in behaviors. I'll kick off with my first point, which is the changes in educational dynamics, and I'll explain the link to how it impacts changes in business dynamics as well. So obviously, before becoming a lecturer here at the university, I myself was a student at the bachelor's, master's, and PhD level. I did all my studies during non-COVID days. I was listening to a podcast maybe last year or year before, and it caught my attention. And the presenter was saying, announcement, the university is dead. Coronavirus killed it. And obviously, as someone who's an academic and works in a university, I was, wanted to know, what does he mean by COVID killing his university? With education, we have to remind ourselves it's not one all. I myself studied abroad outside Bahrain. And sometimes I used to have discussions with people who maybe studied locally, and they say, it's the same. I say, it's the same, but in what sense? In terms of textbooks, material sources, I agree with you. But in education, I believe it's about two words, and they both start with the letter T. And I always mention this to my foundation level students, because I say, first day at university, you arrive at a crossroads. The road splits here. And it's up to you to decide which lane you will take when the road splits. In other words, which T. The two T's are, on the left, we have transactional education, and on the right, we have transformational education. The dynamics within both are totally different, and you cannot compare them one bit. What do we mean? What's the difference? Transactional education, as it says on the label, it is a transaction. When you go to a restaurant, you look at the menu, or should I say, you choose it, you pay, you might go to another counter or sit down, and you will get these goods and you will consume it. You will get a receipt to document this transaction. Transactional education is very similar. You show up to a university, you choose from this long menu of architecture, business management, engineering, cybersecurity, all that. You pay fees, you do the exams, you do the work, the coursework, and at the end of that experience, you will get a degree in the form of a receipt, which you will then exchange for a salary or a job, whatever it is. There's nothing wrong with that. It's the way the world works. Okay, that's transactional education. On the right-hand side, we have transformational education. Him or her who enters the doors of a university or place of education or institute and decides to transform themselves by doing more than just assignments and coursework and homework and ideas, but rather transforming themselves. In other words, adding more value to themselves, transforming to a better version that we need. People say, what are examples of transformers? Transformers are people like Steve Jobs. Transformers are people like Gandhi, people who challenge the status quo, people who have the ability and the inspiration to go further, to create a bigger sphere, to create a bigger circle for people to populate and occupy. People who would leave a legacy, who would do more than the pure basic. So, in other words, when it comes to transformational education, it comes down to two words: capacity building. It's all about capacity building, being different, standing out, having certain, a certain dynamism that you share. And this is something maybe I felt very strongly about, especially when I entered teaching, because as an entrepreneur at heart, I have a business, so I recruit. I do weekly interviews. People come for jobs, bring their CVs. I sit down with them. I see fresh graduates. And I'd always be surprised of the monotonous nature of these students, of the same, this repertoire. So, with these two routes of education, which are very different, transactional and transformational education, again, we make it look like it is a choice, but going back now to the challenges and the changes of dynamics of the new era. And again, I'm appealing to you today as students, entrepreneurs, parents, to acknowledge this aspect, because it is getting more challenging and the dynamics of the workplace are changing. So if we put this into context now with the two levels of education, considering it's a choice, once we applied COVID to the mix, we see it has been a challenge to enforce or to apply students within the transformational routes. Online education, Teams, Zoom, whatever it is, the lack of interaction at a very crucial age. Imagine, we've been like this for 3 years. That means there's a whole graduating class who have barely been in class. No opportunity for group work, no opportunity for extracurricular activities, no opportunity for capacity building. And it makes me think, as an academic, firstly, and as an entrepreneur, secondly, what is or what will the caliber be of students graduating? How will they enter the workplace? Will they be able to integrate into a mature workplace? Will they be able to handle the new business dynamics, the new ways of business that we are currently approaching and maybe already started to enforce and practice? So it's a fundamental issue that we need to focus on, to make sure that we have what it takes to face the upcoming challenges, to see what the world requires. Again, let's not take it easy of what we went through. A series of harsh lockdowns, loss of loved ones, the challenge, or should I say, on mental health, physical health. It hasn't been easy. But as people, I believe it's within our nature to adapt, to go on. As people, regardless of our backgrounds, religions, or races, it is within our DNA as humans to go on, to continue, to thrive. Because once you hit rock bottom, which I'm sure many countries did during COVID, the only direction of travel is up. And I'm happy to say I'm following news, especially these days. I've kind of forgotten about COVID with other things going on around the world, but it seems to be things are getting better. But it's up to us right now to climb that wave, to make sure that we are heading to a better place. So my point here is, again, appealing to those academics, to those students, to those parents. We have gone through a tough time. We have maybe gained some learning opportunities, but lost a few as well. Let's make sure it's not a total loss and focus on really the ability of rebuilding ourselves from within. The buildings, towers, bridges, they will all build themselves. There will always be material, there will always be money. But we only have one chance at this life. We are passing through. The house that you own, we say we own this house, we own this car. You are simply the keeper for a very limited period of time. So it's up to us to make the most and to leave that legacy in any field. And legacy, I always say to my students, has nothing to do with wealth. A legacy could be a person who always likes to smile, likes to laugh, leaves someone with a piece of valuable advice. That is a legacy. So I urge all those to make sure, yes, we have lost some time, we have lost some valuable opportunities with COVID, but let's make sure that we invest into ourselves, because that's very important. As an entrepreneur, I have a lot of people coming to me for interviews. And when I say to them, what can you do, especially the fresh graduates, they say, well, not much, but teach me. I will do anything it takes. I said, I'm sorry, you failed right there. They say, why? I said, because when I hear that, it seems to me that you haven't invested into yourself. So from my point of view as an entrepreneur, why should I invest time and effort and thought and training into you when you haven't invested into yourself? So it starts with investing into yourself. The business dynamics, the business environment, the labor market is only getting more challenging and challenging. The key here is for you to be able to fit in. Like the toys we have for kids. A square and a square to fit in perfectly. However, trying to fit a circle into a square or a triangle, you will struggle. So understanding the current business dynamics and its changes and adapting to it and making sure you, again, at whatever age, you follow that through is key. Now, what do we mean by changes within the business dynamic? And again, these changes that I'm talking about weren't born in 2020 with COVID. If we look at the last 5 years, if I talk about Bahrain, let's say, or the Middle East, what do I see the situation of business dynamics changing since, if I'm going to be specific, 2015? 2015, we had declining oil prices. And as you know, Gulf countries are heavily reliant on that. So what are we saying? There is a budgetary deficit. With a budgetary deficit, and again, you cannot say businesses are free from the government. Whichever country, the government is always the main source of pumping wealth or money or resources into a market or into an economy. We had a huge deficit in oil prices. We had budgetary cuts, meaning less projects. We had something which was very fundamental. We had reducing subsidies. Suddenly the price of petrol in the pumps were much higher. The electricity and water tariffs and bills were much higher. We had the introduction of VAT. We never knew of taxes at the time. I'm sure as well, if you know any expats out here in Bahrain at the time, a lot of people moved home, moved back. From all over countries, expats. Why? Because of the declining opportunities from the recession. As bad as that was, it changed business dynamics to become more sustainable. People's thought changed from thinking resources and opportunities in the Gulf or in other places were infinite. Leave the water on, leave the electricity running, there will always be business, no. They came to understand that everything has its limits. And it's time to be sustainable, smart, efficient. People start to think about wastage, which is a big thing in the Middle East. Wastage in all areas. When I look at other dynamics, pre-COVID, we look at the introduction or the impact of globalization in its many formats. We look at e-commerce, drop shipping, the ability to buy things from anywhere in the world and have it shipped to you in Bahrain or in India within 3 days. The fact that the products are so similar, we are no longer being exploited by supply chain of agent, distributor, supplier, whatever it is. You can acquire it from anywhere. That was immensely destroying to a lot of businesses in this part of the world, which were exploiting this fact, charging ridiculous sums and margins. Products are universal. You can buy them from anywhere. So that aspect alone, and you can imagine what that does to a lot of downstream industries. That change in consumer behavior, that change in business dynamics, what that does to real estate, what that does to employment, what that does to logistics. So it's an aspect or dynamic that has many long reaches, let's say. We see malls with empty spaces. We see high streets with empty stores. We see unemployed workers from very well-known companies willing to integrate, to get salary cuts, just to join certain firms. Again, this is pre-COVID, nothing to do with COVID. COVID, as I said, was just a catalyst. It just times that impact that we already had by 10 or 100 or so be it. We look at also, as I said, the impact of e-commerce on commercial real estate. We look at the change of behavior as well of people wanting things just to come to them. We look at the F&B industry, food and beverage. We look at the aspect of certain restaurants, cafes, all becoming miniature. Why? Because it's wastage. These huge restaurants with huge spaces, with huge electric bills, utilities, staffing requirements, cleaning bills. And it's all changed. This dynamic has changed. And when COVID kicked off, again, which I think now is the most damaging, which is commercial real estate. And I don't mean shops, I mean office space. People around the world, which I know, friends, family, who have told me that their companies have downsized their offices. No need for such huge offices. Leave people at home. Let people work flexibly. Join co-working spaces. Why should we have a space that we spend so much money on furniture, cleaning, rent, toilets, lifts, parking spaces, when we can use this money to hire more? At certain aspects, I would agree. I'd rather have a smaller office and know 2 or 3 families are gaining than just having a huge corner office. It's being smart, it's being productive, it's being efficient. I speak to students always, and I'm very happy to say that many of my students from first year, second year, most of them are all entrepreneurs, small businesses, but they all are having a go. And I'm very happy because at their age, that's when I started my first business. I was 18, living in London, and I started my first business. And it really changed my mindset. It really gave me that sense or value for money and what you can achieve, on how sometimes you can maybe save a couple of dollars and invest it rather than spend it, and spend the profits rather than the initial capital. So with changing business dynamics these days, what is the key aspect here? The key aspect here, ladies and gentlemen, is start simple if you're an entrepreneur. Make sure your fixed costs are limited. to a bare minimum. Make sure that your level of commitment is low. Make sure that you focus more on the concept and the model than anything else. You could have 2 or 3 businesses with the same product, but their concept could be totally different, their business model could be totally different, and that is the game changer. Making sure you work smart and not just hard. And what do I mean by that? I always like to think, or when I have a certain business idea coming my way, to ask myself, what's unique about Hamad doing this? If I can't think of anything unique, I stand back. Because if I'm in a situation where I believe anyone with the same idea in my head and a checkbook in their pocket and a pen in their other pocket can achieve it, I lack interest. Because that means I have no unique selling point. There's no differentiation. I am not thinking differently. I am being a follower. And being a follower is not within my nature or within my DNA. So being different, how? You gotta think smart. Coming up with a unique business model using non-traditional or conventional methods. Anyone can go rent a huge office and fill it with employees. And then what? So now there's a lot of new concepts. Instead of an office, go for a co-working space. Shared. You don't just share a space, you share ideas, you share an environment, you share an ambience. Even myself, I have a whole private offices, but I'm a member of a co-working space, and I go in there maybe 2 or 1 hour a day, because sometimes I want to be in a place where I'm in casual clothes, I'm not wearing this, I'm in a t-shirt and sweatpants, okay, or a hoodie, and I'm with equal CEOs in similar gear who are so casual in Crocs, okay, slippers or sandals, and they just come and put a problem in front of me, and on another day I put a problem in front of them, and we just discuss it. And sometimes they give me an idea, and sometimes I give them an idea. And that idea for me is phenomenal. From another point of view as well, when it comes to employment, anyone can go hire someone locally or get a work permit and bring someone from abroad. But what's so unique about that? Again, spending space, spending salaries, insurance, transport, accommodation, annual leave, tickets. When you can hire them in this day and age, in their own countries, in the comfort of their own home, and they could be working from you from anywhere, from India, from Canada, from the US, from London, anywhere. A virtual employee. So it's these new dynamics that we need to adjust to adapt to. And luckily and fortunately, I was saying to my students that when COVID struck, luckily it happened in 2020 or 2022, because we have the technological infrastructure to help us. If this happened back in 2009, when we had swine flu or whatever it is, I don't think we could have done it, honestly speaking. You know, I remember having swine flu lockdowns. Our university at the time gave us a bit of work, but I'll be honest with you, we didn't take it seriously because it wasn't properly done. Websites, it was, relatively basic, emails or So it's not like how we can do today. Share a document with 50 other people. We can all be working on the same document at the same time. 50 people in 50 different countries. Life is changing. The dynamics are changing. For us to be traditional and conventional, we are at a loss. It's up to you to see what are the dynamics around us. And today I just mentioned a few. It's food for thought. And to see how can you overcome. How can you integrate yourself into these new situations? Because if you don't, you'll be left behind. And trust me, nobody wants to be left behind in any circumstance. So, in summary of our points today, guys, I'm leaving you with ideas. I'm leaving you with thoughts, not, as I said, statistics or data. for you to self-evaluate, for you to self-audit your lives, your careers, your personal lives and your professional lives, to see how you should change your approaches, your attitudes, to be on the successful side or on the side of success. For me, education is very important, so I always like to address it in any keynote speech. Looking at the way, again, there's no end to education at whatever age, so how you will change your type of education, how you will change your source of learning. I have a university podcast here, and I like to gain a lot of knowledge through podcasts because it gives you the ability to quantify the experiences of very senior people. Because in this day and age, we have enough experiences and platforms to learn from those experiences rather than to repeat them ourselves. Because if we don't take advantage of the experiences, the successes, or the mistakes of our predecessors, we are wasting time, we are wasting resources. So, at whatever age, adjust your source of learning, your source of information, whether it's podcasts, whether it's academic journals, whether it's books, whether it's YouTube. Make sure you're within the modern sphere or circle of thought. If you're a parent, if you're an older sibling, make sure that those still within education, whether at high school, university, or beyond, are transforming, are becoming better versions of themselves, ones that don't exist. I always say to my students here, I talked about in the beginning a purpose. Everyone has a purpose. My purpose here as an academic within the university is to sit down with every single student and get to know them more, to see what their strengths and weaknesses are, what their interests are, and just like a smartphone, magnify it. Because I say to them, my purpose here is not to process you as raw materials from school to the workplace, like a factory. That's not my purpose, that's not my role. Our role here is to build capacity, to transform, to create a new caliber. I always say this to people, I said, my mission here as an academic is to create a new breed of students ready to become leaders. We always say, sharks are born swimmers. We have to think that way. We have to empower students that way. Not on the mindset of high school, university, internship, temporary work, then job. No, there's a lot more to life. But sometimes you have to challenge. You have to get a bit uncomfortable. You have to risk. So this is another point when it comes to education. And secondly, how that fits in. So education falls into downstream effect or waterfall effect into the business dynamics. The labor market is changing. It's all about sustainability now. It's all about efficiency, productivity. We didn't go into the whole, and I'm sure you've heard of the Sustainable Development Goals by the United Nations and how that's changing things around us. Governments have new targets, new objectives, new indicators to measure their performance. It's not all monetary. So understanding the business dynamics, understanding that things are no longer traditional, like it was my grandfather's day. To be successful, you just bought a container of anything, bought it by ship, put it in a warehouse and sold it by the piece. Now that's no longer unique. Understanding the dynamics of working from home, understanding the dynamics or the new behaviors of people wanting things brought to them. People want to do things effortless. People are also changing their investment decisions, their strategies as personal households. Before, if you had a bit of extra money, you just go buy gold, buy real estate. That's what we do in the East. But now, no, people are changing. Not everybody is doing that. So it's all about thinking of all these impacts and pressures around us. And we didn't even go into the political ones impacting our region and the pressures that we are getting from the West and other places as well. So in the light of all of this, we need to be forward-looking. We need to have individually a purpose. And why do we need purpose? Because purpose is like a compass. Purpose keeps you forward-looking. And why do we need to be forward-looking? COVID has taught us that the most valuable aspect of life isn't gold, isn't Bitcoin, it's our health. Because without health, we don't have anything. And the objective or benefit of purpose and staying forward-looking, it is beneficial for your health, for your physical health, and for your mental health. I say this to my students, I said, if anybody has elderly relatives, you will notice sometimes they are grouchy, they're in a bad mood, they're negative, and that's normal. Why? Because they are not forward-looking, they're looking in the past. They always say, back in the day it was great, back in the day it was that. I said, that's a very dangerous track if you take it. Always make sure you are forward-looking. You have a purpose, and remind yourself daily of that purpose. Say to yourself in the morning, my name is X, and my purpose is Y. To remind yourself. Again, we all forget there's tons of things. Luckily we can't count the amount of ideas and thoughts that pass through our minds on a daily basis, because we will be tired if we did that. So therefore we need to remind ourselves what we do, what our purpose is, why we are here. MashaAllah, as a nation, within India, you're maybe one of the biggest nations that has a purpose. You have proper transformational characters. CEO of Google is only one example that I've read about on how he has transformed his life and the lives of others. Who here doesn't use Google? I'd be surprised if you didn't, rather if you did. Another point as well that I'd like to make, obviously Bahrain, as you probably know, is a very small island with limited resources. And I always say to my students, never tie yourself to your geographical location. Never feel that the opportunities at home are the only opportunities available to you. Because your fate and your ability could be much larger than the country that you basically populate or live in. Always think of yourself as a global citizen, not a citizen of a specific area or country. Because if you think of the scale of your country alone, it'd be too small for you. You should have a bigger scope, a bigger reach. So finally, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I'd like to stress upon the point of ensuring that you focus on education at whatever age. And when I mean education, I don't mean just bachelor's, master's, PhD, MBA, no. I mean a source of learning as an education. And focusing on the transformational education rather than the transaction-based. Because transaction-based, you don't need to be sitting in class. You can achieve classes now online and get a degree from any university. But does that mean you're educated? Debatable, questionable. But a transformational character or characters is what we need around the world. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions if you may have any.
Thank you, sir. It's time for the Q&A session. Students can raise their questions now. Thank you, sir. It's time for the Q&A session. Students can raise their questions now.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir, my question is regarding the unique selling point. So I am asking you that as an entrepreneur, as an youngster, from where do we find that unique selling point? Is it from the outside world, or is it from our inside? I mean from our creativity, and also sir told about many purposes. So is that the unique selling point needs to be our purpose? I think the question is clear, sir.
Yes, I totally agree, and thank you very much for your question. Having a purpose is very important, and you're right, it could be seen as a unique selling point. Because if one comes to me with a very clear purpose and understanding of where they want to be and what they want to do, it gives me a stronger idea and understanding of their character, that they are well built and their mind and body are in sync. Okay, in other words, matched. Because sometimes it's not always the case. And that's why when we're talking to people, again, in interviews or whatever it is, we say, where do you see yourself in 5 years, X, Y, and Z? Most of them cannot answer because they are always thinking of the transactional route. They're thinking, I will work here for 3 months, 6 months. If I get a better opportunity, a better business, a better whatever it is, I will just jump, skip. So having a purpose and being very clear is important. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, sir.
Very good afternoon, sir. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Myself, Shabana. I'm also a teacher. I used to teach with the college that you are talking to. So my question is, I always feel this in my mind when I'm teaching children or students of different generations. Because I've been in teaching for the past 13, 14 years. 14 years back, how the students used to be, and now how they are. What do you feel is the biggest difference? I have a lot of things in my mind. I just want to see if it is only my feeling or majority of the academicians feel that way. What is the biggest difference?
One word comes to mind, entitlement. There's a big entitlement to students now compared to before. Maybe because I'm a member of a private university, so these students are paying, a handsome amount, let's say. But the level of entitlement that if they group together and they don't want this date or this teacher or this, they feel that they have the powers to do so. So entitlement, entitlement seems to be the big thing. And it's not just with me, discussing with even non-academic members of staff at the university, student affairs or whatever it is, they all share the same comments. Again, I'm not sure, I've never worked in a public university, so I don't know what the situation is there, but from my experience is that. Another aspect as well, which has changed, I believe, the behavior of people in education, within jobs, and once I even saw an interview in India about this. The word is choice. People before, your parents' age, your grandparents, my parents, their grandparents, would sometimes, even in difficult situations, force themselves to get on with it. If they had a bad job, a bad boss, they would continue. This day and age, the level of tolerance and patience is a hairline.
Yes.
In a job, if this person doesn't get the raise they want, the promotion they want, or suddenly is overworked for 1-2 weeks, thank you very much, I'm going to go. And you would say, okay, do you have another job lined up? No, I'll just quit. I'll wait till I get a new job. When it comes to students here, I had a student the other day, not directly, I was told by another member of staff, he failed in a class, he or she failed in a class. And he was telling the lecturer, listen, tell me if you're going to fix my grade or not. If the university is going to kick me out, I'm going to travel to the UK and start university in a week. So you have a new attitude of people talking as in, if I'm not going to get my way with you, I'll get it my way with someone else or elsewhere. So entitlement and choice seems to be the thing. Why choice or how? Again, we go back to globalization. We go back to the smartphone. We go back to, again, if we were employees, we go on LinkedIn and we see these long lists of jobs. And we start thinking, listen to our bosses, if you don't want me, I'll pick any of these. University, same thing. If a student fails, he says, okay, I'll go to a list of all of these universities. There's so much choice nowadays compared to before. And I think that's the main
Which
thing
I
that's changed.
feel value for everything.
Exactly. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Thank
indeed.
you so much. I'm not
Thank you
alone
very
in my thoughts. I have the same thoughts when I teach my students. I really miss my old students because the thought process has totally changed. It is totally changed. And
Yes.
it's not that the new generation is bad or anything, but it is very, very difficult to understand their point of view. And like you said, the entitlement is too much. And the choices we as academicians have is very less also. Because they put us on the other end and they say like what you said, you either fix my grade or I'm out.
Yeah. Yes.
True.
Exactly.
Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed a very enlightening talk.
Thank you very much.
I could relate to every single thing that you are talking, and I'm glad that you have addressed my students. And even if I've left the university, I still consider that anyone who's studying in that college is my students. That much related I am to that workplace. And that is mostly because I value that old style of teaching and that old tradition that we carried on, that value system, which, like you said, today is slowly deteriorating because of the entitlement.
I agree, and I think another point, Shabana, you bring to my mind as well when we talk about old teaching is the fact maybe between now and before, I hope I'm still continuing on this front, which is not just building the student's mind, but building the student's character. And I think especially my parents' generation is they used to care for the students like they are literally their children. I don't have children of my own, I'm not married, but I used to, or I still see these students as, I don't need to just build them academically, but like build them when it comes to their confidence, when it comes to their public speaking, when it comes to even, in some cases if they, very minimal, but let's say behaved in a certain way which was unfavorable. And it's strange to see that's not being continued with a lot of lectures, a lot of academics, where people just say, let them just do the essay on market and thank you very much, and next, like a factory. And I think this is also a very dangerous precedent.
Yes, I can relate this to your first point in your talk, whether you want a transaction or whether you want a transformation. We believed more in transformation, and because of this extensive entitlement, now it's more of transaction that's happening.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Have a blessed Friday from my side. Thank you so much for enlightening us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for making this session memorable. It was a great pleasure to listen to your wise words and learn so much from it. We are so grateful for the time and effort you put in to inspire your audience. Once again, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Dear first, sir, and it was a great opportunity for us to listen to you. I should also thank Mr. Salman and Shabana for making it possible. I hope that in future also we'll get opportunities to listen to you, and maybe a visit to this place will always be welcome. This is God's own country. You can always come, and we will welcome you with a beautiful interaction opportunity with our students also. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Starting our panel discussions now. Okay.
students of 27B batch can leave to the seminar hall, others can stay back.
Judging panel. Dr. Rakesh Krishnan, Assistant Professor, School of Management Studies, QUZAT. He was the rank holder for his postgraduate degrees in Commerce and Business Administration from Kerala University. His teaching interests are in the area of international finance, finance management, and financial accounting. Sir, I welcome you for the paper presentation session. Then, we have Dr. Nisa James, Assistant Professor at Kannur University. She is the resource person for the workshop on MS Excel, soft skill development, and placement training at various colleges. She undertook a funded research from the Sumitomo Foundation, Japan. She has presented and published various papers at many national and international conferences. It is my proud privilege to welcome you, ma'am, to this session. The faculty members and conference coordinators are the real strength behind the conference. I welcome you all to this session. Next, I welcome all the presenters and participants of the conference. All the very best and have a wonderful session. Thank you. All the participants, please pay attention to the following directions. The presentation will be for 10 minutes, followed by a question answer session. By the 9th minute, last 1 minute warning will be given. Participants are requested to turn on their mic and camera at the time of presentation. Participants are requested to mention their register number during the presentation. So all the best. Now let us begin with the presentation. I request our judges to please note the register number of Mr. Bijoy M. Philip 101. I request Bijoy M. Philip to begin the presentation. Bijoy sir, am I audible?
I need to start the video, but video is stopped.
There are some technical issues, I guess. Please hold for 1 minute. We shall resume soon. Bijoy sir, please be ready with the presentation. But please don't start now. There is a technical issue from our side. We'll soon resolve it.
Panel, just 1 second. We have a technical issue. We are solving it.
Okay, okay.
Bijoy sir, we have resolved the issues. You may kindly start your presentation.
Okay, now I can start my video also. Is it?
Yes, sir.
Still I can share my video, but may I start this? Start video is stopped by the host. So
I think you can go ahead, sir. You can go ahead.
Yeah, I can go ahead with the presentation. Is it?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You can start the video also, sir.
Now?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Before I start, I thank BIMS and all the coordinators of Berchmans International Conference for giving me this opportunity to present a paper in this conference. The title of my paper is Impact of Income on Financial Literacy of Individuals, a Behavioral Perspective Study. My register number is BINC 223101. Financial literacy it is very important for financial inclusion, financial well-being, and all the activities in the financial matters of an individual, this financial literacy is very important. And OECD INFE definition of this financial literacy is given us. It is a combination of the components like financial attitude, financial behavior, and financial knowledge. So my study is to identify how the income affected on these components and the financial literacy as a whole. So the financial literacy programs, and it must all have this impact on the effectiveness, how it will be effective, that is decided by what are the various activities that will be involved in it. My study is based on the behavioral study of this one, because many of the financial literacy programs are not good enough to make an impact because it is not considering the behavior factor. But so how much it will be involved in the behavioral factor as it is case of the income. So my financial literacy study, it is based on the income levels and the nature of the income. So how these income levels and the nature of the income affects individuals' behavior and the financial literacy as a whole. That it's my study. And for that, I took two main objectives and the behavioral perspective of these objectives as for my study. So it's a group-based annual income I took as one objective, how that will be affecting the financial literacy. And the second one is the nature, that is the regularity, stability, seasonable, dependency, and all these things consider as the nature of the income, and how this nature of the income affects the financial literacy of an individual. And my study and my understanding, I tried to be connected with the behavioral perspective of an individual. Based on that, I took 8 hypotheses, null hypotheses. Based on that, my study will be progressed. And financial literacy, and the first 4, it is how this financial literacy and its components that I already told, the financial attitude, financial behavior, and financial knowledge. It is how it is associated with the income levels. And the second one is how these 4 is associated with the nature of income. And my data for this analytical study is a secondary type of data. And I took the data from the Financial Literacy and Inclusion in India 2019, a survey report published by National Center for Finance Education. And the population of that study, that includes adults of India between ages 18 to 80. And the sample size, it covers all over India and is about 75,000 individuals. And they claim that it is one from one household. So 75,000 households we can take. And the tool they used is a questionnaire. And the questionnaire is based on the OECD questionnaire. OECD is an organization which took the financial inclusion and the financial literacy matters all over the world. So they published a questionnaire in 2018, and this survey also adopted questions from that questionnaire to measure the financial literacy of individuals. So in that measurement, the basic characteristics, they are having many questions related to financial attitude. And if a score of greater than 3 out of 5, it is taken as a positive financial attitude. And the second one, a positive financial behavior, it is another question, another set of questions in which above 6 or 6 or above out of 9 is considered as a positive financial behavior. And about 6 or above out of 8 is considered as a positive financial knowledge or good financial knowledge. And a combined score of greater than 15 or 15 out of 22 is taken as a good financial literacy. And I use, my study is based on the survey report. In that report, it is given the income level in the annual income of individuals. In the report itself, it is given, and so it is directly taken from that. And the second part is the nature of study. It is not directly given in the report. And I took the characteristics of the employment, and based on that I took the nature of income. And self-employed in agriculture is given, and that is taken as a seasonal income people. And the second one is agriculture, non-agricultural laborers, and we know they are irregular income people. Salaried persons are regular income people. Students, they are no income, but they are dependent. But housewife and homemaker section was there, and there also no income, but I took it as a different one because even though the dependents and housewife both are no income people, but a housewife has some experience in managing the finance as a homemaker. And the retired persons and others, I took it as another category. And chi-square test and trend line and comparison analysis is used for as an analytical tool. And my results and the chi-square results, chi-square test gives the results that both income level and the nature of income are having a good association between financial literacy. So both is having a good association, that is, and the nature of association we need to understand from the second part, and that is we will discuss each one in a separate way. The first one I want to discuss here is the financial attitude, how the financial attitude behaves. And the study gives a trend line, and the trend line shows a negative financial attitude. That is, as the income increases, you can see the financial attitude decreases. That is, low income people have high financial attitude. The financial attitude is that the intention to do is more, that is observed in the low income people than the high income people. Second one is the financial attitude with the nature of income. How that is a comparative analysis, and the lowest is the dependent group, and the highest is the homemaker or the housewife, and the seasonal income group. And I try to identify what is the behavioral aspects behind this. The questions in the questionnaire is aim at finding the attitude of individuals towards spending of money, saving money, and planning of money. And based on that, that is income, that is financial attitude is measured. So the behavioral is if it's a low income, they're compelled to make high quality decisions because they're having the scarcity. So they have an intention to make a high quality decisions, or they have mentally construed, or they have an experience. In my studies, it is already given that the housemaker are having an experience,
Bijoy,
even
sir,
though they are not.
Please conclude your presentation within 1 minute.
Yeah. Okay, I'll go fast. So that is the financial attitude, the relation, and financial behavior. You can see the trend line is positive. So as the income increases, the behavior increases. So the attitude to the behavior, that change that happens. If attitude is there, but that is not taken, that is not that is not to be like with the action. So a low income, they are not having high attitude, but that is not reflect in the action. That is my studies. You can see the behavioral patterns. Many behavioral studies that is there. We can understand that one. So I am going fast because my time is getting up. So the third one is the financial knowledge. And again, there is an association, but the study shows that lowest is the housewife or homemaker and highest is the dependent. So there is both are no income.
Thank you,
So
Bijoy and Philip. Now, judges, we can have a question-answer session.
Good afternoon, Professor Bijoy. I think, madam, we can start, madam.
Yes, sir.
Nisha, madam, yeah.
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Am I supposed to start?
Yeah, why not? Carry on, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Professor Bijoy, good afternoon. The members of the panel, I think students are also there. Matthew sir, director. Okay, good afternoon. Okay, so I was listening to your presentation. Professor Bijoy, one thing that was striking my mind was you are trying to look at financial literacy and how it is associated with income at the primary level. Am I correct? If I put it correctly, is that financial behavior and income level? See, at this area, you should be having some more clarity with the theoretical framework, because when you talk about income, income can be of different types. Like income can be passive incomes, like secondary incomes are there, or it can be income that is derived out of financial interactions, like financial markets or something like that. Say for example, my wife is working with the bank, and she used to come down and tell me that people who are drawing more than 2 lakh rupees of salary, their financial literacy is absolutely nil. So what I was trying to indicate was I need not be having financial literacy to earn income. If I'll be earning my income out of my primary profession, if I'm a medical practitioner, my financial literacy could be nil, but still I would be having my professional income too. A chartered accountant, okay, chartered accountant is the financial industry, but let us continue. An architect, he may not be having any kind of need not be having any kind of financial literacy, but still he'll be having income. So my point is that you cannot directly link financial literacy with income, because income has different streams of flow. One could be from profession-based income that need not have any association with financial literacy. But when you look at passive income, that is I'm earning my income by salary, and then I am saving it. Then the income that I get from my saving, which I call it as a passive income, the secondary income, that necessarily should have a relationship between financial literacy. Am I making my point clear on that?
Yeah.
Thank you for it would be better if you could just look at what income is that you are trying to associate. If you simply put income, this problem can actually come into you. A person absolutely not having financial literacy, they will rate as high financial income people, which could actually mislead, and vice versa. So your interest should be on whether a person is able to generate income from his savings, that is passive income, but not from his core profession. Applying his financial skill and knowledge, whether he is able to do it. That is basically from passive income. So if you could define it that way itself, your theoretical model, that would be better. And also, I would just suggest certain terms concepts that you use, like financial behavior and all. These are gross terms. You are not given the working definition. You cannot say I'm measuring financial behavior. It's an umbrella concept. So what exact concept is that we are trying to measure? Probably that also you should be putting it as a working definition. So at the outset itself, I'm not going to the statistical indicators, but what I was trying to look at is at the problem formation system. Many people have come up with studies, looking at income and financial behavior, financial attitude. But it would be better if you could just narrow down your dependent variable. If I'm correct, I think it is dependent. Yes, the income into passive income. That's from my side.
Thank you, sir. Just to add to sir's points, see, financial literacy initiatives was, initiated by Ministry of Finance, around 2012. I think, yeah, it was in 2012. And maybe once you take the study forward, you can actually look at how effective those initiatives were. Maybe you can, think in that line as one of your objectives. And in your objectives, you had mentioned that you are trying to look at the association between income level, financial attitude, financial knowledge. Okay, so rather than limiting your study to just to find the association, maybe you can try to look at the combined effect, having as Sir was trying to put forward. You have different levels of income. So income level and financial attitude as independent variables, and income level and financial knowledge. Yeah, that was one of various levels. Okay, so various levels of income and financial knowledge as two independent variables, and financial attitude as a dependent variable. So you can think of doing an ANCOVA test. That is just a suggestion, okay? So there will be more insights if you think in that line. And you can also look at the effectiveness of those initiatives. Further, if you are planning to extend the study, that would help. Okay, so that is it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you for the feedback.
Professor Vijay, I think you can also refer Hostin. Hostin, there's a work by Hostin, Sandra Hostin. That is her paper is on, it's a systematic review of literature on financial literacy. So I think that is 2016 paper or 15 paper. So if you could just go through Sandra Hostin, you could get most of the literature on financial literacy till 2016. That's a review paper, literature review paper. So
Okay.
there you could have a lot of formative, reflective kind of assessment in which context, why certain people go for formative, certain people go for reflective. So all those things would be just it could be good that you could just go through that Sandra Hostin paper. That's a review paper, so you could have a lot of literature from Sandra Hostin.
Thank you. I noted down, sir. I will look at it.
Yeah. Anybody from any other faculty members or students, if they would want to ask something, I think we can go to the next participant.
Thank you, Bijoy sir. Judges, please note there is a cancellation call. Ms. Leia Palsy with register number 102 has cancelled her presentation. So next, I invite Ms. Sherry Rita Anthony for her presentation. Register number 105.
Good afternoon, everyone.
This is 105, no? Good afternoon. This is 105, no?
Yes, sir, 105.
Okay.
As soon as Bijoy sir exits the screen, I can share the screen. Yeah.
I think Professor Bijoy, if you could just stop sharing your screen. Investment decisions of IT professional. Now I think it is decision of IT professional prior to and after the special
So, so may I?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So my register number one.
Name?
My name is Sherry Rita Anthony. I am a research scholar, and today I am going to take a presentation on the topic investment decisions of IT professionals prior to and after COVID-19 with special reference to InfoPark Ernakulam. So the purpose is to understand how the pandemic has impacted the investment decisions of IT professionals in the selected companies of InfoPark. The methodology used was convenient sampling. The IT professionals from 8 companies, Wipro, TCS, CTS, EY, Sutherland, UST, EXL and IBM were chosen. Data was retrieved from them using structured questionnaires and SPSS was used to analyze them. The study analyzes the changes in preference of investors in investment options prior to and after COVID-19. And this article, it helps in better understanding the changes in investment decisions affected by pandemic. The present study is limited only to the IT professionals of InfoPark, and future studies could consider larger samples covering different sectors. Now, the relevance of the study, the current literature, it focuses more on the impact in the stock market, healthcare, households, etc. And the micro level impact, that is the individual level, needs to be addressed more. And according to DNM in 2020, the IT industries offer employees excellent compensation packages, and they have a sizable surplus every month, which they can invest in SIPs. The researcher therefore is interested in studying the impact of the pandemic on the investment behavior of IT professionals. And the research methodology is primary data was obtained through questionnaires, as we have already said. The 8 companies is chosen, and the structured questionnaires were made, 140 responses, out of which 100 was finalized, and it covered managers, project managers, and team members. And the data retrieved was analyzed using SPSS, and secondary data was collected through review of literature that includes research journals, committee reports, periodicals, and newspaper articles. The limitations include the study is restricted only to the IT professionals of InfoPark Cochin, and there are many other cities having better IT companies out, and it is outside the scope of the present study. And the sample comprises only of 100 responses, and hence it cannot be generalized. Moving on to the objectives of the study. To study the demographic variables pertaining to the investors. Second, to categorize the investors into different personality types on the basis of their risk attitude. Third, to study the relationship between the demographic variables and the personality types. Fourth, to examine the impact of COVID-19 on the monthly SIP amount which was invested before and after the pandemic. And the fifth one, to analyze the changes in investor preference in investment options prior to and after COVID-19. So this is the first objective, and that is to study the demographic variables of the sample investors. And the table says the investors are divided into categorized on the basis of their domicile, gender, age group, marital status, education, and income per month. And objective 2 was to divide the investor clusters on the basis of their risk attitude. That is high risk profile investors, moderate risk profile investors, and low risk profile investors. For this, 20 statements were being used, and it took the help from the wealth management risk profile questionnaires of Morgan's. And some of the statements used are my prime aim of investing is in long-term capital, is in to meet the income needs. My aim is to meet capital security only, so and so. And then K-means cluster analysis was used to categorize the investors into homogeneous groups using an algorithm. And the number of clusters necessitated was 3. And the method used was centers using iteration. And the number of outliers were minimal. And objective 3 has 3 null hypotheses. I am just going to the sum up of it. First null hypothesis was that there is no association between gender and the personality of the investor. The p-value 0.324, which is greater than 0.05, and hence accepted that there is no association between gender and the personality of the investor. Whereas the second hypothesis was there is no association between education level and the personality, but it was rejected since p-value was less than 0.05. And the third hypothesis was there is no association between marital status and the personality of the investor. Again, it was accepted since p-value was 0.299. And the fourth objective was to examine the impact of COVID-19 on the monthly amount of SIP investment. That you can see in the table, monthly investment before COVID 4,500, and after it was 3,678. It shows a downward trend of 18%. And further, the study was done using paired sample test, and the result will be shown in the tabular column, just as I've said before. So moving on to the sum up. Yes, the first one is the p-value was less than 0.05, and hence the null hypothesis was rejected, stating the monthly SIP amount invested before COVID-19 outbreak differed from that during the outbreak. And second hypothesis was, null hypothesis was, there is no significant difference between SIP investment by males and females before and during the pandemic, that is the gender importance, but it was greater than 0.05, and hence it was accepted that there is no significant difference. And the third null hypothesis is there is no significant impact between gender and monthly SIP amount invested before and after. And here it was done using regression analysis, and p-value was 0.002, hence rejected. R value was 0.310, and R square was less, 9.6% only. And the last objective was to analyze the changes in preference in investment options prior to and after the pandemic. We can see that the major 6 investment avenues were mutual funds, stock market, bank deposits, gold, post office savings, and health insurance. And as you can see, there is a 30% decline in preference for mutual funds and even sharper decline for stock market, that is 53%. However, the investors' preference for health insurance were a noticeable change with a sharp increase of 120%. And to sum up, we can say that the respondents' willingness to diversify their portfolios towards less risky investment options, such as the bank deposits for savings, were clearly mentioned. And just to conclude, the pandemic has significantly impacted the global economy with the huge population macroeconomic turbulences of the Indian economy. The lockdown added to the chaos, which proved to be unsettling in the financial sector. And it was found that these chaos has made the individual investors more attracted to risk-averse attitudes, and they prefer relatively secure investment options offering moderate returns with low risk. These are the references. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sherry Rita Anthony. Judges, please begin the Q&A session.
First of all, when you say it is pre and post COVID, I do not know whether even now, we say whether we are into a post COVID situation. I think still the hangover of COVID is still continuing. So that area you need to justify as to how do you define the post COVID period. So that is one thing. Second, what was your time period for which you have collected the data during pre-COVID segment, pre-COVID section? When did you collect the data?
Data was collected recently, but then the questionnaire mentioned the time frame of before COVID, 2019. Yes.
Our time frame. What was the time frame?
2019, 2020. That was before COVID.
2019, 2020. 1 year time frame you have collected?
Yes, sir. The average investments were asked.
2019 and 2020, 19 to 20.
Yes, sir. 2019, 20. That was the before COVID time.
And post COVID?
2020, 2021.
2020, 21. I don't think no way you can say 2021 is post COVID. That fundamentally is wrong, because at least let us say from 21 we had, when did we finish our last wave? I think it was only in November or October 21. So especially 2020 is the peak of COVID, so you cannot say it is post COVID.
So that is 2020 was the COVID affected time, and after the rest, so that question was asked like how it impacted. The pandemic is there, so being affected by
when you send this for a publication, the first question reviewer would be saying is 2021 is a peak time for COVID. So how can you say that is a post-COVID period? What I would suggest is you can merge the data 2019, 20 and the post-COVID also. I would assume that is also in the COVID era only. So you can merge all the data as COVID or COVID pandemic period data, and now we can collect. Now since COVID is a little more has settled down, now maybe you can collect a set of data which you can take it as a post-COVID data.
Okay.
Otherwise, any reviewer will ask, especially 2020s, I think even was more severe in terms of economic, because the repercussions came only in 2020. So the reviewer would definitely ask, how would you justify that as post-COVID? That is one thing that yes. Another one thing is what is it? How did you collect the data? Did you go for objective data or did you go by perception kind of thing?
Objective data, sir. There were also statements included.
Like?
Like the Morgan's questionnaire for dividing the group into homogeneous groups.
No, my question was how did you capture the this thing, the data collected regarding the investments? Did you ask them to do a observation, or did you actually go by kind of any empirical evidences as to looking at their returns they have filed, IT returns they have filed. So did you
No,
go
sir,
by
no,
any?
sir.
No, it
Questions
is.
were, objective questions were asked to them. They had to mention the amount, average amounts.
It is better you have a at least 5% of the samples. It is better that you have a cross check, because most of them would put themselves into the situation. They would try to give the answer as if what they ideally wanted to do, but actually what they have done would be different. So you can just check with the 55% or 10% data as to the responses given, whether it was in line with what actually they had done. Maybe with some people, at least if it is possible to get their IT files, returns copy, etc., you can just cross verify whether the data has been, especially with investment. People will not be giving the correct data. That problem is there. So, because since theoretically very correct results you are getting, like post COVID you are saying gold investment has gone down, gone up, equity investment has come down. All those things are theoretically correct, but it is surprising because that period is exactly not post COVID, but then you are getting the results like that. So there should be some thing that you have to further defend with the sample. Maybe before publishing, you can just keep the answers for these questions ready. Madam, any questions?
Yeah. So as I was talking about, the period in which you have done the study, see whether you can justify saying that, first wave of the, pre and the post COVID, and you can mention first wave and make sure that the study has happened during that period itself, first wave of COVID. Okay.
Yeah,
Don't you
rather
think
than
that?
post COVID, you can say first wave, second wave. That will be even a little more, I think. That's a good
Yeah,
idea.
so that with the available whatever data you have collected so far, with the same data you can go ahead with minor modifications in terms used, that's things. And a few other points I would like to ask. Have you thought about how about the practical implications of this study? Wouldn't it be much better if you can say that this is how financial institutions would benefit with the results of the study? Okay, so you can mention like implications for practitioners or implications for financial institutions. Okay,
Okay.
so that would be another addition. When I just went through your output results, you've mentioned you've accepted null hypothesis. So it is better to rephrase it as fail to reject the null hypothesis. Okay,
Sorry,
so that
ma'am?
is instead of saying that accept the null hypothesis, better use fail to reject the null hypothesis.
Oh, okay, ma'am. Okay.
Okay. And then you've done a regression test, right? So there, instead of saying association, better use the term influence or rather relationship. Okay, so this variable influences the other. That is one thing. And you have not mentioned anything about the R square value. I don't know whether it is because you just got a very low R square value, 9 point something, 0.9 something. So maybe you can say, yeah, even the correlation the score was also low. Okay. So if at all you include, you can say that okay, this is the percentage variation, the dependent variable explains the other one. Okay. So these things, these minor things, if you can change, that would add value to the paper. Okay. So all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry ma'am. Next, I invite Mr. Dibin KK for his presentation with register number 103. I repeat, 103.
Respected, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Respected judges and other researchers on Dr. Dice. So I'll directly get into the topic. There is European Union and United States of America, an econometric investigation based on GDP growth rate trend. registration number is BINC 22/3/103. So to start with, I've selected this topic just out of curiosity. This is a working paper, Sam. It's just like a work in progress. So we know that, I mean, if you are looking at the macroeconomic aspects, historically speaking, starting from the Cold War onwards, we can understand that there is a tilt in the way the global economy is managed. Prior to the Cold War, it was purely based on defense, military power, or armed strength. But now it has changed. Now the entire economies, I mean, global economies are controlled using various strategies, just like dollar diplomacy or UN diplomacy. So the US used the strategy of dollar diplomacy to control other nations by helping them or rewarding them monetarily. The same strategies are again used by around China. They are going for the UN diplomacy, wherein we know that, geopolitically speaking, we know that China is obviously supporting nations like Pakistan and all. So that is the political part. And this topic becomes relevant in the current circumstances. That is again the Russia versus Ukraine crisis. We know the economic impact of the Russia versus Ukraine crisis, wherein the Russian economy is, the economists are expecting a kind of recession. I mean, in the case of Russian economy, that would eventually, that might spread to other parts of the globe. Another reason is, again, the trade hegemony is never good for the global economics. If I take the case of China, even in the case of European Union, the trade hegemony creates a kind of monopoly. If I take the example of China, means if the global trade, approximately 15% of the global trade is controlled by China. So that gives a kind of autonomy to the other nations in terms of, I mean, they can eventually dictate terms. So all these things have encouraged me to do an analysis on the most powerful blocs of the world, that is the United States of America. I would, even though United States of America is a country, I would count it as a trade bloc, and the European Union. So the significance is, again, when I was looking for the literature, I found, although I was able to find a lot of studies related to GDP-based analysis, but EU and USA-based GDP analysis was, I feel that the area is not that explored. So that makes the study relatively, I'm not saying that my study is unique. It's relatively unique and significant, and especially the current circumstances have already, pointed out that economic dependence, too much of economic dependence is not good for the global economy. So the test, I've just included few literature review. So Hussain and Huck, from that paper I got few models, that is vector error correction model, regression and impulse response. So I'll be substantiating my analysis with these models. Then comes the next paper, Oppositera, bar-based Granger causality test was used in that paper. So I've combined the hypothesis and objective. The primary objective is to find out whether the United Union's long-term quarterly GDP growth rate can be explained using United States quarterly GDP growth rates and vice versa. Okay, and the second is again the short term. I've taken this study from two perspectives. I've tried to understand the study in two perspectives, long term as well as short term. Use short term relationship and United States of America's GDP's short term relationship, and so on and so forth. So these are the hypotheses. And tools and techniques used. The first one is simple linear regression model was used for understanding the relationship. Then the augmented Dickey-Fuller test was again used for ensuring the stationarity of the data, and for checking, for justifying the linear regression model, I've used certain residual diagnostic tests like Bruch-Godfrey serial correlation test, Bruch-Pagan-Godfrey test, that is for checking the heteroscedasticity and normality. The Granger causality test is again used for understanding the short-term relationship, and in order to get an idea about the volatility impact, the volatility spillover, I've used impulse response function. So these are the techniques that were used for the study. This is a regression model. Regression model states that the dependent variable in this case, that is the United States of America's quarterly GDP, can be explained using the trajectory of the European Union's GDP. Although the R square value is just 39, but being a variable, it is only a variable, right? So 40% of the GDP, the United States of America's GDP's trajectories depending on United States of America's GDP. That is not a good sign. Again, see, this 40 can eventually become 50 or 60 or 70 in the long run. So that is not a positive signal. Then when the Dickey-Fuller test was used for checking the stationarity, because going for the Granger causality to check the short-term relationship, I'm supposed to do the Dickey-Fuller test, and it showed that the data is stationary. Normality test, the serial correlation or homoscedasticity test was done. That again, the test showed that the data is eventually. These tests were performed to check for the reliability of the regression model. I do understand that the regression value is only 40, but still that 40 is of somewhat importance, because in the long run it could become much higher, and that is not a positive sign. Granger causality test, and again, I could get a relationship. I mean, the result, to summarize the result, I found that the European Union's GDP, I mean, the United States of America's quarterly GDP rate is in some way depending on the quarterly GDP rate figures of European Union in the short run as well as in the long run. So US GDP's performance is depending. I mean, GDP's trajectory is depending on European Union's GDP's performance. So again, the impulse response function was used. I shall explain it at the time of findings. So these are the findings. As I already told, I have already explained the findings. The regression model is fulfilling all the necessary conditions like normality, stationarity, serial correlation, and homoscedasticity. 40%. So I'm not repeating the statement again. 40% explanation was obtained, and even in the case of Granger causality test 2, the short-run relationship between these two variables were established. And the impulse response function was was done for understanding the volatility spillover, and from the impulse response function, we were able to understand that the volatility spillover effect is there. That is the standard deviation shock. I mean, if some kind of shock is impacting, is being introduced into the European Union's GDP growth rate, it is definitely having a positive influence on the United States of America's GDP growth rate. That is 0.8 or 0.8, in between 0.8 to 0.9. Again, in the quarterly basis, and the effect would start from the second quarter onwards. See, like shown in the case, like shown in this figure, in this graph, from the second quarter onwards, the shock would start impacting the United States of America's GDP positively. And the possible reason could be the trade volume between these two nations, these two trade blocks, and the trade surplus position of
please conclude your presentation within 1 minute.
Union. Okay. So the global trade can be a double-edged sword, and the US is found dependent on a bloc like like the European Union in terms of trade. So as a researcher, what I feel is like it is advisable to either bring down the trade deficit or diversify the scope of trade by searching for other trade blocks. I mean, it is dangerous. It is dangerous to have too much dependence on a particular nation or a particular trade block. So it is advisable to diversify the trade. Otherwise, the global situation can change. The global power equation could change. That is not a positive sign. The present economy is not ready to accept such kind of situation. So the limitations of the study would be definitely I've only taken two variables, that is United States of America's and European Union's GDP quarterly growth rate. So I can expand my study. I'm thinking to take variables
Thank you,
from
Dibin, sir.
rich nation. Thank you. That's all.
Judges, please begin the Q&A session.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, sir.
I missed your name. What was in?
Sir, I'm Dibin.
Dibin, okay. Okay. Dibin, you are doing your PhD, if I'm correct.
Yes, sir, but this paper is not related to my PhD.
Yeah.
I did this out of curiosity, sir.
Or curiosity.
It's just a
And how do you extend your findings or your implications in the current scenario, especially the heated up scenario between US and Russia, as well as the United Nations and United States and also Russia. Now the entire equations would be for a toss, right?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So how do you look at it in an aggregated scenario? This, I think, definitely it would have been data would have been maybe at least which was the data there, no? Which was, data was from?
Sir, I guess you're what?
No, which was the data period?
Sir, I was not able to hear the question. Your voice is breaking.
Dibin sir is asking about the period of study.
Sir, okay.
No, which?
Yeah, the data was taken for 20 years.
Yeah.
I'll show you. Please hold on, sir.
20 years. Data.
Yeah, 20 years. The data is taken from the World Bank, and it was taken from 1996 to 2019. Hello, sir. Hello.
Yes. I'm just I'm just I was looking at like yes I can hear you.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
So what was your question? Could you please repeat it?
So so how did you know what would the implications of your study?
Implication if I'm looking at the current circumstance.
What is the implication of your study?
Yes, sir. If I am to take the current situation, yes, sir. Am I audible now?
Good.
Yes. Okay, if I am to take the current situation, although at the time of writing this paper, I was not expecting this situation. This paper is a bit old, but if I'm correlating it with the current economic situation, what I feel is like
you're audible.
Yeah, in the current circumstances, if let us take the current issue as an example. If I go for the Russia versus Ukraine issue, we all know that there are a lot of sanctions on Russia. So it is obvious that if an economy is depending too much on Russian-based operations or trade, it is definitely going to impact that economy's performance, and eventually it is definitely going to spread. So it is eventually going to create a kind of negative QR signal that may impact the global trade. In the case of my presentation, if the US economy is depending, I mean in my paper I've quoted certain figures along with relevant backups to make us understand that the US economy, I mean towards starting from 2015 onwards, the US economy is depending too much on the European Union in case of trade, and the trade is more or less deficit oriented, wherein EU is having a positive balance. So that sign is in fact not good, in my personal opinion. So if the same kind of thing happens globally, it is definitely going to create a negative impact in terms of global trade.
Good. The presentation was organized. I think I'm not much into econometrics, so I'm not able to fully, critically, evaluate your results. And I think the flow was there. Okay, madam.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for that.
Okay, Bipin, that is an interesting
Basically,
paper.
this is because the trade volume would be high between these two economies, no? That is why this holds like this, no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That could be
It's
the only.
basically dependent upon the trade volume.
Sorry, sir.
No, it's basically it is the trade volume which is actually giving us this.
Yes, sir. Trade is the only reason, because based on
Trade
various
volume is
figures, I
important.
found, yeah, trade volume is the primary reason, because the globe is primarily driven by trade only. I mean, economics.
Trade
So that would be the reason. As per my opinion, I have already told you this is just a working paper. I have to develop this paper further. Yes, Nisa ma'am, you were asking something.
Yeah, Bipin, that's an interesting paper. So, as you were rightly saying, I would suggest you look for, if there are other reasons other than just the trade volume. Are there other reasons for this, causality? Because there could be cases of spurious regressions, right? And using of this gradient causality, in fact, it implies correlation between different variables, current value and the past values of the other variable.
I got your
But it
question,
has
madam.
limitations too, right?
Yes,
It has
yes,
limitations too.
Definitely,
So,
definitely. So, madam, yeah, I would like to clarify. The spurious part of the data was already taken care of, because I have already done three tests to make sure that the data is not spurious. The normality, heteroscedasticity, and even the serial correlation tests were done to ensure that the model is successful.
okay, so the limitations of the causality test, gradient causality test, that was also taken care of, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. As far as I know, but as I've told you already, it is. I mean, it's a working paper. I can make further changes based on your.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think you have addressed it, because the data needs to be stationary. So yeah, I think you have addressed that too. There was a test, but you have done. Okay.
Yes,
That is also done.
Yeah.
In that case, it is okay. Right. Yeah. Okay, Dibin, all the best.
Okay, thank you so much for the chance. So the pleasure is all mine. Thank you all. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dibin sir. Next we have Nidin John, chess number 104. Nidin sir, please get ready.
Am I able?
Yes.
Madam, am I audible to hear me? Are you able to hear?
Yes, you're audible. Please continue,
Audible,
sir.
but I think the voice is breaking. You're audible.
Am I audible? Oh, okay, thanks. My screen. My screen is
Yes, the presentation. Yeah, presentation is visible.
presentation is done.
Your slides are visible, sir. Please continue.
So, okay. Good morning, good afternoon, Rakesh, good afternoon, Nina, madam. So, my paper is basically a literature paper which consists to a relationship between capital structure and corporate financial performance. And this is a paper that I've authored with C. Joseph, Associate Professor, Independence in Berchmans College. The objective of this study was to see the literature connecting these two variables, capital structure and corporate financial performance. And also there's a methodology which has been adopted in the previous study conducted to study the relationship between these two variables. And also what is stratified, what actual relationship, whether direct positive relationship or as a negative relationship. So three were the objectives. Now coming to, before going to the details of the study, just briefly define the various cash structure defines a relationship with data and equity. And as we know, it's one of the key financial decisions in a firm. And quick financial performance is the efficiency of firm in terms of ops and essential for the firm. And that's financial performance is what grows the company, ensure returns to shareholders. Now, for the literature that I've tried based on levers, that is basically the two variables, and connecting these two variables with financial performance. And I've tried to prioritize, but there have been multiple studies from the same countries. So in that case, I've prioritized the studies with more citations. And also, when it came to the recent research papers, because we need to give preference to the, I've read less on the citations when it came to the recent research papers. Now, coming to the actual literature review, when I see the literature, one of the important seminal papers in this area was by Joshua Abor, and he basically studied debt in terms of short-term debt to total assets and long-term debt to total assets and total debt to total assets, and the control variables for firm size and sales growth. And he found a positive relationship between short-term debt and total debt to the but when it came to the long-term, there was a negative relationship. Now, Gill tried to, this was a study in Qatar and Ghana. Gill tried to expand the study in for USA. And he also tried to expand the study by comparing between the service industry and the manufacturing industry. And in the service industry, one difference that is different from previous study was that there's no relationship when it came to long-term profitability. When it came to manufacturing, again, long-term debt and profitability, like study above, found positive relationship, where it was a negative case of study. Now, for the studies, when we see, try to study the relationship with variables of firm size and firm age, and they use method of regression analysis. They again found a negative relationship between the Q and financial of return in the return on assets. And Adawara Mutal also studied the same thing with different Nigeria. Variables of size and firm age, and again found a negative relationship. So these studies are contrary studies by Joshua Abor and where they found previously a positive relationship. Now coming to the next study was this study and they have data listed companies by Salim and others. They found a negative relationship between the debt ratios and the financial performance. But an interesting study, they extended the study by actually including sectors. They include specific sectors like trading, planning, construction, and they try to identify the relationship, whether it's good for each of these sectors. For that, the overall relationship and of these various the individual sectors, and construction planning, there's slight variation between 6 sectors. So that was one extension. That was additional study that they can't complete these specific sectors as well. Now comparing to another studies was like Romania with the Romanian listed companies. Here, the short-term debt and total debt, it was again the negative relationship, but when it came to long-term debt, they could not identify a specific significant relationship with performance. And she used the control variable as asset stability and liquidity represented by current ratio. Now, another study was conducted in Istanbul using data from the Bosa Instant. And here again it was a negative relationship, and here this person Nasser used multivariate regression analysis, and this was a study conducted in 2016. Now again coming to a couple of more recent studies, these were conducted, Biru conducted the study in Ethiopia and Samuel conducted a study in Nigeria. Now unlike the previous studies that we had seen, when we had seen a negative relationship, these studies actually reflect a positive relationship between the level of debt and the performance. Both the study by Samuel in Nigeria and the study by Liu in Ethiopia, they both reflected a positive relationship between debt ratio and return on equity and return on assets. Now coming to the Indian context, Goel had conducted this similar study using data from public sector banks, and here he found a positive relationship. Many of the prior studies that we saw showed a negative relationship, but when it came to short-term debt, go will identify a positive relationship using the control variable of firm size and the methodology of regression analysis. And Banerjee and Day conducted a similar study for taking only one sector, which was the Indian island steel sector. And here he could find a negative relationship. Then one of the more comprehensive studies that was conducted in the Indian context, although Indian context the studies are relatively less, but one of the more comprehensive studies was by Chadha and Sharma, who conducted a study using the companies in BSE, Bombay Stock Exchange. And he again found out that return on equity and leverage had a negative relationship, but when it came to return on asset, there was no significant relationship. And control variables that used firm size, firm age, and GA plus is way to percent yield growth. And finally, one of the studies, Reddy and Aaron, again, this contradict, we could not find significant impact in performance. Finally, the previous commonly debt to asset ratio for capital structure and for financial performance, the return on equity and return on assets are used most commonly. And share analysis is the most commonly adopted methodology. And for these, yeah. So these are three level sector studies have identified sector level like manufacturing services, and thirdly, some studies have covered specific industries. I mean, the important point is that there is a lot of unanimity between the conclusion of these studies, whether it's a positive relationship between the level of debt and probability, or it's a negative relationship. Some show positive, some show negative relationship. And there is also a difference in the impact between short and long term in cap structure. We say there's a again when it comes to relationship between short term debt and long term debt, the difference in relationship. And although there is a gap I could identify in literature that there's they say that it is tax deductible, available to use, especially for but the MQ lab is what is needed in this with respect to these variables, because the study show positive relationship. Also, in the corporate context, in most studies and using recent data, because recent data the capital structure, nature of capital structure has also been changing the last 30 years because the market has immensely developed. Yeah. Also, there needs to be studies conducted for the manufacturing service sector, because the nature of these sectors are different. Manufacturing fixed, but with time very less amount of fixed. So the need for our is to have sector specific, country specific studies based in data. Close is that there is an impact cap structure performance output which reflect most of the studies, but whether it's a positive and negative relationship is something that to be empirically confirmed with recent data. I said some show positive, some show negative, and various issues. Between the developing and between the various manufacturing service and with INC and the assessment of this impact. And these are studies that I've yeah, that.
Now let us begin the question and answer session. Sir, Rakesh sir and Nisa ma'am.
Nitin, I think since consolidating the previous literature is also one of your objectives, I would suggest you go for a bibliometric review of literature. Yeah, Nitin, can you hear me? Hello? Yeah. I think you can go for a bibliometric review. We can actually organize your literature section a little more better. Yeah, is there any problem with the audio?
No, sir, it's okay. Please continue.
Yeah, I think Nitin, I think some issue and beauty problem of your also, I think the corporate finance literature I think since this is basically there are a lot of theories and the already empirical papers in this area. Your literature, I think, should be definitely a little more rich, and for that, we can just search for bibliometric review. You can just search for bibliometric review, which would help you to, organize your literature segment a little more better. Can you just also, show me a sample? Have you designed your samples?
I could not hear your voice in between. Kindly repeat the question, please. I'm sorry, some technical issue here. Could you kindly repeat once more, please? Rakesh sir? Rakesh sir? Are you able to hear me?
Nisa ma'am, if you have some questions, can you please?
Yes, I think Rakesh sir has some network issues. Okay, see, sir was talking about a bibliometric review which may be done. Okay, so either a bibliometric review or a meta-analysis which will have a lot of quantitative insights which will definitely add value to your paper, that could be thought of. Okay, a bibliometric review or a meta-analysis. And another thing which is worth mentioning, which would add more value to your paper, could be the financial performance that is normally assessed as a dependent variable. You can mention whether it is a qualitative study or meta-analysis. It is worth mentioning whether it was a perceived financial performance which was measured or otherwise. Okay, that will also help.
Okay, in the sense, ma'am, you perceive financial, I've used basically the accounting measures of return on equity and return on assets. Is that what you meant? Or?
Exactly. See, perceived financial performance is that you take the perception of people, you ask people questions subjectively. You are not taking the accounting measures. So there are studies, there are papers in which they go for
Basically, finance, I think, mostly, you take the objective measure. Perceived thing, perceived measure may not work out many. One main reason is it could be biased. You're going and asking your manager of a firm as to how you perceive the performance of your firm. He would not, since he is also accountable, he will not be saying that it is bad. He would be justifying, why it is bad, but then he will not give you that result that are desired.
Yeah, exactly. So there are a lot of papers. Yeah, better to use the accounting measures rather than perceived performance. But there are a lot of papers coming out with financial performance by taking perceived performance.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah. Thank you for that comment, ma'am. But when I analyze the literature, the more common measures, because the methodology uses regression. So regression, is, as far as I understand, is mostly used for specific quantitative data, so which demands perhaps quantitative measures like the accounting measures. So might be that is why they have gone for the accounting measures.
That is true. Accounting measures, you go for regression, but then there are papers in which people take financial performance in perceived format, and perceived financial performance can also be quantified and can get into regression.
Okay.
Convert that into interval data.
Rakesh sir, you were asking a question. Unfortunately, due to the technical issue here, I could not hear you. Could you kindly repeat the suggestions or question that you placed asking? Rakesh sir, could you kindly repeat the previous question, because I was not able to hear you when you were speaking earlier due to some technical issue.
I know. What was your sample design? What kind of forms have you taken?
Yeah, Rakesh sir, basically for the literature review, I've taken.
Sorry to interrupt, but the time is over.
What's your plan for your final data? That is, what kind of forms you have?
Yeah, basically, I'm planning to conduct a data using the Indian data using NSE, because most of these studies have been conducted using the national stock exchanges.
So I am planning to conduct a study of to cover the research gap using the NSE data. Data for the Indian companies using the NSE and using these accounting measures. Yes, sir.
Okay, so now let's call the next presenter. We have Alfia Taha with register number 106. Judges, please note, we have Alfia Taha with 106 register number.
Hello, good evening. Am I audible?
Good evening, yes, you're audible.
Yeah. Nitin sir, can you stop the presentation so that I can share mine? Nitin sir?
Nisha, madam, what was the previous candidate's number? 102?
Alfia, yeah, you can start your presentation now.
Sir, the previous candidate's number was 104.
104.
Yeah, okay.
Good evening, all of you. So my presentation is on the topic Reframing the Investment Decision-Making Process, a Behavioral Finance Approach. My name is Alfia, and I'm co-authoring this paper with Dr. Siddhi Joseph K, my guide, and my register number is 106. So, reframing the investment decision-making process, the topic itself is actually discussing about. Mine is a theoretical-based review, which I have been taken around 25 literature reviews, and I have been sorting those literature reviews into certain topics, and I have divided them according to the change in the decision-making process. So, in decision making, basically, it's a unique art where people actually choose from the various options which is available. So we always consider that decision making is considered to be a rational approach, what the investors usually do. But of course, based on the coming of behavioral finance approach, it is said that investors usually are irrational when it comes to their decision making. That is, investment is not chosen just based on their return and risk perspective, but there are certain other approaches also which the investors take when it comes to the perspective of choosing their investment options. So, like when considering the investor, there are different types of investors. The normal investor who actually perceives to make return out of their investments. There are certain speculators who wants to make profits in the short-term period, and there are also gamblers who wants to make the big profit out of the small changes that has been happening in the economy or in the market. So, of course, as I said, the approaches which each of these investor type classify or investor takes that differs based on their approaches in which they actually go for taking up their investment options. So behavioral finance reclaims that investment decision is always irrational. As I said, it is not basically based on the return or the risk that they are expecting to receive, but also based on there are different choices that actually leads them in taking their investment. So this paper actually tries to study and support the fact that behavioral finance has a major influence in the investment decision-making process among the investors. So for this study, I have chosen different theoretical aspect, or I have actually taken the different theories, and I have taken papers related to that theories, and I have actually created a small design, and based on that, I am explaining the theories which I have found out from my research. So reframing the decision-making process, the rational approach of the investors actually contradict the investment principle of making the maximum return from their investment. But behavioral finance says that it not only actually look at the rational behavior, but also there are certain personality traits, or maybe there are certain psychological decisions or psychological impact that actually influence their decisions. There have been various studies being done, and some of them says that based on certain people's personality, they choose their investment option. Sometimes they actually decide based on the short-term trends that has been seen in the prices, or even there are some non-economic factors which might not be logical when we think, but there have been studies listing that like non-economic factors such as weather, the mood swings, or even the perspective of the weekends or the weekdays even affect the investors in choosing their assets, or even certain sport events. So there have been various studies being conducted. So there have a certain emphasis saying that, there have been certain studies emphasize that human decisions in general are the product of instinct, habit, or emotion, or the reason. And it's actually a exact mix of time, place, and circumstances that actually make a person decide their investment, and just not the returns that they get from their investment option. So over here, I'm explaining about the cognitive illusions. Cognitive illusion simply means the psychologically, linguistically, and mathematically possible explanation, which is actually stating the human error in statistical and logical judgment. Like we cannot always say that behavioral finance approaches can actually lead to the maximum return. So there are certain illusions or certain explanations of psychological reasons which actually affects people in choosing their investment options. So I have divided them based on the theories which I have reviewed. I have divided them into two things. One is heuristics and the other one is prospect theory. Based on heuristics, I have divided them into representativeness, overconfidence, anchoring, gambler's fallacy, availability bias. And in prospect theory, I have divided them into loss aversion, framing, mental accounting, and regret aversion and self-control. These constructs have been created based on the cognitive illusion which I have been prepared based on the theoretical support or theoretical papers which I have reviewed. And now coming to the heuristic decision making process. So when it comes to heuristic decision making process, as the name says, it is actually a mental shortcut which allows people to solve problems and make judgments quickly and efficiently. Like they are not looking into any other, maybe they are not thinking about the future, or maybe they are not giving it time to think about it. They just take their decisions very quickly. So there have been certain biases which is been coming under that. One is the representativeness. There are many studies which have been on this, but the famous one out of this is by Kahneman and Tversky, which actually describes that heuristic is something which is making judgments regarding the probability of an event under the state of being unsure of something. Like, it can happen. Maybe the feeling that we have towards that point of time, that is being considered as representative. So when it comes to representativeness, he has actually classified it into main 2 points. One is similar in essential properties to its parent population and reflects the salient features of the process by which it is generated. Also, this representativeness, again, actually, when it speaks about it, it says that certain types, like investors subject to this heuristic, overreact. Like people overreact to this, and information about the firm's past performance, such as similar consecutive earnings surprises. Like we are referring to the firm's, the firm's previous performance, and based on that, we are just taking a decision. Then coming to the overconfidence, as the name says, it is the unwarranted faith in one's intuitive reasoning, judgment, and cognitive abilities. Nowadays, you can see that people are more overconfident while taking up their investment options. They actually underestimate the risk factors, or they overestimate the expectations. Their expectations are overestimated, and they diversify their portfolios poorly and not at all based on any rational approach. Like for example, they do not even consider the risk return factor, or they do not study the previous risk return factors. Rather, they are very confident that several dimensions give more courage and confidence to, and that is actually making a person do certain acts. For example, confidence not alone is going to give them success. Rather, it is actually going to put them into a negative dilemma. But overconfidence biases or overconfidence are, there was a lot of study being done by different researchers. Like according to Park, he says that overconfidence negatively affects investment decisions and performance, and also overconfidence can adversely affect the investment related choices and performance of the investor. So most of them, this overconfidence, as the name says, it is considered to be a negative thing, but most of the time the overconfidence actually affects on their portfolio and is being seen very much in a negative way. Then coming to anchoring bias, anchoring is considered to be a cognitive bias that relies too much on the first piece of information. Like for example, whatever they hear at the first phase, they take that into consideration. Rather, they are not looking into the details of the or they are not considering the estimation, or they are not looking into the financial aspect of it. They actually start that starting point or the initial value, which actually may not represent the total value, but that is being considered to be a solution, which they actually, based on that, they go for their investment option. So So this studies has also been conducted by many of them, and they say that anchoring bias happens because the adjustments usually aren't big enough, so leading to an incorrect decision. So whatever they hear, the first-hand information, whatever they hear. For example, if I'm choosing a company, I have heard good about them. So just because of that, I'm actually choosing a company. Rather, I'm not looking at their financial information. I'm not searching if they are giving enough dividends to the investors. I'm not looking at whether those companies have performed or maybe how the growth has been in the past few years. Nothing has been evaluated. Then gambler's fallacy. It is actually a representative heuristic referring to an error in the judgment. So gambler's fallacy, there have been so many studies being conducted. Daniel Kahneman in 1971 stated that this gambler's fallacy then it can lead to suboptimal decision-making process by a person. Like it is like a, it's basically a probability which is calculated when lack of understanding leads to an incorrect estimation and prediction regarding the onset.
Alfia,
like,
please conclude your presentation within 1 minute.
Yes. So I'm just going to the next part of it, that is heuristic. Heuristics is heuristic, and again that availability bias. Availability bias is also based on the information which is readily available. You are taking a decision based on that. There have been major studies based on that. Then coming to the prospect theory. Prospect theory, there have been certain theories stated like framing, loss aversion. So framing is something that it is related to the expected utility theory, where investors mark gains and losses differently. Like for the gain which I have will be different from the gain which another person perceives it. And loss aversion is also similar to framing, but loss aversion says that investors can result in avoiding risk and leading to overly conservative portfolios if they do not deliver the returns and need to achieve their goals. Now coming to regret aversion, mental accounting and self-control, which is also certain theories which is being stated under the prospect theory. Various studies have been conducted into it. So as a researcher, I was trying to shortlist the types of biases or types of influence.
May I interrupt? Alfia, your time is over. Now judges, over to the question and answer session.
Okay, I think, sir, are you there? Okay, I think I'll start. Alfia, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you have done a good review. What do you think for the investment firms? How can they address this unhealthy money habits, overspending, underinvesting, impulse purchasing? All these are very normal to an average investor. So what do you think the investment firms can do something about addressing these issues?
Yes, actually, as my study says, the behavioral attitude or the learnings that we have is actually influencing a lot of rather than the real perspective or being rational. We are too much influenced by the irrational behavior or the psychological behavior that we have, or the characteristics that we have towards each of the investment options. So we need to understand. Actually, we need to understand that before taking any investment, we need to evaluate whether this is our psychological the characteristic that is actually influencing us to invest to certain investment, or is it the real return? Like, are you seriously evaluating on each of the things? Like as ma'am said, impulse purchase behavior. So always there tend to impulse purchase behavior, but we have to really understand whether this is really in need, or maybe we are going as per the impulse attitude towards that buying behavior. So similar way, when it comes to behavioral finance also, this is saying that we need to understand that there is a behavioral approach that we actually focus on the investors or investment. We should understand between the behavioral aspect and the other aspect of investment. That is what I feel.
Okay, so an investment behavior of an individual. Okay, so having done extensive review, if you are to model a decision-making process, what are the major factors would you consider?
Major factors, if you ask me personally, I would definitely go for the risk-return perspective of it. Of course, certain behavioral aspects would definitely impact my decision making, but definitely I would give equal weightage to the risk-return aspect of it based on my ability to take risk. I feel that it's very important.
Okay.
Thank you,
finally,
Alfia.
to add value to your paper, you may think of giving some implications to the practitioners after having done your review. To further the study, you can include implications for practitioners or investment firms. So that would add.
Yeah, how it is going to add values, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you. I shall do that.
That is
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, judges. Next, we have Sumina Susan Kochiti with register number 201. Sumina Susan Kochiti with register number 201.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Shall I start my presentation?
Please go ahead, Sundar.
Yes. So, good evening, ma'am. Good evening, judges. The topic of my presentation today is a study on the work-life balance of employees with special reference to the banking industry. The co-authors of this paper are Dr. Babu Michael, Associate Professor, SB College, who is also my research guide, and Ms. Unimaya UM, a former student of mine. So, talking about work-life balance or an introduction
Excuse
to
me,
this
Sumina
paper.
ma'am, your presentation is not
Yes.
visible. Slides are not visible, ma'am.
Not visible. Okay, let me just check again.
Now it is.
Is it visible now?
No.
Yes, now it is fine. You can continue.
Sir, I'm not able to hear what you're saying.
Now it is.
Shall I continue?
Yes.
Okay. So the topic is a study on the work-life balance of employees. A study on the work-life balance of employees with special reference to the banking industry. So talking about work-life balance, it has been referred or it has been defined by previous research authors as a continuous stylish designing of an employee's life with achievement and enjoyment along with organizational changes. But in layman's terms, it would be meaning how we are able to balance both work or organizational or professional responsibilities along with our personal life. So the minimization of work-related stress, the establishing of a stable and sustainable way to work while maintaining health and general well-being would be a meaning of work-life balance. And this work-life balance would have the potential to improve employee morale, job satisfaction, performance level, and reduce absenteeism, and also lead to overall employee loyalty to the organization. So this work-life balance has been an issue with many working professionals who are finding maybe due to challenges or maybe in the personal life or in the professional life, it would be difficult for certain people to manage both of this. And talking about the relevance of this topic in the banking industry, work-life balance issues in professional life, almost getting a job is good, but being able to manage both professional responsibilities along with our home responsibilities would not be possible at all times. And it could be difficult for certain individuals also. So with specific reference to the banking industry, talking about long hours in the banks that people have to work or employees need to work, meeting of targets, especially in the private banking industry in which the study is conducted. So a question was arise like, does work-life balance differ between professionals according to the demographics, like variables like age, gender, working hours in the bank, and also travel time to work have been considered. So after consideration of all these questions, two objectives were framed to continue the study: to examine the work-life balance of employees with special reference to the banking industry, and to assess the differences in work-life balance with various demographic variables. We'll see what the demographic variables and the research methodology. Responses were collected from 100 employees who are working in the banking industry. The reason why we collected only 100 was because only 100 was valid and found to be complete in all aspects. Responses were collected through circulation of questionnaires that was based on the work-life balance scale that was developed by Fisher McCarthy. And the variables considered for the study are work-life balance, and independent variables considered are demographic like gender, age, years of experience, marital status, working hours per week, and travel time to workplace. For the analysis of data, independent sample t-tests as well as ANOVA were done. The hypotheses formulated as part of the study are the following. There were 7 hypotheses that aims to see whether there is any difference in work-life balance of employees in private sector banks across the different demographic variables like gender, age, total years of experience, marital status, working hours per week, travel time to the workplace, and number of children of respondents also were considered. The key findings of the study is that there is a significant difference in the work-life balance of employees with respect to the demographic variables like age, total years of experience, marital status, number of children, working hours per week, and travel time to workplace. But there was no significant difference in the work-life balance of employees with respect to the gender. And the conclusion after, that is suggestions or conclusions to the industry after conducting this study is that care is to be given to employee well-being, job clarity and task requirements are to be specified, because if there is no specification on the job or no specification on what is exactly expected out of an employee, the employee does not understand what is to be done or how is he to perform or what are his targets and so on. So that would also be a better thing for employees in order to have a good work-life balance. Flexible working environment. This study was conducted before COVID-19. So flexible working environment would mean also that provision of maybe work from home options would also have been provided. In that case, it would have been good for the employees, but after COVID, to a certain extent, there is work from home, but not sure about the banking industry. But flexible working environment with respect to number of hours, number of days in the banks and so on can also be thought of as a suggestion to the industry. And appointment of enough employees so as to avoid overburden of work responsibility was also a suggestion, because in private banks especially, employees tend to be overburdened with a lot of work and targets and so on, and meeting them is a challenge. And that also explains the high attrition or turnover in the banking industry. These are the references considered for this study.
Thank you, Sumana ma'am. Over to the question and answer session.
Pardon, ma'am?
No, now let us start the question and answer session.
Yes.
Okay. Good attempt, Sumana. Do you think this work-life balance is an illusion?
Pardon, ma'am? I didn't get your question.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Is work-life balance an illusion? What do you think?
Work-life balance, that I think would be a limitation of any study conducted on work-life balance. Maybe it's because work-life balance is not an illusion, but then I don't know if we can tie it to an organization or an industry, because some people maybe who was working in the same industry, that was also one of the responses. When we collected the responses, we came across an employee who said the same. That is, maybe the person next to me is not able to manage his work-life balance, but I am able to manage. Okay, maybe with the person the same demographics, he might belong to the same age, the same gender, the same role, but then he is able to manage better. So it might vary between individuals, but definitely work-life balance is not an illusion.
I think
that is my personal opinion. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, I asked. I think a more practical approach to look at it is to define work-life integration, rather than it is more like you trying to equilibrium. So work-life integration. I would like you to, if at all you are extending this study in this field, just refer to work-life integration.
Okay, ma'am, I will definitely look into this.
Okay, and a few observations regarding the paper. So when you mention the results as to accepting null hypothesis, it is better to rephrase it as failing to reject the null hypothesis. Then another thing is, whenever you see a significance, once you do an ANOVA, better go for a post-hoc analysis for more insights.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. When you get a significance in ANOVA, go for a post-hoc analysis. And then somewhere in the paper, I had seen you talking about Union Bank. Maybe this paper is a part of
no, ma'am. Yes, that was actually a working paper. I think I might have got that also mixed in with this. That was actually a working paper. But then at the end of this was actually a student project. So at the end of this, I mean, during the study, we had initially started off with trying to compare the two banks.
Okay.
But then that part was not complete. So I just took one bank, and that was a private sector bank.
Okay.
So that is
And you may include some latest studies also to this. So I could see studies up till 2010 or 8. So maybe latest studies would add your value. All the best.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Ragesh sir, any questions? Okay, thank you, Sumana ma'am. Next, we have Yasmin Mirzani with register number 202. We have Yasmin Mirzani with register number 202.
20.
Good evening, everyone. Shall I share my screen?
Yes, good.
Yes, good evening once again. Myself Yasmin Mirzani, and my registration number is BINC 223202. And my paper title is Impact of Leadership Style on Organization Performance, Reframing Leadership Practices. So am I audible to everyone?
Yes, you are.
Okay, so I can go for the next slide. So this is about paper outline. Yeah. So paper outline, I'm going to inform about introduction, methodology, objective, key finding, conclusion, and references. So introduction here. First, I can start as the innovative in this distinguish between a leader and a follower. This says that the impact of leadership style is very much essential for the organization performance, and our finding is based on that. And here we have studied about how the research says that how it is important aspect for the success of the organization, and here the reframing leadership styles are very important. The leadership, when it comes reframing, instead of going for the same old patterns, they have to reframe by bringing the new ideas, new innovative styles to retain the employee, to motivate the employees of the organization. So reframing and implementing leadership qualities required not only for the employee retention, it's for the conflict management, stress management, and time management and successful leadership practices. This is needed, which we have studied in this research paper. And here, the leadership different styles I want to inform that is these styles, as we know how it is impacted on the quantity, quality, timeliness, cost, and effectiveness of employee performance. We have found out before it was like a autocratic, and these all were there, but now at present, transformational and transactional leadership is in practice, because most of the organization, the employee need more motivation now. They need the motivation, and they need reward facilities and all. Just for these leadership styles which we have adopted in our practices in about when we have done this research, and research methods which we have used, like data collected through primary and secondary sources by quantitative research techniques was used in this research. For primary data, this structured questionnaire has been given for the target group of people, like mid-level and top-level positions of medium and large-sized enterprises from different countries. We have approached like India, UAE, Oman, and Qatar. And the total number of participants were 207 professionals of different positions, and 127 male and 80 female in this research, those who have participated, the respondents. The objective of the study is to determine the impact of leadership style in an organization performance. And the second one is to study the relationship that exists between the leadership and organization performance, to determine the requirement of leadership qualities for the skills and process of successful leadership practices. So here reframing, what we did is, in the present situation, the reframing is implementing proper style for improving, and leadership quality is essential as we feel. So we have done some questionnaire, and here from the findings we understood that 1 to 5 years, those who are very less experienced need maximum supervision, and those who are having more experience, they don't need more supervision here. And based on the study, based on the research, here the leader's quality, here we say is that influence the the employees to find the passion and ability to work. So if this question comes, then most of the employees are agree for this. They are saying that yes, leaders are required. The quality, leaders quality is very much essential for the employees to find the passion and ability. And if we go for the most employees are feel insecure their work in need direction, if this type of questions, again it will be agree, because here we can say that most of the employees are looking for the transformational leadership and transactional leadership, and if the guidance is needed, if you go for the guidance is needed for the supervisor, and proper guidance is needed. Yes, it's again it says that agree for the 41%, and reward and punishment in order to motivate the employees for the achieve organizational objective, then again it will be 44%, means highest will go for the agree. That means here whatever questions we have given based on all kind of leadership questions, just some questions I have mentioned here you can see on the screen, not all the questions I have mentioned, but most of the questions which the participants have given the answer was based on transformational and transactional leadership. So here we can say that the finding says that according to survey, most of the respondents are positively agreed for the democratic, participatory and transformational or transactional leadership style. And this kind of leadership approaches encourage the employee to highlight the skills and knowledge. And for the conclusion, effective leadership is a prime requirement, and reframing is required, because every time we need to reframe based on the questionnaire, we can say that most of the participants, those who gave the answer, is based on transformational, transactional, or they need the change, or they want to reframe the new ideas, or innovative techniques are needed to present competitive environment. And positive organization culture brings lots of improvement in the organization, and quality leadership is important not only for the individual career pursuit, for the organizational goal. To reach the organizational goal, the quality leadership is needed. So this is about the conclusion, and these are the references, and here I have completed my presentation. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Yasmin. Over to the question and answer session. Judges, please.
Yasmin, am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am.
One of your objectives is to determine the impact of leadership style in organization and performance.
Yes.
So can you address that objective?
The requirement of leadership quality. Which one you said, ma'am? Once again.
The very first objective that we have given.
Leadership style in the organization performance. Yes, ma'am. Here, because the study is based on leadership style, so determining the impact of leadership, the leadership styles are very much important in organization performance, and to know that what kind of leadership practices is needed based on the situation, based on the atmosphere, and what kind of organization the leader is in, what kind of organization he's working. So based on the group of people whom the leader is leading, based on that we can choose the style to for the organization performance.
Okay, so having gone through these objectives and your major findings, I feel that a little more rigor in statistical analysis. Here you have done only percentage analysis, that is perfectly fine. So in an exploratory case, you can very well go for data representation, and you can get a lot of insights definitely from whatever you have done. But then in order to address these objectives which you have stated, I think you have to take the study a little more further. Okay. In order to map these objectives to the findings, that has to be done. So I was not able to see that here, but probably it will take the study beyond this, whatever you have done so far, so that you can address these stated objectives. So I was not able to exactly map your objectives and findings. So that is why I asked that. Okay. Okay. All the best, Yasmin.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
And how do you propose to you have discussed about different styles of leadership and the performance of the organization. So how do you classify the leadership, or how do you, fix the leadership style in an organization? So what is is it your own observation, or do you have some metrics?
No, actually, based on the questionnaire, we made the questionnaire in the based of the different type of leadership styles. Like the question is based on if they need supervision or they don't need supervision, or so based on that we have made it only that much. Yeah. So what kind of leadership employees are required? What kind of leadership they are looking for in present scenario?
Okay, so you have first identified the organization, and then you are trying to collect the data from the respective employees of the organization. Is it like that, or?
No, it's randomly we have sent to the employees who are working in different organizations.
Okay. In that case, I think you should have very significantly large number of data. I mean samples, so that you could do that way. Otherwise, it would be better like if you have a particular organization, you could just check a convergent validity also, like whether in an organization if there are 200 employees, there would be 100 of them would say I'm autocratic, 50 would say that I'm laissez-faire, another 50 would say that I'm a transformation leader. So that can actually differ from one employee to another employee. So that will not be very easy for you to account in your study, because your objective is not individual differences. Your objective is leadership style and organizational performance. So you need to know what style of leadership and how it determines the performance. When you take in an open-ended way, like any just are trying to answer question to any employee, this individual differences could come in as a major challenge. That's what I was just thinking. Just think about how you can just address it.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Better you go organization specific.
Okay.
Probably. Your 20, your number was?
202.
202, okay.
Thank you, Yasmin. Thank you, judges. Next, we have the last presenter.
One second. What was the number of the previous candidate? It was 102, no?
The cancelled one was 102, and registered number of Yasmin is 202.
Okay, previous candidate and then the number. Just immediate candidate.
Sumina Susan 201.
102 is cancelled. 102 is cancelled. Okay.
Yes, sir. 102 is cancelled.
Cancelled. Fine.
Next, we have a register number 203, Sujata Sen Baumik. 203, Sujata Sen Baumik.
The mic is on mute.
Good evening, respected judges, and to one and all present over here. Is my screen getting shared?
Yes.
Yes.
First of all, I would like to thank the Berchmans Institute of Management Studies for giving me an opportunity to present my research paper here. The topic of my research is a comprehensive study on the emergence of Indian ethos management in the corporate sectors in Mumbai. Mumbai being considered as one of the largest aspects for having the maximum amount of economic development and having maximum amount of corporate sectors. So there has always been a burning discussion, like people are suffering from stress, they are overburdened. And this was what attracted me to do a study on Indian ethos management and how about incorporating Indian ethos management in the corporate sectors of Mumbai. So my registration number is BINC 223203. So I'll go ahead with my presentation. First of all, what is Indian ethos? Indian ethos is nothing but the practice of values and cultural ethics that we have imbibed from our ancient scriptures like Vedas and Puranas and the holy book of Gita. Indian ethos in management practices contributes a great deal towards the development of services, leadership, and management. Every human labor is important, so we cannot ignore even a peon because he is also contributing towards the economy some way or the other. So when we demean an employee in the organization, we need to understand like what are the skills that he has, and we need to develop that skill, and we need to allow him to come in front and portray the skills. Individuals should be appreciated for their entrepreneurial excellence that brings productivity at their work. Instead of just attracting the employees with monetary achievements, we should also encourage them with kindness, with appreciation. We should practice prayers according to the Indian ethos. Being spiritual gives us a lot of peace of mind. It brings success. A calm mind is actually leading to success that we fail to realize. Often during our childhood, we are being trained in our households that we should be ambitious. We should be focusing only on being the number one. And we tend to forget in the process that we have so many other skills with which we are born. We should develop that. We should be looking forward to that. Indian ethos focuses mainly on spirituality. Indian ethos focuses mainly on how we can become a good individual. It devoids us from being selfish, but mostly in the corporate organizations nowadays, we see that people are running behind success, achievement, power, and whatnot. Peacefulness actually brings success, and that comes with regular praying, regular being grateful towards the others. Purity of thought, as our thought makes our day. So our thoughts should be very good, should be humble. We should be empathetical towards one another. Respect every entity and practice spiritualism. The relevance of my topic. Since our organizations are considered our second home, so we should definitely bring a homely environment to the organization, to the workplace that we are in. Our education system needs to include Indian ethos management. It's very important that right from the childhood or right from the primary education level, we should focus on spiritualism. We should focus on respecting one another. We should focus on values. Stress can be diverged into positive, constructive activity through yogasanas and meditation. Better understanding and improved interpersonal relation reduces conflicts and develops constructive growth. So when we understand one another, then obviously the interpersonal relationship also develops, which brings teamwork. The team spirit develops in all of us. And that's how that brings productivity in the organization. When we as individuals develop ourselves, when we as individuals decide that we are going to work towards the organization's growth and success in a team effort, then only the organization will proceed ahead. The organization will succeed ahead. The methodology that I have taken up is a mixed method, quantitative as well as qualitative analysis. Quantitative, why? Because it had to take a lot number of responses, but unfortunately due to the limitation of time, I could cover only 300 responses. So my study is divided into quantitative as well as qualitative analysis. Quantitative because I wanted to collect huge number of responses. I wanted to know individual responses plus the quantity of responses that I'm getting towards people's attitude, whether they are actually interested in having Indian ethical systems getting employed in their organizational system. So I took up a sample of 300 and this was my primary data that I have collected through questionnaire, and secondary data through literature surveys. I have done quite a deal of literature reviews, around 15 to 20 literature reviews I have done. It's a non-probability sampling. I have adopted snowball sampling method. There are a few limitations in my research work, like what I have gone through, like my research work was implementation of Indian ethos in education system needs to be done from the primary level, and that needs to be implemented. In so many research work that I have studied in the past research works, everywhere I have found a lot of information about the Indian ethos, but then nobody has actually stated that it has been implemented or people are working out on that, on how Indian ethical systems can be inculcated or incorporated in the organizations. Nobody has actually stated that. And everywhere there is a gap stated that we need to work more on the future research work on this. Even I have found that yes, there can be more studies conducted in this field, then only people will get a better resolution towards how they can solve various problems like health issues, more productivity at work, lesser working hours. All these things can be resolved. So this thing should be rooted in us right from the primary level of our education system. Then we can conduct further on this particular topic. Further research can be done by collecting more samples. Not only in Mumbai, I can do a study, cross-sectional study also I can conduct. At the same time, I also aspire to study for more than 1 or 2 states and compare between like what do they feel, people living in other states, what do they feel, whether they should include or not the Indian ethical systems in their organization. Then next is my objectives were basically to know the awareness level of the people, whether they are aware of Indian ethos management practices. Then to understand the work culture of various organizations, to understand the requirement of the people towards Indian ethos management, whether they really want to have Indian ethos in management practices. Then to estimate the level of competition and how people are competing. Always they are in a stage of competition with one another. Everybody wants to be an achiever in today's generation. So I wanted to know, like, what is the kind of competition? Why is there so much of stress? Why is there so much of target pressure? So all these things really attracted me to go for this study. And that's the reason why I proceeded ahead with this. These were my key findings. 50% of the employees are middle level managers. My questionnaire contained around 20 to 25 questions. 5 questions were related to the demographic aspects, and rest of the questions were related to the topic, the findings, basically the objectives. So 50% of the employees are from the middle level organization. Then 30% are from the senior level in the organization. 20% are belonging to various designations. But it was estimated that more than 80% of them were not satisfied really working in the organization environment. And rest of the 20% are satisfied with their organization. 66% of them are working in the private Indian sectors, and only 34% out of my respondents were working in the MNCs. More than 68% of the employees have expressed that they face discomfort in the organizations. Nearly 30% of the employees have expressed they experience stress. The rest of them have expressed they are facing a lot of competition, then oppression, fear or oppression, you can say, power orientation, achievement orientation. So these are the basic reasons because of which they are facing discomfort in the organization. 65% are working in the Indian organizational culture. This is what was estimated in the research. And 15% in the Western MNCs, and 20% out of my respondents have a mixed pattern of Indian as well as Western organizational culture. More than 70% of the employees were aware of Indian ethos. So this was one of my objectives that I could come up to and fulfill one of my objectives, that at least 70%
Sujata
of
ma'am,
the employees
please
are
conclude
aware.
your presentation within 1 minute.
Yes, yes. Nearly 48% of the employees are working for more than 8 hours. That means they practically have no time to spend on their health. Okay, and 51% are involved in fitness activities. 51% employees said that their organization conducts yoga and meditation, which is a part of Indian ethical system. Nearly 60% of the employees said that their organizations do not give preference to employee relations at all. 51% of the employees face a stiff competition. This is also one of my objectives, which I wanted to find out and figure out, like, what is the level of competition. So 51% are saying that they face stiff competition. Competition as in target-based, goal orientation, and too much of pressures, because of which they are not able to lead a healthy life. Approximately 13% disagree to the policy resolution. That means people are not really satisfied with the policy resolutions. And 40% agreed that Indian old system of handling administration and management systems were effective than the present system. So in short, I conclude with this, that saying that Indian private sectors as well as MNCs, they are all aware of Indian management, Indian ethos in management practices. They really want to have Indian ethos in management
Thank
systems.
you, Sujata. That time is up. Over to the judges. It's time for question and answer session.
Sujata, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Sujata. Okay, so having gone through your presentation, I feel that in the scope where you have mentioned, it is given how many organizations actually follow. That is one of your objective was to find out how many organizations actually follow the Indian way of managing organizations. So, were you able to arrive at a finding for this?
Yes, ma'am. It's only been observed that 51%, only 51%, not only the Indian private sector organizations, but the MNCs also. The Western countries are actually trying to incorporate more of our Indian ethos system in their organizations, knowing the merits of the Indian ethos system, which encourages more on spiritualism, which encourages more on health benefits. But in India, the study that which I have conducted, I found like very less companies are there who are actually looking forward to implement the Indian ethos management in their organization system.
Okay, how do
Although
you
they are,
think we can take this research forward? Because here you have not done any empirical testing. So having collected data across different organizations, I think in order to satisfy your objectives, whatever objectives you have stated, if you have to give a justification or a finding for that, you need to actually conduct an empirical analysis. Okay.
yes, ma'am.
So rather than just limiting to percentage analysis, if you have the sufficient data, you can always go for an empirical analysis.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to conducting this, taking it forward again. So
Yeah,
this is
please
the
have
one.
a review on that.
Yes,
Please
ma'am.
have a review on that because those objectives stated and the findings listed need to be matched, right?
Yes, ma'am. Surely, sure. I'll do that.
All the best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, I think this is
Good evening, sir.
basically good evening, sir. So basically, these are your curiosities which you have put as the objectives, but I think you need to bring it more to a researchable objectives. It is
Yes,
something like pointing out as to what you would like to know. So maybe as like Professor Nisha was saying, based on your further extension, you could just get to the next level where you would convert that into more of research objectives. No?
yes, sir.
And it would be better if you could associate with a particular population where the outcome, I mean the result would be interesting. For example, you look at the youth because that is something which we question as to what style of or what ethical foundation they want to follow. Or what ethos value system they want to follow. Are they going more universal or are they more biased towards coming back to Indian ethos and so if you could just associate with rather than putting it across a generic population, if you could just associate with a population where the results could be more interesting.
Okay,
If you
sir.
could narrow it down, probably that could be sometimes
To make it more
more.
specific, you mean to say?
Yeah, it could be in that way. So, or you could just even look at youngsters who are into professional courses and otherwise.
Actually, sir, that was one of my objective to know the awareness level of Indian ethos and whether they really want it to get implemented in the organization. So I had divided my samples, like I had distributed the questionnaires to the youngsters, as you're saying, to the young executives, the middle level executives, and as well as to the senior level executives. That is there in my paper. But then I have tried to just incorporate the major findings. So probably that thing I didn't include here. Otherwise it was there. Like I have divided the data and I found that mostly people from the senior level management, they are quite keen on having this Indian ethos type of management in the organizations. Even the youngsters, they are also quite keen, and but they are a little scared of revealing the information. That is what I found. Somewhere they are thinking that they might be in problem later on. So fear and oppression is always.
You can also look at see when you take the samples, you can also group the samples into various interesting groups. For example, those employees who had foreign exposure, especially in IT companies, you could have if you're working 10 years, mostly 2-3 years, you would have some foreign exposure.
Yes, sir.
So, how does the group result come with people having foreign exposure, people who do not have foreign exposure, who work with MNCs, who work with not MNCs but probably purely startups or exposure confined to Indian companies. So such kind of groups, if you are able to develop within your study, that would be very.
Surely, sir. I'll definitely remember that and I'll keep it in mind.
Thank you, Sujana ma'am. Thank you, judges.
Thank you for
So,
giving me this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
that was the
Thank
end
you,
of the
ma'am.
presentation. Now I welcome Kumari Alfia Taha, Research Scholar of BIMS, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thanks, Shari. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So, good evening. It is my honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks for today's conference, as both the panelists are very special to me. Firstly, let me thank Dr. Rakesh Krishnan, Assistant Professor, Cochin University. Sir has been my professor for MBA, and he's the one who has led the foundation of finance on me. And thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time, your comments and suggestions, as all these people who are present here is going to really find it useful in doing their research better. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Alfia. Hope you're doing well there.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm doing good, sir. Next, let me actually take the privilege to thank Dr. Nisa James, Assistant Professor, Kannur University, who's also my ex-colleague. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sparing your time in spite of having a very busy schedule and also being sick. You have taken your time out for coming here and giving us our valuable suggestions, your comments. And she's a very well researcher who has been always there to support each one of us while working together. And your comments were very helpful for us. Thank you so much for your time, ma'am.
Thank you, Alfia.
Next, let me thank the supporting pillars who have been there for making the conference a huge success. Let me start with Reverend Father Reggie P. Kurian, Principal, Dr. Thomas Verghese, Director, Mr. Sony Joseph, HOD, and also the faculty coordinators who have been running around for making this conference a huge success, Dr. Matthew Joseph, Dr. Chris Abraham, and Ms. Nitu Jose, and also the student coordinators and research scholars of Berchmans Institute of Management. Thank you so much for your immense support. Last but not the least, let me thank wholeheartedly the participants who have presented their papers here from all over the world, and also I could say that it was an international conference. There were participants from all around, like there were participants from abroad as well. So thank you so much for your valuable time and also for presenting your papers here. As well as let me thank the students who have been students and faculty of Berchmans Institute of Management who have been actively participating in the conference for the last 2 days. Without you all, it wouldn't have been a great success. Thank you so much. I say that the conference has been ended. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nisha Madam, for joining. And thank you,
Sir. Thank you, sir. It was my
Matthew
honor.
sir, and for organizing.
Thank you, sir.
Man. Thank you, man. Nice meeting.
Thank you, sir.
Is the meeting closed? Should we leave or?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Oh.
So is there anything that you want us to help?
No, congratulations to all the entire SPT. Last year,
Sir, I think
A very warm good evening to all. We all have gathered here for the valedictory function of Berchmans International Conference 2022 on reframing business dynamics for the new era. Significant changes in the business scenario greatly influenced by COVID-19 pandemic has contributed to the new thinking at the business invented in the pre-pandemic times, sustainable enough for the new normal. A broader question that requires urgent attention not only at the leadership levels but at every dimension of any given organization. We had 10 eminent personalities addressing on 2 days on strategies for turbulent business environment. To the audience, comprising research scholars, faculty, and the students of management. There were 2 tracks on which the selected papers were presented. There were 17 research papers for presentation. We had 2 tracks, track 1 and track 2, where track 1 was based on finance, and we had 8 research papers from finance section, and track 2 was based on the general research papers, and we had 8 research papers from the general topic. Now, it's time to reveal the winners of the best research paper. So the winners for the best research papers are, for track 1, the best research paper award goes to chess number 103, Mr. Dibin KK, Assistant Professor, St. Berchmans College, Changanasheri, and Archana Balakrishnan on the topic European Union and the United States of America, an econometric investigation on paradigm shift in the GDP's growth rate trend. Congratulations to the winners. For track 2, the best research paper award goes to chess number 210. Ms. Tanya Thomas, Research Scholar, St. Berchmans College, Changanasheri, and Assistant Professor, St. Gibbs College of Applied Sciences, and Dr. Babu Michael, Associate Professor, St. Berchmans College, Changanasheri, on the topic, a study on the influence of service quality perception on customer satisfaction in home appliances. Congratulations to the winners. Congratulations to all participants and winners.
Now, it's time to give away the certificates for the student coordinators for their effort and support. Let's invite Dr. Matthew Joseph, Faculty Coordinator, to do the honor. I welcome Mr. Nigel Roy, Student Coordinator, to receive the memento. Next, I welcome Mr. Siriak Rajiv, Student Coordinator, to receive the memento. Now I welcome Ms. Nimmi Mary Rajan, Student Coordinator, to receive the certificate. Next, I welcome Ms. Jainu Ann Joshi, Student Coordinator, to receive the certificate. Thank you, sir, for doing the honor.
No event happens all of a sudden. The wheel starts rolling many days before. The hard work and toil of our faculty coordinators are immense, and they are the backbone of the program. Appreciation is the highest form of prayer as it acknowledges the presence of goodness. Wherever you shine the light of your thankful thoughts, requesting Dr. Thomas Burgess, Director BIMS, to give away the memento as a token of our gratitude to our faculty coordinators. I welcome Dr. Matthew Joseph, the faculty coordinator, to receive the memento. Thank you, sir. Now I welcome Dr. Chris Abraham, the faculty coordinator, to receive the memento. Finally, I welcome Mrs. Neetu Jose, the faculty coordinator, to receive the memento. Thank you, Thomas sir, for doing the honor. Thankful words can be short and easy to speak, but their echoes are truly endless. Requesting Mrs. Neetu Jose, the faculty coordinator, to propose a word of thanks.
Respected Director Dr. Thomas Verghese, HOD Mr. Sony Joseph, faculty colleagues and my dear students, a warm good evening. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion to acknowledge everyone who has been part of this event. First, I would like to thank the visionary leaders, Very Reverend Dr. Thomas Padiyat, Manager SB College, and Reverend Father Reggie P. Kurian, Principal SB College, for their presence and support for this event. I extend our sincere gratitude to the Vice Principals and Bursa, Reverend Father Mohan Matthew, for all their support. Sincere gratitude to Dr. Thomas Verghese, Director BIMS, Mr. Sony Joseph, HOD BIMS, for their unconditional support to make this event a great success. On behalf of the BIMS fraternity, I would like to acknowledge and express my gratitude to all resource persons who have made us rich for these 2 days with abundant management thoughts and ideas. My expression of gratitude goes to all eminent personalities, Dr. Mavood, Dr. Nisa James, Dr. Shibulal, and Dr. Ragesh Krishnan, for chairing the paper presentation and making valuable remarks. I extend my gratitude to Dr. Matthew Joseph, Dr. Chris Abraham K., and Ms. Lovely Salim for their selfless support. I also thank the technical team, MOC, press and media, student coordinators, and students of 26 and 27 batch and all non-teaching staff, particularly Mr. Sijo Anthony, for their support. I thank Almighty and remain in gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you, Neetu ma'am. Now I invite Dr. Thomas Verghese, Director BIMS, for the concluding remarks.
Good evening, my faculty colleagues, my dear children. Whether I should say this is a happy moment or a sad moment, I don't know. Happily, sadly happy, happily sad. 2 days of intense learning in this hot climate must have made you tired, but intellectually energized. I am happy to conclude the conference now here. So hence, Berchmans International Conference 2022, 10th March and 11th March, organized by Berchmans Institute of Management Studies, coordinated by Dr. Matthew Joseph, Dr. Chris Abraham, and Ms. Neetu James, with all student coordinators. I beg your pardon, sorry. Nisa James, sorry. And students, is declared concluded. That's number one. Last week was very hectic. That is 22 weeks back. We had UGC inspection, autonomy, extension purpose. And the team that came was very happy with the Berchmans College and our department in particular. And we are getting an extension.